Dude, I was up playing twos with Sean till like 5 a.m.
Bro, you didn't play with me?
Bro, I didn't know you were up. Sean was just in a chat like showing screenshots of him winning, and I'm like, okay, I gotta get in on this. But I was supposed to sleep early for our game today. I didn't sleep till 7.
What? Bro, I was up till 5 a.m. playing Swift Plays because I went on like an 8-game loss in Swift Plays. And I told my friend, I'm like, I'm not going to bed until I get 1 win because that's just how I'm wired. So we played until we won. And I was high as balls. So I was like, well, I'm not going to lose this situation either.
Oh.
Hi.
Good.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
Hello, hello, hello.
So ready to kick some ass right now.
They want me to do like, a trash talk segment between me and Asuna.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to like make a script right now. Hang on.
Okay, word.
Oh,
Let the
okay.
hate flow through you.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything you thought about him over the years, just let it all out.
There's no hate in this body.
What?
Wait, that's too real.
Well, against Oscar, I heard that guy's a weeb. That's low hanging fruit. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. I'm playing VALO tournament today. I hope you guys are ready for the best silver gold player in the world. That's me. Yeah, this is the winner POV. Oh. Does this work? I don't think that works. Okay, hold on. Okay. When I Google how they win the Valorant, this stream will pop up. Yeah. A couple of my highlight clips will too. My Radiant, sometimes when I think really hard.
Hello.
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 You could be a baby. Oh, been on. Stack some Fugies real quick, guys. Give me a sec. That's Cryo. That's a Lud? That's Lud. That is Tiff. And this is Tenzin. Okay, let me assemble the Avengers correctly here at the bottom of my screen, okay? Our Avenger 1, Avenger 2, Avenger 3, and Hawkeye. I think I will try to name change. Well, shit. They'll carry you, bro. I'm doing the carrying, man. Are you serious? I love your Fight Night vlog. Well, thank you. Oh, I should post that. Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me quickly go do that real quick. Where the heck is it? You forgot the X? Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Oh, stumbling. Oh. You got Lions Tech Tips? Oh, yeah. He's our fucking pro player. Wait, okay, so my first game is going to be streamed on mainstream, and I'll explain how this works later, guys. But today we're doing a VALO tournament. I probably, it's a tournament, a solo queue tournament with 8 different teams. And what's gonna happen is the winner will be only in your division, and we trade teammates every round. So there'll be 4 games a day, and I will have 4 different teammates like every game for the most part. You're overlapping probably a little bit over the days. So I think I played with Asuna twice today, But I'll get like pretty much new teammates. And so you only play one round. Oh, I should warm up. Hold on. You're right.
Mr. Cryo.
Yes.
Yo, could you reconnect to that interview link and just make sure everything's working? We're probably a couple minutes out to doing it. They're just doing the map pick with Twitch chat, and then we'll be going to interview a couple minutes after that.
Okay, sounds good.
Match found.
You better shit out sooner than the mainstream. Oh yeah, but not meant too hard. Like I need him for like the next game, you know.
Move or get zapped.
Dumpster is sitting in front of his GM. Who's his GM?
Wait, Scar, can you talk real quick?
Yeah. Hello.
Perfect, thank you.
What? That's it? You want me to say two
Yep.
words? Well, I
Yep.
hope I someone to say
You
a
can
little bit
quiet now.
more. No, I really like. Hello.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Scar. Your daily word limit is done.
Oh shit. Okay.
I just had to test something for Discord bubbles.
Oh. Dude, when I play team deathmatch, I get like demotivated because like I'll run into
Why?
Immortals and
Oh.
I'll just be like, oh, these guys
I mean,
are.
I don't think it should be like, you know, get unmotivated. 'Cause
Right, because every Immortal player is
You
super
know what?
cringe.
Just to add to the team spirit, I just want you guys both to know I demoted last night.
Wait, so we need an immortal player.
Oh shit! Hello? Dude, don't. I'm not worried. My division, Lily's in bronze.
Go, go, go.
How come in my team deathmatch
outta
someone just
here.
all chatted I have no friends?
I'm what?
He said I have no friends.
Aw, well, I'm just trying to make friends. Come on, Scar. Make his day.
Okay, fine. I'll date him, dude. Oh my god, I suck.
Reloading. Still in sight.
I'm out of here.
Got him.
Take this. Bye. Reloading.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Smart move. Go, go, go.
What? No!
Gotta go. Die. Start good. Back up.
10 seconds
go, go.
until stage change.
Cutting their vision.
I'm out of here. Taken out.
Wait, I'm a beast.
I'm out of here.
I'm terrible.
Gotta go.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Gotta go. Running low. Go, go, go.
That didn't work?
I'm
Do you have a
out.
command for the document for turnarounds? Nope.
Charge your ults.
I don't even know where to find that.
Chambers looking good. Rampage.
Go, go, go.
Oh god, am I going? Okay, okay.
Go, go, go.
Slow and steady. Slow. Don't speed up.
Kill.
You want to take precise shots.
Stage 3.
Go. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Feeling sight.
Ow! I'm going on the left side. What the heck?
I'm out of here.
Use my copy.
Yeah, this guy sucks. Yeah, I'm the best. Yeah, I suck. Okay.
Go, go, go. Get out of my way.
territory,
I have them now. Gotta go. Go, go, go. My ult's ready. Gotta go.
Cutting their vision.
Here we go.
10 seconds until stage change.
Oh no!
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Final stage.
Gotta go. Watch out.
Wow.
Go, go, go. Shocking.
Yo, guys, I think I might be missing a couple of you in the lobby. Just making sure we all get in there. We should be starting in a minute or two.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me hold on. Let me wear my jacket. Real quick.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
We should have the immortals.
Gotta go.
Wait, no. I'm actually like getting out. I'll be out in like 2
Oh,
minutes.
reloaded.
I shot my riot ID in the Discord chat.
I'm
too,
outta
if you don't
here.
have it.
I'm out of here. Go away.
Okay.
Go, go, go.
You guys will be on attack, so whenever you guys are not in the game, you can just join the left side of the lobby. Thank you, thank you.
Hello.
Go, go, go.
Hello.
Hello.
Whoa.
Hey.
Listen up.
I am Ludwig. It is nice to meet you.
Gotta go.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Nod.
How are you guys doing today?
Wait a second.
I heard you were our carry. Son. I'm out of here.
Gary?
I don't know about that. I don't know who told you that.
Scarra, you're on the bottom, right? You're silver gold.
No, no, no. I'm actually our immortal.
You are immortal?
Yeah.
No, he actually is.
I'm the silver.
Okay, wait, no, don't confuse me, all right? Who is our IGL?
Me. I'm everything.
Scarra, I see you play with Lily. You're the bot frag. I know what you do, but I just want to focus on here and today and now.
Thanks for moral support, man. I'm just that good of a friend.
That's actually really sweet of you.
Feeling sight.
Are you guys already in a lobby or something?
Oh, I think we're supposed
Yep,
to
game's
join.
about to start in a second.
Oh, okay, so I'm late.
Yeah.
That's swag.
Yeah.
But it's cool.
It's all right. I just have a 30 gigabyte download. 1 second.
Josie.
So, you guys hear of Doja Cat?
Oh yeah. What the hell's going on with her?
What is wrong with you? Wait, what's wrong with her?
I don't know.
Yeah.
She's like attacking her fans and shit.
Oh.
I'm
really?
saying.
I still stand her though. The music is too good.
True. Ugh, X.com. That's weird.
Ludwig, do you actually have an update or what's up?
Looks like it just wrapped up.
All right, cool. So we have everyone full in the lobby right now except for you. So we'll probably be starting in a second, just so you guys know. Just giving you the update.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll message in game chat, but just a
You guys
reminder:
feel
the
like-
first round of the first half and the first round of the second half will be knife only. As soon as we load into the game, I'll pause it and I'll take away your money, so you're forced to knife. You won't be able to buy any fun abilities or anything cool like that.
You're gonna strip me of my money?
Yeah, exactly. I'll just rob
Oh.
you.
It's just gonna bug me. Okay.
You're used to it. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Bow. Wait, so what happened with Doja Cat? Is she actually like attacking her fans? Why would she do such a based move? She doesn't like that her fans call themselves kittens. Yeah, and I don't like that you guys call yourselves fucking, whatchamacallit? Some weird shit. But I don't attack you guys personally and say you guys are cringe and that your mothers didn't love you. I mean, that's just a given. You guys already know that.
I think I need to add someone.
Yeah, I dropped it in the Discord chat.
Oh,
for the
okay.
channel.
Swag.
Do you see it or you need me to drop it again?
I'm in.
Oh, sick. All right, cool. Thank you guys.
Whoa.
So what roles does everyone play?
I literally Phil.
Phil? Okay.
I got 2 for you. I got Raze and I got KJ.
We can work with that. We can work with that.
I have Harbor Rays Neon.
Ooh, are we playing Lotus?
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Harbor would work here. So you said Harbor Raise Neon?
Yeah, I mainly play Harbor.
I mean, technically we could make the Harbor work.
Are we doing double smokes?
Yeah, we should double smoke with me because I'm not comfortable single smoking Harbor.
I hate double smokes because like it kinda, you gotta know what you know what I mean? Like you gotta know what you're doing.
Then
Sometimes it's really
single
awkward.
smoke and we'll just count Jet Q as a smoke.
I mean, hey, I'm here for whatever we need, I'll fill it in.
I can fill too, so.
God, I hate everyone who says that.
It's true
Hey,
though,
I'm
dude.
not filling. I'm
You
just
check
walking
in
arena.
every lobby, I'm filling.
Dude, say I heard cryo fills too, so it's just like
I'm kind of like a Phil player.
you guys are not helping him, man.
We're so fucked.
All right, we'll just figure out. We'll get into lobby and like
And
everyone
we can
just
panic
pick
pick,
their,
yeah.
Everyone pick their most comfort agent and then we'll just figure it out.
Sure.
All right, knives only, guys. Really give it to them. All right, I'm hovering this. I'm gonna see what our team combo looks like.
Everyone get your most comfortable agent and then we'll figure it out from there.
Lotus.
Okay, Gecko.
See, like this is not looking bad.
Let's cameras
What
with
is really going?
how?
I'll do it.
I think how is Lug's a professional streamer, man. That's
What do
like
we-
being a
okay,
streamer and not having your lighting set up after 2 months.
I mean, I can go smokes as well.
Who
What
the
do we
fuck
think
would do
about this?
that?
Actually, I like the sky on this map.
Hey, what
you?
is Lotus again?
The 3-site map, the newer one.
With the
Okay.
doors.
Oh, so Killjoy's not bad.
No.
Yeah, Killjoy's pretty good.
Yeah.
I can play Killjoy pretty well.
Oh.
Okay.
Cryo, are you sure you don't want me to pick up Jet though?
I mean, I'm a Phil player, so like, if you want the jet,
Yeah.
then
You know what? Let's see it.
No, I mean I guess it's fine. Like I just really
I mean, I guess it's okay.
get at least like 25, because like if not, I'd be like a little disappointed because I feel like that's what
I think this is a really good comp, honestly. But Harbor Solo Smokes I'm not sure. But
Trust me,
down
I'm like
for
a
it.
No
painter.
pressure, Scar. Don't fuck up the smokes.
No, dude, it's not a big deal. I'm not even a smoker. I'm the artist. I just draw on the mini map and something shows up.
I like
Wait,
that.
can you draw the circle with the harbor?
I can draw like an oval. Like it's like a
Close enough.
basketball, but a little like, you know, sideways. Like a football. Or leave you a bookshelf outside so your mates taking that from. But that didn't happen. I actually have that one. Or spilling a dehumidifier on your bed. That
Game
did
faces
happen.
Team, those defenders will make us work for it.
Is it knife
This
round for
is
you?
insane.
Yeah.
What's going
Right.
on?
Wait,
Oh.
wait. Does anyone know who the Killjoy is on the other team?
Yeah, that's Lily.
Yeah, Lily.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Lily is my like. Oh my god.
Your arch nemesis.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna rush her site a lot this half after the snipe rounds.
Oh my god.
Tenzin,
Okay,
you
chat.
Thing.
You guys said meet at B. Oof.
Wait, what is the optimal? If we're hitting from the front, is it left click?
Yes.
Yeah, like 2. Wait, I don't even think you need 2 left clicks. I think just 1, right?
Yeah,
Really?
one left, one right.
Okay.
1 left. Oh wait, how much damage does 2 left clicks do if they have no armor? Does that kill them?
I don't know actually.
I think it does.
You guys didn't study your knife strats before? Come on. man.
Okay,
was
Scarra,
not
I
aware we were
jealous.
doing the knife
No,
rounds.
I have no idea, dude. We're gonna say. What's your weapon of choice? Hold on, let me look around.
Look,
No
look,
one-
Oni.
No one has the fan. The
What?
purple fan.
No
I
you till
had
everybody.
that. I just changed it last round or yesterday, man.
Oh. Wait.
Jesus.
Oh wait, I think that we're gonna do 1-on-1. So the gladiator style. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, bug it.
Oh.
Tiff, can you talk real quick?
Hello.
Turning up to 200.
Oh, thank you.
Yart.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna shoot on her. Don't worry. Dude, our power went out 3 times yesterday. It was electrical fire, and we were just so scared it would go out today. It was never happened before.
Jesus.
So we're all going together?
No.
Where-
It's,
I think
it's
Scarra's
apparently they want to do
Scarra's-
gladiator style.
And if I shoot, I get in trouble or something?
Yes, no shoot, no util.
No, but you can shoot though.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna flank them. Wait, well, I can see.
She's doing the
Spike
left clicks,
down
right?
B.
Oh, it's 2 left clicks kill. 2 left clicks kill.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm next. I'm next.
We send in our best.
I got the spike.
Wait, the
Oh,
right click
God,
was too slow.
I wanna shoot my gun.
Holy shit, nice.
I'll spike down.
No,
Oh my
wait.
god.
Spike down B.
Wait, you
You're the chosen one, lad. Go.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna need like 1.5 from you. She's 1 hit right now. Like 1 left click, I think.
Oh,
Last player
Dude,
standing.
I didn't touch her.
Yeah, we saw.
Oh, she hit
Okay.
me.
I got the spike.
You're pro, right?
Oh.
Okay, I had some technical difficulties. That's what happened there.
Oh god. Oh, okay.
Are we playing a video game for real now?
Yeah. Get out the guns. We're getting out the guns. Except for we're starting on 2nd round, so I don't know how to do this.
What do they get?
Okay. Wait, so they get a better buy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It's
Yeah,
like
I
okay.
see.
Dude, are we forcing?
Oh wait.
No,
Oh wait.
no.
Okay, yeah. You're
We
right.
good?
They're gonna juggernaut somebody. Someone's gonna buy full shield. They're gonna buy a rifle. I swear.
I think everyone get theirs this round.
Oh, okay.
Real.
They're pushing, I think, A. 2.
Got it. I can flash into B.
I can wall.
Yeah,
So
they're-
flash
One's
into
close right, one's close right, A.
Wall.
Oh wait, pause. We get that. Ooh,
One more,
Oh.
one more.
I'm coming back.
Okay.
It's on the A door.
Sheriff on my body.
Reloading.
Can I plan or? Oh, this is.
You can
scary.
definitely try for this eco round.
one more.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Two.
Oh,
Oh, there's a
One
universe.
I'm
Down
coming.
B.
A-Link
you
is
got
stealing.
this, Tenzin?
Yeah.
I'm coming to heal you.
Wait, A-Link?
One
Yeah,
enemy
A-Link.
remaining.
He has a bulldog, the last guy.
Okay. I'm gonna swing, okay? Ready to go.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice.
That's
I
true,
didn't
true,
think
true.
it so close.
Yeah, they must have walked out.
Real.
Oh, you know
Hey,
that's really good.
really good thrifty though.
Yeah.
True.
Nobody bought 2, which is huge.
Yeah. Okay, I think this round we just take A because they're playing Sage on C.
Sure.
I think we can take A main control and then we'll see what happens.
I'm pretty sure
All
they
right,
omen
I'm gonna
mid.
lurk through B.
Okay.
Flashing close left here.
Right
I'm
there.
wall this. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
I think you should save your wall. You can just save
Okay.
your wall.
Lagging. Oh wait, we can turn on ghosts. Oh no, we can't.
Alright, I'm gonna dash across.
Here.
Okay.
Carrying spikes.
We'll see anyone.
Ow!
I think I fucked up that left.
What the fuck?
Reloading.
I can jog through tree if you open
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I'm down to
I'm
fake
jogging
A
the right
and go
side.
B.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, sure.
Wave.
I have a wall now if we're gonna fake.
You just do. Yeah. Okay.
He's
Oh, there's
holding it.
two
Yeah,
in
let's
there.
do it. Let's go.
Both
Let's go
blind.
B. Let's go B. Let's go B right now. Let's go B right now.
Blocking sight. My ult's ready.
Water rising.
Hold
Waiting
out.
for the wall. Yeah. Sage C-Link. You can plant over. Yeah.
Down here.
Yeah, I got you.
Spike
I'm
planted.
gonna come double up with you.
I'm up.
Reloading.
I have a flash.
Yeah.
Wave.
I'm walling out. Top.
Nice.
Blind.
Two more broken door.
Yeah. 2 broken door, 1 C-Link. I'm in heaven.
Killed their
Nice.
enemy.
1
Watch it,
A-Link
boys.
and 1 C-Link.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Did they wall? Was that their
She
wall?
walled, she walled,
Let's
she
go with
walled.
C-Link. Let's go with C-Link.
Reloading.
She's on it.
Nice.
That's the
Where's the-
Bloop.
Dude, we are all contributing equally. This is great.
We're gonna
Okay.
win. No other option. Let's go.
We're not really fighting for A. Let's just keep taking A because I think
Sure.
they're gonna have to change it up. We don't have to go A. We just take A main control.
We have bomb.
Oh, you
Can I
want
get
it? Yeah, go for
purchase?
it.
Please.
Wait,
Two
I
up
can
orb.
take the bomb. I'm
Dude.
Gekko.
Oh, yeah?
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Okay.
But
You guys pick it up until you guys want me to pick it
Scar,
up.
can you buy me?
Yeah, what do you want? Oh, yeah, I
I
got you.
got.
Okay. I think
Oh, I-
Harbor,
Oh, I didn't
Cascade-
realize.
Harbor Cascade, Sky Flash, and Gecko Flash should be good here.
Wait.
What?
Okay.
Oh.
flooding them.
No, there's no fun for A. Yeah. Let's see. Let's try to do the
Wait,
thing
I'm
and see
gonna have
what's.
all if I
Sure.
grab this.
Okay, yeah. Watch it.
I think they're gonna
you
counterblend
don't
when you
spam.
open tree door though with Omen Care.
You can bait it.
Let me,
see
yeah,
what-
sure.
Yeah, they're doing one way.
Yep, there we go.
I'm walling. If you guys want to get
I'm
out.
through C. Like a
This guy's fighting
sycophant.
A-Link. Nice. Wait,
I'm
are
all
you
the way
guys
through
at
C.
Wait, yeah,
I'm
come
all the
back
way
C,
through
come back
C.
We can-
Here we go. Here we go. I'm holding.
Yeah, I'm running.
Yeah, just leave it.
This is really good.
They could be riverbed.
Okay, waterfall.
Yeah.
I understand you.
Oh!
Oh.
I'm gonna need clarification on what riverbed is.
Clear riverbed. Clear riverbed.
Let me flash waterfall.
Riverbed's open. Riverbed's
I'm watching
open.
riverbed.
Okay,
I'm watching.
riverbed.
Nothing riverbed on the flash.
105.
One is shooting my turret. Back door.
You're
Noted.
good. I think you guys can play the bomb because we have a rewrap on B.
Sure,
Fuck.
sure.
Okay, no, I got.
Flashing CT for info.
I got.
Rewrap on B.
I got turned. I got turned.
I think CT at.
One's waterfall.
They have smoke for Omen Care.
Nice shot.
That's me opening door.
Omen near
Okay,
C-Link.
okay, yeah.
One
Killjoy's
CT now, CT
Killjoy
now,
spawn.
one.
The time's
Just
low.
play
Time's
bomb, we
low.
can just play bomb.
Yeah.
I'm just walling.
You're good, Truly. You can play yourself.
But
Tenzon's got it.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
40 in.
I believe in you.
pinging the bomb. One bullet.
This is so
Oh.
bad for
Try,
us.
nice try.
Um,
Nice try.
Okay, I was playing with my feet. All right, my bad.
Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope
Wait,
so.
okay. Maybe we should just rush C. You literally just walked into C.
Yeah.
Well, I
Wait,
walked,
let's
but they
do the-
rotated off.
Let's do the A util. So what was it? It's Harbor, Cascade, Sky Flash.
All
I
right,
think
all
it
right.
should be good. And then
We
we'll
are-
just walk C. The
we are-
other three.
Sure.
Broke though. I'm buying.
I can drop one. I can drop one.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I can drop you Tenzin.
Help a girl out, would you?
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
I should maybe drop him.
No, it's fine. I got it.
Okay.
I can buy you the stinger.
So we're just rushing C, like mad.
No, we're gonna walk C.
Walk C, okay.
Let's wait a little bit, and then you guys come back from A to C.
That sees me. Fuck.
She's peeking. She's
I'm gonna
peeking.
cascade.
I can lucky ult here. Walled.
Walled.
Oh, nice
Nice.
shot.
I'm popping ult here when we're coming up. Just wanna see
Yeah, I
how
think we
many-
wait with the ult.
Sure, sure.
Do you wanna give me the bomb?
Might be a lot here. Yeah, sure.
Two here.
Found one.
I'm opening door. Hold up.
I'm walling off.
Flashing waterfall.
No sweat.
Blind 3 for 3.
Waterfall jogging.
Think, Reyna, think, waterfall. Nice. Oh,
I'm the wall. All you left. I'm just
One's
playing-
on
side.
One inside.
Face your
He's
fear.
waterfall. He's low. Hit him 80.
You guys got it.
This is sus.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
There's a turret, probably waterfall. There's a turret there. Yeah, she's probably there.
Last
Oh.
player standing.
She wrapped.
Side.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh. Okay.
Show me where to go.
Oh. Wait.
I can buy one.
Wait. Lily's kind of turning it on. Okay.
Okay.
Did she fucking snorted some Adderall before this or something?
Of course.
Can we
We're
do
one
this?
of and
Yeah. Can we do the same thing as last round? Like,
Yep.
like, literally the same thing.
Scar, can you cast the cascade like right off the rip here?
Yeah. I was stupid.
I'll shoot the fade eye for you after I blind.
You got it.
Let's do no noise here, Logan.
Wave crashing.
I've never made noise in my life.
Me neither.
Whoa, you might be dead as hell.
Oh, just come back. Just come back.
I'm
Come
dead.
back.
Juggle the gun back.
We'll come back. We'll just take C with like
Sure.
Gecko
They
Ult.
have cage ult, yeah.
I can get orb and ult
Let's
if you
get it.
want.
Yeah.
I have
Or
one gun
let's use
here.
Gecko Ult for the site and Killjoy Ult for their Killjoy Ult.
Got it.
Just
Walled.
Let's break this and Gecko Ult and site it. Maybe.
Placing alarm bot.
Yeah, they just gave up site. Okay.
I can dog CT and
Yeah, dog spawn.
Spike.
Oh, it's behind the box. Fade.
Spikes. Saw you, Mark.
Okay.
Maybe Killjoy Ult in like 10 seconds.
Sure.
One flank.
Oh fuck. We should help him. We should help Ludwig.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Done a fight?
One more.
She's going again.
Run.
For it.
Yes.
They're cage ulting. They don't have
They have no
smokes.
smokes. They have no smokes. They have no smokes. Yeah.
Heal up.
Full HP. I'm 36 HP. Tapped.
I don't think he's on.
One enemy
Holy, he's on.
remaining.
Holy shit. It's halved. I'll get
Alright,
first,
okay.
okay? I'm full.
Sure.
Last one down.
Oh.
Shit.
Nice job.
Yeah, we still. Okay, this is really good. We still have our ults.
Yo.
Wait. Who's Korean moment?
Observations, then let's run it again.
I think we just keep bullying C. I can't lie.
Who? Yo, chat. It's
I think
Peter?
let's just
Well, he's
use our,
fucking going crazy.
Just use our harbor ult for C. Let's just rush.
Yep. Yo,
Do you want to buy Scar? I can
you
buy
got
you.
me. Yeah. You
Do
guys
you
got
want
me.
to flash first corner, Tenzin, and then I can flash
Yeah,
site.
got you.
Yeah.
Hey, keep at it.
Do you want the ult site on the rip? But
Not on the rip until we're like maybe here.
yep.
Hawk out. Blinded.
One here.
We're good.
But
Let's use our harbor ult.
3, 2, 1, go.
Turn the tide.
Dizzy's
One's
up.
on site,
waterfall,
one's
waterfall.
waterfall.
I'm dogging one.
Smoking.
Oh my dog.
We are very mollied.
Oh.
Pushing out.
Yeah.
Pushing out.
Plant the
Watch it
spike.
Flash
Wings.
flank, yeah.
Okay.
Sky
Fade
dog.
waterfall. Oh no dog. Sorry.
Okay, we're good. Can we just use our Killjoy ult right now? Killjoy
Cage
ult?
ult now.
Oh, 40
One
flank.
flank. Watch out.
Flank?
I'm holding flank. You're alone on site.
One more spawn.
Oh,
They
God.
have Killjoy ult. They
I
have
was
6
playing
seconds
such
for
an
this
off
Killjoy
angle
ult.
too. I got the
Onside,
first shot,
onside,
but I
watch
just
out. Yeah,
didn't
watch
get
out.
the aim for it.
Oh, crap. I'm
Last
sorry.
player standing.
One, two, yeah, one right front.
Ended.
2 were detained, 1 waterfall. I think 2 detained on site. Last 2 are like on site somewhere.
Found one.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
NTT.
try.
Yeah, 4K on Eco. Oh. Oh.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
I think we can do like C pressure and then Quarter Jade is flanking every round. So maybe Ludwig, you can like rat and spawn and try to kill her.
Okay. Oh God.
I can outplay and spawn for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
You guys hear the air blower?
No, you're good.
Thank God. Are we buying here or?
So everyone else is pushing
I'm
C.
saving like a
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just
do like
gonna
let's do like
walk up
4C.
the-
Okay, you
Oh,
can
I
walk
flashed
in. That's
first
fine.
angle.
Oh, you're good. Can you come over to C,
Yeah,
Scarra?
I'm running.
Hawk out. Blinded.
One here.
Yeah.
I got a dog. No flashes. Walled here.
Yeah, let's just break the wall. Safe. Okay, let's break the wall and like dog in. Let's put a little pressure.
Reloading.
Sure,
Maybe
sure.
Quarter Jade
They
will
smoke
push A.
A. They only have one smoke left.
I'm dogging after the slow. Yeah.
I got it.
You're jumping on top side.
Time to face
Oh,
your
done?
fear.
Yeah, I see that.
Sweet.
one.
Yeah, I'm
good.
on the door. I guess it can be.
On the wall.
Nice shot.
Fade is here too.
Sitting.
Rena on B.
Peek me on the wall.
Spike down. C.
Oh, they have bomb. Actually, we.
Don't worry, I got this.
Yeah, don't worry. Coots is right
Last
there.
player standing.
Fuck.
Oh god.
Hawk out.
Oh,
NT,
nice
NT.
try.
Alright, let's try taking A again.
Oh.
I vault.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to
I'm down
die
to send your
in
ult through the door if we get A main
Yeah,
control.
I'm done. They like to one way to the door.
It's
Yo,
okay.
wall
I can
through it?
smoke. I can literally just smoke the
Here.
ground when we do it, so they can't really like break it. I'll go through it.
Wait, you want me to wall through it again?
Yeah, you can throw your cascade
Here.
like. You can throw your cascade like here.
You.
Yo.
You.
Right there. Bloody death.
Missing alarm bot.
It's on fade.
Healing over here.
He's ready.
Ready to go? Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Saw you, little homie.
Reloading. Time to hunt.
Bloody
Oh, he broke it.
They can
I'm just
cut.
close side. You're alone. Interesting.
Yeah.
Door's open. Careful.
Mosh pit.
Placing
I think it's 3 here.
Sure.
Are you guys want to back off or?
Here, yeah.
I'm down to pivot. Oh, we got the pick actually. Oh, nice. Let's go. Let's go.
One more.
There's two more.
Just go B. Go B. Go B. There's 2A.
Yeah, we have 2A. Fade is in tree, and then Sage is here too.
I'm the wall off.
What
I'm
a
the wall off.
ride.
You guys
Sage
go.
might.
Go.
No, Sage. Actually, Sage was A. One might be C link.
You will not
Rising
kill
in
my
tree.
allies.
Here, A link.
Yeah, I think they're going through. A link. One more heaven.
Ooh, one more heaven, yeah.
You can back off.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Okay.
You sicken me, Tiff.
Hey.
You sicken me.
Wait, you guys kind of clutched that out.
Good. Analyze, then improve.
Who guys?
Hey, Scar, remember when I bought you that one
Help a
time?
girl out.
No.
Yes, you do!
But I
I
got
can
you.
buy. I can buy.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I think they're
Thank
most
you.
uncomfortable when we just take A. So I think we take A with the 4 of us, and then Ludwig. I still think Corge is gonna try to flank somewhere.
You want me to
Just
push
looking
through C?
for her.
You
you
can
can-
see good.
You can literally do whatever you want. I think she's gonna flank either C or B.
Okay, copy. Heard.
Wave crash.
Yeah, the backpack is fucking easy.
We got dinked.
I
Enemy
can
spotted
heal
A.
you.
Heal up, squad.
Damn!
She's slant. Okay, there was Reyna fade A.
I can
You
wall
just
you.
try,
I can
just
wall you
try to
out.
open door and see what happens.
Sure,
You don't
sure,
have to go
opening
through it, just
door.
open it. Can you guys maybe do a little noise on A?
One's on
and
C.
then
They
maybe
blinded
Ludwig can-
A.
Yep. I'm making noise.
Hawk
I'm
out.
flashing through that spot.
Go on C.
Nice.
We can take
maybe
it
come
back.
back C.
Yeah.
Just
I'll
go
wall you
C.
out. I'll wall you out. I'll wall you out.
Nice,
There
Ludwig.
we go.
Oh, wait, Lud, you're kind of valid.
Yeah, I'm kind of
They might be
that,
on B.
you know.
Oh, she was insane. Oh.
Planning. Dude, don't
She's
grab
going link.
one.
She's going link right now.
All you have to worry about is waterfall. Or your spawn is turreted.
Seek them out.
Nice, Scarlet.
Here, I'm coming to heal you, Lud.
That'd be so
Really?
tight.
Pause.
One waterfall, trying to break your thing.
Spike planted.
Oh, 40.
Fake swings.
Fade is on site, next to Gecko. Nice.
See ya.
He smoked the bomb.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, last one's
player standing.
here.
Wait, I kind of like this angle. This angle's great. I think she gets seen first, though. Right? Nice.
Holy shit, my team is so good.
Oh
team
my
is so good.
god.
Low-key, too
Okay,
goated.
Tiffany, you fucking cracked.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Damn, I should just never push that.
I
I
can
guess.
buy you, Scar.
I didn't know you were like the best lurker in
Did
NA,
someone
Lud.
spot me?
Holy shit.
For real?
It's
Hell
literally
yeah.
like my
Keep doing
only
that.
trait is lurking and no calming, so I can do both
Oh,
of that
you
for you
keep
guys.
doing
too.
that.
Come on, step up,
taking
bro.
it.
Look at my assists. I'm the 5 assists, baby.
2 off KJ.
The games ain't won on
I
kills.
might just
It's
farm
impact
orb B,
assists.
get orb A, and then we can maybe go A. We get a pick.
Bloody death.
Yeah, these guys are just not fighting
You know
it.
why?
Let's try to open the door again.
Sure.
Sky
Dogging
dog, yeah.
Yep, yep.
Wait, I can ult too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ult.
It's clear.
Oh my god.
Wait, let's just take it actually.
Wave crashing.
Wait, site looks hella clear. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I think
lie.
they're playing retake.
Yeah.
Okay. There's one stairs.
Fade heaven.
Enemy spotted A.
Sorry, I blinded you.
Fuck.
Good.
I'm smoked up.
One right, one there. Omen. I'm orbing us.
Oh, Fade's on site. Fade's on site.
Last
There's one
player
flank.
standing.
Oh, nice try, nice try.
Damn.
Look, I got unlucky, to be honest, by getting
good.
totally outplayed.
It's like part of the game, you know.
What do I stream? Everything, bro.
Last
Everything
round is
right
last
here.
a half.
Chilling.
You lose everything
Yes,
after
sir.
this. Spend it.
You are one off Killjoy ult. I think we just. I really like our A to B. We take A and then we like fake A and then go
Okay.
B.
Yeah.
They're one off fade ult. Do you think they work for an orb somewhere?
He's been playing A every round, so probably not. But I think it's
shit.
fine if he gets the C1.
Sure.
Ooh,
You actually want to come with us on A LUD, and then we can get
Yeah,
your orb,
come
and then
Here.
you can go B.
Bloody
Blinded. Reloading.
Can you skydive through this door?
Yep.
I'm gonna open it, and then we're just gonna go B.
They can come.
He's
go.
entry.
Look
Yeah.
at it. Close. Ooh.
I got the spike.
Okay,
Killjoy
good.
Killjoy ult right here.
Initiated.
And then you guys can get bomb.
I think you guys got one flank.
It's fine. He has to leave from the
shield
Killjoy ult.
going out.
Reloading.
Yeah, I'm orbing in.
If you guys want to get aggressive, it's up to you. They have some good ults, so
Area's clear.
if you're feeling it,
Fuck it, go upper.
fuck it.
Down.
Oh, I fucking 40?
Face your fear.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Nice.
My
done.
ult's
What the fuck?
I think they're both upper. I think they're both heaven.
I'm 1 HP by the way.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect.
We have mollies on the bomb.
Got it. I'm pleased.
How's molly? You're good. You can chill. They might,
What
they
head was
won't-
back
They
for
won't
19 months?
Tenzin off.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Might be sticking it. Might be sticking it. He could be on it. Letter's getting first. Off.
Oh,
he's,
no,
off.
no.
He's off. He's off. He's off. Letter we get first. You can.
My ult's ready.
Nice.
Holy fuck,
Oh.
we're insane.
What the fuck? Turning it on.
Switching sides.
Just let them try to catch me.
What? Welcome back for 19 months.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, sell back your buys, guys.
Oops, forgot.
Reloading.
Oh, I can't believe we ended 6-6.
Can I go first for the knifing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
go
for it.
ahead.
Go for it. Good luck. Good luck. I'm gonna send my wall backwards. Fuck it. Yeah, but
Same thing as
banger
last time. Who
X's.
went
Yeah, a
first?
couple
Was it
X
Scar and
videos,
Lily?
you know. No. I put in my ringer.
We got the tag
Right
team.
there.
Yeah, we got the
Right
fucking
there.
professional
Just tagging
ringer
him
right
in.
here.
It's now or never.
Boop, boop,
Oh
boop.
no, I'm bleeding.
What happened?
Water rising.
Oh, there's so much blood. Oh no. Oh, guys, I'm bleeding all over.
Blood on his hands.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're getting ready for it.
Enemy spotted B.
No, like I just cut myself on a bottle.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, get one hit.
Oh.
Killer.
Oh.
Nice try, nice
Okay.
try. Who's next?
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
50 on him.
As long as
50.
if everyone gets one hit, we should win.
True. All right, Scar. No pressure.
Don't worry. I'm getting two. I'm getting two.
Okay, okay.
Two, baby.
Oh, you're feeling yourself. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
One enemy
Oh!
remaining.
That's
wait.
Oh, I got hit with hit. I want hit. Got one
Wait,
hit.
your ass!
Oh, come on!
I know that was great, Scar. Good
Yeah,
shit.
triple my kills right there. That's insane.
Reloading.
We know what we're doing.
okay.
I
Do we
ironically
need a
tripled
timeout
my
for my
kills.
star sentinel player who just got injured on the job?
Oh.
Wait, Lud, are you okay? I think he's fucking dead. Oh, he moved.
Hello, I'm here. I'm here.
We did not get a pause. Oh,
It's
what?
fine. I bought a gun. I bought a gun.
I have armor. I have armor.
Dude, I didn't get you till fuck. It's fine.
Son of a bee sting.
They died A. He died.
Alright, we'll figure out this round. I have a fucking Odin with
Was
no
that your
armor.
Sky? Oh, it was.
Whoa, close.
Fuck, I'm
Oh
running.
my gosh.
Nice.
Zogging. Our mid is
Spike
Yeah,
open.
we have
A.
bomb. We have bomb.
I'm running.
He
I'm
just
gonna
TP'd
TP
across.
somewhere. Yeah, to the right maybe. I'm holding it right. Holding it right, Tiff.
Okay.
I got you flank. I got you flank.
I got it.
Bomb's down.
Okay, nice.
The one's up.
I'm
We
watching
still
I don't have
bomb.
any util. I don't have util.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
me neither. I have an
Wait,
OG.
hold on.
Walls up.
Nice wall.
There's a wall around the bomb.
I'm just holding the bomb with the Odin right now.
One
Got it.
enemy remaining.
She was close left to you.
Nice,
Nice.
Tiff. Good shot.
Nice.
And we're winning with an injury. Wait.
Real.
Ludwig, what is your favorite site to play?
Oh, is he?
The
is
one
he,
where he's not bleeding.
Is he still dying?
Alright.
Hello.
Hey.
Ludwig, can you go see, Lud?
Yeah.
I can go see, yeah.
You go see your
Just
brother,
know I'm
say
an
it.
injured veteran, and I
It's
deserve
okay.
the Purple Heart.
We appreciate your service.
How do harbors normally open on defense here?
Flashing B main for early info.
They usually like wall towards A.
Yep.
I think I'll be.
I can't shoot that.
TP
Good.
could have TP'd across rubble.
It's 3A.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Water rising.
Nice.
Do some weird
I'm
ass wall
not playing
there.
stairs. I'm playing site with y'all. I can flash into tree. Flashing.
We're holding it.
Holding
Nothing
mid.
in there.
Fate is 104.
Sage is there. I don't know what killed. Actually, Killjoy Mollied, I think.
One enemy
Both there.
remaining.
I think she's there too. I think she's A.
Yes.
Give me the Odin.
Nice.
You want this Odin?
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, sure, man.
Spotted A.
There you go.
Right?
Okay, can we switch Ludwig to A and then we're gonna play 3C.
Three
it's
I
C.
can
E Sky
gotcha.
and
Okay.
E Sky and Gecko.
Yeah,
And
you go.
cover,
You
like,
go.
around
I'll
D
go
square.
bid.
We're just gonna fight for C. If they go A, you can stall Scarra with your wall.
Yeah.
For Lud.
So what are we doing here? Are we full? Am I flashing or is?
I can go behind the mount and I'll call
Yeah.
a flash maybe,
Sure.
and you
Okay.
can peek.
I'm flashing close right then to here.
I can also flash
Yeah,
off
sure.
contact.
Flooding them.
One
Let's
here,
pursue.
so-
Let's flank. Let's pursue. You two can. roll.
There's one.
Yeah.
Two actually.
Here, I can do the.
3.
There's three there. I hit Fade for 80 and
Nice.
Fade and Sage are
Spike
there.
down. C.
Nice.
Nice.
Tenzin.
Last one there. 40 or no, sorry. Only
I
Sage
know
saw.
where Reyna is.
One enemy
Reyna might be
remaining.
lurking somewhere.
Unknown mid.
There's bomb.
Oh god, I missed all my shots.
You're fucking feeling it, baby.
Oh god, my shots.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Okay,
Oh, no.
we'll just have Lud on C and then we'll just do us three on A again.
Can I buy?
I can buy.
No.
Yeah,
Can I
buy.
buy? I'm in the cap.
Yes, of course you can buy me Scar.
Can you come towards A, Tenzin?
Of course.
Can you flash behind rubble and then Gecko flash high?
Yeah, I got you.
Then
I can
Scarra,
molly
can
after
you
too.
cascade the A door?
Do I flash behind
Yeah.
rubble like just here, like in this path, like straight
To
down?
the,
left?
you can do it to the left.
Oh, gotcha.
Wave crash.
It's kind of slow though. This cascade. Oh, there.
Oh, you're good.
I'm looking
I think we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
I see some stuff C, and it's scaring me. They're using an
Back
ult
up,
on
you
me.
You can
got
get off if you want.
I have
to,
ult.
But you are the goat.
You're the goat.
I got
I
off
have
because I was
dog.
scared.
You're chilling, chill.
It's okay. I'm coming with you.
Wait, pause. This is sus. Oh,
You're
no.
planning C.
Yeah.
Planning C.
I'm ulting. Let me ult here.
They saved both you guys, I
Spike
think.
planted.
Okay, I have ult too.
Can you
Wait,
break
hold
that,
on.
Scarra?
I'm gonna ult CT.
Oh, no, both sides. Bro.
Yo,
Night, my ult's
You
ready.
will not kill my allies. Enemy kill.
Gecko mauling. Ben.
Shot my wingman.
3. Blocking sight.
Sit down.
Last two were offsite.
So, yeah.
Fuck, can you just
One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah.
You got.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Wait.
This.
I don't know if we,
Oh.
we got it. I think we got it.
Oh, no! No shot, no shot.
Oh my god.
My God.
Race into the spike site.
I've never seen .02 in my life.
Same.
Okay, let's do Killjoy A. Let's do S3C again.
Help a girl
Bye.
out, would you? Cheers, mate.
That was my Oppenheimer.
Oh shit.
Same thing. I'm gonna go
Try
behind the
not to
mountain.
get
Okay.
shot.
If you're playing contact, I'm the old off the rip, or when you guys contact, okay?
Flooding them.
Yeah, Brina.
You just flash deep.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
If it hits nothing, just leave.
Got it.
Towards A, I think.
Smoking, eh?
Yeah, come in. You have hard roll for retake.
Yep.
Let me know when you're ripping it.
Wait,
I
they
think they're
haven't.
going A.
They haven't hit anything yet.
Oh yeah,
not
is
yet.
that your turret there?
Yeah.
Oh, one C.
Nice.
Nothing else C. Nothing else C. I have it.
Let's
With?
be. I have a.
I think they're going B. They're going B.
You can honestly pop this fast.
I'm dogging. I'm dogging.
Yikes.
I'm cross.
Oh, one close
Oh
up.
my
Upper.
God.
Upper pushing.
Okay.
Upper and lower on side.
Oh, she was so ready to pop my skull.
I think one C link, one upper, one A link.
Sure.
That's what I think.
Last player standing.
But upper and unknown.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's
nice
Iggy.
try.
Oh, yeah, I saw
Let's
it.
try.
Dude. Oh, if you guys haven't checked it out,
Man,
I-
I don't like Jody's ability to shoot heads. It's kind of stressing me out.
It's kind of weird that they're like shooting back.
Just gotta crouch.
I added closed captioning to my stream. At any point,
I can buy
you
one
guys
if
can
someone
just
wants to give me
press
a
it,
judge.
and it's
I
like
like the judge.
pretty good. It's based on
Like,
Google
all
Translate.
day.
You wanna? Okay, sure.
So,
Fine.
you know, I thought it was really
Uh,
nice.
okay.
Request,
Can someone buy
and I'll
me,
get
please?
Okay.
judge.
I think
Really?
if they're one off like two ults. You wanna like hide and then swing off the ult top.
So do you wanna like? Yeah.
Be just going there. Let's just peek B.
No,
Let's
no,
peek B.
there's a few here.
Oh, you're here? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure. I'll break this.
One's up.
Oh,
C
make a noise
mount.
run away.
One.
Enemy spotted B.
One, like, two more
Spike
there, two more
down
there.
B.
Face your fear!
You should run.
Wait, there's one on the right. Oh, we opened door.
Recalling
Yeah, it works on mobile, so you have to whatever.
I'm gonna go upper with you.
Spike planted.
I don't have a gun.
Oh.
They'll never expect two upper.
Sure.
Placing swarm grenade. Turret out.
I'm
Yeah,
flashing.
that's my speech. Yeah, I'm only gonna have it do my speech. But
One's,
doing
gonna
more than
be
that's
C.
weird.
Is it a save angle? Like 2v4?
Maybe.
Oh,
You
we're
can
walking.
save. You can save if you like.
Turret down.
Nah.
Get in there, Ludwig.
Oh,
Player standing.
one on the right still.
Okay, fuck that guy.
Can we maybe put all the Killjoy stuff on B?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, they've yet to come A, right?
Yeah.
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, sure, just finger.
Try again, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you
I
gonna
think we
op?
can play like, we'll see. I'm not sure if opping is the best for right now. I think let's just rotate to sound.
Okay.
Honestly,
Yep.
just stack whatever site they like make noise on.
Weird.
Placing swarm
Where's
grenade.
A?
Nothing outside C.
Yeah.
Can you wall for me, Scar?
Wave
Wait,
crash.
where?
They're pushing fast, pushing fast.
With you on site.
Door.
We have harbor ult too if we want to stop.
It's walled in a weird way.
Okay, that's fine.
Nice, Stiff.
Yo, I'm multi now, multi now.
Nice hold. I think there's a tree.
One more.
I can come heal.
Oh, open door. Oh, they're both back.
One
They're both back
enemy
left.
remaining.
Last guy's back, Robo.
Flashing rumble.
Oh, I hit E. Nice.
Nice.
Oh. Okay. Wait,
Yeah, I like the setup actually.
that ult
That's
was
a good call.
good. I hit 4?
Efficiency.
Just do the same thing. Killjoy and B, and then we'll just.
Laughing as you use
Wait, my util was
Is
actually
there a
crazy.
best practice for utility of Killjoy on B?
I
Turret?
think a turret here is okay.
Oh, can you guys buy
Maybe
me?
like Molly here and here. Yeah, I got you.
Shukriya. Thank you.
We're gonna stage out.
Alright, I'm just running into sites. Like I'm mid and just smoking left to right.
Alarm bot out.
They didn't take A. Watch your C.
I'm looking
Flash
C,
C?
I'm looking C.
Nothing
Rain of
towards
line
there.
C, fade IC.
Water rising.
This
Okay,
wall
that
was
harbor
so bad.
No, let it.
I'm
Let
pinging,
it.
I'm pinging the spam.
Here.
Are they committing?
Not sure.
Sitting outside the wall right now, I think.
Okay.
Wait, could they walk up with that wall? They could. Oh no, they
No, they couldn't. I think it goes to the back,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wave
I'm
crashing.
walling again. That's mid mid.
From B. Dead.
Nice, good pick. One towards?
It might re-clear you A.
Still 1C at least.
I can put a turret on. See?
Sure, yeah. I'll hold it for you.
Yeah. We'll just play
waiting for
3C and then Tiff can hide there on A. They have
Okay.
Omen ult.
Turrets destroyed.
They shot my turret.
Flooding
We
them.
walling C.
Blinding into C.
Reloading.
I'm dogging to get out. And bend. Flashing bend. There's 2 L.
Blinded.
Blind.
To right.
Oh my god.
One on site and one C.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Last guy's C, and he's
Spikes,
gonna be on
spikes.
site.
Spike down. C.
2v1.
Yeah, you guys can
I'm
group up here.
gonna low-key
30
grab
seconds
orb
left.
and just
Okay,
come.
okay.
Then I'm Loki. I'm
Yes,
backing
she's
off.
ready.
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
I
You
keep
can move it
backing
up.
off because I'm scared as hell.
He's gonna look for kills. Tips running to A.
Planning
He's
A
planning
now.
A on A on A.
I ult.
Spike
Got the
planted.
bomb down. It's planning for like backside heaven. TP'd heaven, I think.
Yeah, he TP'd heaven.
We're ulting.
Initiated.
He might.
He might wrap stairs. Watch out.
Oh no, he's not. He's at heaven. Heaven. Good. You guys can wait for the ult. He has everything. He gets a peek.
Vamos.
My buddy's defusing.
Is he gonna be heaven maybe?
Last player standing.
Oh!
Nice.
Let's go!
Fucking love you. Oxman.
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Zeusman 03 woke up for 3 months.
Match point.
Keep doing what we're doing, and we got it.
Oh.
Just keep doing the same thing.
But
It ain't broke.
can we actually do like Killjoy alarm bot B and then the turret for C? Cause
Yeah, that split I did was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Just cause if I get
Yep.
early info and they're playing slow, it's just I don't want to like physically have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Show
I'm
them
gonna
how
use
we
one
fight.
Molly then.
Bet. Flash and
You can leave if you want, Tiff. I can keep the line.
Got it. Oh,
Flooding them.
I'm really low. I'm gonna go towards C for a heal.
Yep. Actually,
I'll take over.
Yeah, they just got fatal. I think that was at B or C. Oh, probably C.
It was not B.
Face your fear.
Swarm grenade out.
I have dog and 1 flash.
Play in.
Yeah, they're on.
I'm gonna ping this if you want. Oh, actually, I might. I don't have updrops. I'm pinging the plant.
Coast is clear. They're like either off site or bend.
Spike planted.
Oh,
Reloading.
that's right.
Nice.
Nice.
Lud.
I have
I have
one.
flash.
What the hell? You hit me first before Lud?
Can we come out? I'm holding the right. Holding the right.
I'm gonna flash.
Oh, behind flank. Coming to waterfall late.
Nice one, Dizzy.
One enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
waterfall last.
Wingman's
Nice.
on defuse.
Good stuff.
Oh. FPS took away. Why is my FPS low?
Defenders win.
Jeez.
How do I tell if the
It was a
FPS
pleasure
in game is
serving
low?
with you all.
Love you.
Pleasure.
Peace.
Scarra, you are being requested for a winner's interview. Want to hear your thoughts on the match?
How do I get to the winner's interview?
I will send you a link in 2 seconds.
Oh, we got the interview? Yeah.
I sent you a friend request real quick. If you could accept that, I'll send you the link on Discord.
Yep.
Should be able to join that, see your webcam, make sure all that's working, and then when you connect, you'll hear the producer, and they'll just check your mic, make sure you're good, and then you'll go live in a couple minutes. And then the next round will be starting once the other matches finish up. Everything else is pretty much on match point, so shouldn't be too long of a break here, guys.
All right, so I actually can't do this. Hold on. Let me figure this out. It says just do this. Sure. Is my mic enabled? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, this would work. Chat, you're just gonna be with me on the interview, okay, guys? Act natural, okay? Act cool. No weird shit in chat, okay?
Scarra, can you hear me? Thumbs up if you hear me.
Nope. Well, I can.
Thumbs up? Okay, cool. I need more water. Guys, kills not matter as long as I win all my games, right? So I'm hoping to get like sub 5 kills every game, but win everything through sheer fucking willpower. Every time you want to win Jody, yeah, with a 50 armor and a gun diff, I just owned her. Love the Philippines. Thank you. I'm waiting for like, I can't hear them, so I am just waiting.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, we're gonna get going soon.
Okay.
Live.
Hello, Mr. Scarra.
Hello.
Congratulations on your first win.
Hello, Mr. Tusk. Can you hear me? Am I all clear?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, thank you.
So, most important question I had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
When you call yourself Her Harbor, who is her?
I'm still looking for that answer. You know? It's kind of like a journey. It's like life. You know, you don't find all the answers at the beginning. It's about the trip on the way there.
So you're the harbor and you're just finding the her to belong to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why harbor?
Why not, dude? The man is a Chad. Are you serious? If it's in the middle of the desert, he can make it wet. He can make you wet anywhere. He's a moist ass dude. Do you see that one round where they were pushing A and I said, I suggest you move. I hit my fucking wristwatch and all of a sudden it's fucking Niagara Falls. Yeah, that was me.
All right, let's talk about the game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What do you think made your team better than the other team on this day?
I really think it was just the better silver gold player, honestly. I just felt like I was just...
You had less kills than Lily, though.
There's not a stat for how moist you made their opponents, okay? Like, your impact is not through statistics. It's like a hard thing for a lot of analysts and people, like casters, to see. But like, when you've got eyes like me, it's just obvious.
Do you think the fact that Cryo Cells dropped 33 kills on your team had any effect on the outcome?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, he's a fucking beast. But I mean, you replace 100 Thieves Cryo with like, I don't know, Lily. She's probably dropping 30 on my team as well. I just give that kind of, I make them more relaxed. They perform at their peak. In fact, some of them hit new heights.
Well, congratulations again on the win, and thank you for all the harbor related conversation. Really
no problem.
that.
Thank you for the interview. You know, if you guys ever
need a great harbor player, you know where to look. I'm gonna be playing him every game, probably,
Yeah.
maybe.
And if there's any single women out there that
Yeah.
are looking for her harbor,
Scarra, your interview is
look
too funny.
no further. Because you
Not-
found him.
Not a single step further. Just me. Thanks for the
Wow.
interview.
You can go now.
Okay, goodbye.
Thank you.
All right, how'd you guys think I did? I nailed that interview, right? He didn't even know what to say. He was like, "Holy fuck, this interview is so good." Okay, wait, hold on. What team do I go to? I got his job. Yeah, let me go open up his stream. Hold on. I gotta know, what is his stream saying? Oh, what is the OTV stream saying? I can't believe my streamer can be so cringe. What do you mean? Oh wait, what team am I going to? Check. Okay, I'm going to Lobby 3, Team 5. Lobby 3, Team 5. Lobby 3, Team 5.
Let's play Cypher, it'll work out.
Scar, on the other hand, beat me, so...
Hey, yeah, you know how it is, you know. No hard feelings.
Obviously.
Yeah, because we're gonna be teammates for 2 times today, so like really, like just don't shoot me in the back, man. I you know, yeah, I need
Might
you.
have to. I'll play like Sova and shock dart you and Sova ult you.
Usually, like I can just be your Sova dart, you know. It's not a big deal. If I play Neon, that's my 3rd ability.
Nice.
I'm fresh off a dub.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, where are the names to add for the lobbies?
Okay, wait. It's in. Well, I'm in a pro channel that has a lobby 3, but I can just write it. I think in the general if you want.
Oh no, I see it.
Okay.
Okay, let me change all the Fugis, guys. Hold up.
I don't even want to pronounce this. Pima Kurobosis. There you go.
Okay, and then Nick.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey, it's Peter.
Hey, what's up, man? How's it feel to be a winner, bro? Does it feel good?
It's all right.
Oh, okay, for sure.
You know, when you hate like it's like drinking a cup of coffee.
I drank a cup of coffee, but then I didn't sleep well, so now I have like anxiety. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god! Wait, you were owning the first half. I was like, what the fuck?
I fell off, Scar. I fell off.
Don't worry, I didn't start.
God. Wait, but you won. You're killing it.
Yeah, you know, the backpack was air conditioned last round.
Oh, that's the problem. I think Peter's backpack was just like a normal backpack.
Oh,
your backpack was great.
Yeah. Wait. I mean, mine had AC. Like I brought the water. There's some chips in there, so it was straightforward. What is this? Hold on. Look at the Rashid's damage on counter hit. What is this, man?
これジャンプチューバーね。飛びが通ったらこうか。で画面をじったら。
Seems okay. Yeah, that's a lot of bars. Yeah, I'm excited to see Rashid in it, though. I think it'll be funny.
How do you enter a lobby code? Dumb question.
Can you?
I don't think there are lobby codes in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a username. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay.
I'm trying to figure. I'm like, damn, they added lobby codes. I haven't played in a while. Like,
I play this game every day, and I didn't know about these lobby codes. Wow.
Oh,
All right, I need to add this person. Okay.
Oh, wait, we're playing Lotus again.
Are we really?
No, never mind. That's the old lobby. All right.
Oh, so every lobby plays the same map. I see.
Oh, really? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
I see.
Yeah, that's what I was missing.
I see.
Okay, who do I join off of for? Oh, it's.
You can join me. You can join me.
Okay, good.
Is this the right?
Bro, you're on your account. I don't have. Oh wait, I got you. Wait, are we?
Wow.
Bro, we're against Tarek.
Yeah.
Dude, the funniest thing I saw was his chat blaming him for being the pro section.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my boy though.
I won't lie, he was on my team last game and he got 44 kills.
What?
Good lord.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it wasn't even overtime.
What? Huh? Damn, this. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna make fun of him, man. He's gonna fucking shit on me.
I mean, he bought a pretty long gun.
Oh.
Lie.
Oh.
Oh.
So like, asterisk 44.
Monka 44.
Do I have time to go in the range or am I chilling?
You're chilling, I think. They're still missing. Actually, who cares? You just leave it if you need to.
Roger.
Oh, are we attacking?
Their team's kind of stacked.
We just like literally Nordic Cryosoft. Yeah, operas are cringe. Actually, I'll be 100% honest. I'm okay to implement a no op rule in tournaments because I think it's hard for non-coordinated teams to play against great players with ops.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to play duelist this game and see how it goes, depending on the map. But
okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, I do Raze or Cypher usually, also depending on the map.
I appreciate that you chose non-duelist so you could give more kills to the rest of us,
Yeah,
It's
well,
really
maybe we
nice.
would have won. But Cryo said it didn't matter the agent. I still would have lost, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's kind of toxic.
That's kind of fucked up, man.
Damn, dude, you gotta play with this guy?
Yeah, he bullies me the entire time in practice and like outside of practice.
Damn, he just
We're a safe space for you, man. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Like if I miss one shot, he just flames me for days.
Oh.
Cause like he's so much better than me, so like I can't say anything back.
Oh god. Oh, Nick is on the wrong team. Oh.
Where am I? Who am I? What am I? Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good, and we just need. Melee?
Yeah, what's up?
Wait.
Have you joined the lobby yet?
No, I didn't get an invite to it.
I think you have to.
Here, let me add you.
Oh, I think it's Tinky Winky.
Tinky Winky.
That's I forgot to tell them that that's. Wait.
What's your tagline, or do you want to write it in?
0412. Tinky
Okay.
Winky 0412.
Nice.
You get that? Is it two
Korean
words?
moment?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, Tinky Winky is the same word.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh yeah, because last time I had to tell them like, oh, this is maybe not the random person.
Oh, there you are.
Ooh.
I guess we're CT. We're defenders.
Yeah, switch sides.
Did not know that.
Oh God, you're right. All right, get Mr. Coots out of here, man. All right, Nick, get over here.
I am over. Wait, am I not? Oh, whoops. I can't lose to Ludwig. I hope you guys understand.
Oh, we got you.
I already lost him, so I don't know if I got you on that end, but
get the vibes up, please.
Dude.
How many of you guys won your last game besides Scarra?
I won mine.
Nice.
Huh?
Second.
Yeah.
That was really. I almost dropped 50. Unfortunately.
Oh fuck! Your team really let you down, huh?
50.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's sad.
I'm gonna like not even have to move this game. You guys got me then.
Wait, their team is stacked. What the hell?
Yeah, the team's kind of good, but not as good as our team.
That's so true, actually.
I'm not last place in kills. Wait, who's last place? Wait. I'm really curious. Is it? Who is it? Like, there's no way. Someone has. I have 7 kills, I think.
Is everyone West Coast?
Sadly,
I
I'm trying to
think
get
most of
out.
us are. Yeah. You're trying to get out?
Yeah. I do not like LA.
That's fair.
That's the problem. You're in LA. You got to be like a little bit farther away.
Yeah. I'm from New York City, so that's like, yeah.
Wait, that's just tall LA.
Yeah. I don't know about that one.
If LA was more stacked with like shit that's walkable, then maybe. But like the fact that you have to drive everywhere really makes LA fucking ass.
And I don't know how to drive, so.
Oh, that's like.
There you go. There's a nail in the coffin for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been pro since I was 16, so I haven't had time to learn how to drive. I've got a permit, but hopefully. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say.
I was gonna say hopefully I learn in like 4 months, but
No,
alas.
dude, you're one
You can learn in
championship
4 months.
away from.
You can learn in 4 months.
Dude, you're one championship away from just hiring a driver.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I don't know.
don't
I
worry
don't think
about
esports has that much money. Maybe.
No.
Maybe a couple of streams.
Whoa. Ooh.
I might have to go to content.
Alright. Don't worry, your face is gonna be the thumbnail of the next Ludwig video, man.
Oh, that's big. I need that.
You already know
Actually,
when he killed you that round, he already told his editor, "That's it. That's the clip."
that's the one. I had to make. Did I have to make a shocked face?
Yeah.
Like 100 Thieves. Sometimes they're like, we need thumbnail photos.
Yeah.
So I have to do like shocked.
Yes. Micropatch planning, targeting marksman champions, and toning down healing.
Wait, what are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for?
We were waiting for you actually.
Oh.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, lock in. Lock your agent. What are you doing?
Wait, what?
You're locking your agent. We're in character select right now.
Yeah, I'm hovering
Oh, you're
raised.
kidding.
Yeah,
You're
I got
actually,
Harbor.
wait, you're kidding.
Wait, no, are
Wait,
you
you're
serious?
kidding.
Are you not in the
Wait,
lobby?
you're kidding.
What's going on?
Wait, you're
Who's in?
kidding. Wait, you're
Wait,
kidding.
wait,
You're
who's in this
kidding.
game?
There's 9
Who's in this
seconds.
game? Wait, who the fuck is in this game?
7, 6, 5, 4.
Oh shit, we're gonna get penalized. Oh god. You should have said you weren't ready, man.
Wait.
Oh god. Okay, it's fine.
I actually thought my game.
What's the penalty again? We lose 3 rounds? Something
Wait,
like that?
what? They said they were moving. They said they were moving you from the tournament. What?
Oh fuck! Not again. All right.
Take draft 43. That's crazy, man. This guy is op crutching. So it's time to play triple smokes this game.
What's the map?
Wait, how about 5 duelists?
Oh, maybe, but
like that.
I hear this Tarek guy likes to op.
Oh.
So
Opping in a 4-fun tournament, cringe.
yeah,
I said it.
Cryo definitely didn't do that.
Definitely not. That was just a vandal, a louder vandal.
Yeah, it's yeah. Is Toast changing or is Orc to D because he loves One Piece so much? No, because fucking... Dude, have you seen this? Look at this right here. Look at the thing in the top left. Do you see this? Elon turned Twitter into X. The X is what he's calling it. What the fuck is this? Unironically. It's X.
All right, Melee, are you actually ready this time, though?
No, I'm ready. 100%.
Can you lock in?
I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
No, like, lock in
Never-
your character.
What?
Lock
Wait.
in your fucking character. Dude, we can't... Okay. It's like, what,
Wait, why do we have to remake for the 3rd time?
Oh my god.
You didn't lock in 3 times.
It's fine. We'll just take the L.
Don't you love it? Oh, you already know. So how do you guys feel about Twitter changing to X?
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what the fuck is happening, man?
Did they explain why they're changing it, or is it just like, hey, we're changing it, peace?
Elon just... Yep.
This is a dumb question. Do jet knives wallbang?
Wait, did you guys watch the X video I sent you guys?
Oh.
Oh.
No, send it again.
Oh, okay. It was like on Twitter.
Pause. Nope. Oh, right. Did someone use pistol before?
That's probably how Tarek dropped 44.
Yeah, what a fucking cheater, man. Cringe. Good lord.
Guys, I need to go. Okay, I need to go pee and then get a drink of water. But like, I can't really go until, like, I just went to I just gotta get through the games, man. Up in the sky, champagne. Yo.
What's up?
What are we waiting for?
I think they're running ads on the main channel or something like that.
Are we? We're more that. Are we being streamed?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. There's only one team streamed. Are we streamed this round?
I have no fucking clue.
Bro.
You're telling me, bruv.
What do we do, guys? Okay, guys, I guess we'll just have to talk about some random stuff. How's the weather today? What do you guys think about Oppenheimer? Okay, has anyone done the Oppenheimer, the Barbieheimer experience? Because I think my house only wants to watch Barbie. And I'm just like, but damn, dude, we have to do fucking Oppenheimer, man. How am I? I'm chilling. I'm in the middle of a solo queue VALO tournament. What? But yeah. But the thing is, okay, you also have to kind of dress up, you know? Like, you can't go to Barbieheimer without dressing up. I'm thinking like pink suit. Oppenheimer's amazing, is it really? Because like Christopher Nolan's kind of, you know, been falling off a little, not hitting all his stuff since Inception. His greatest movie in 12 years, really. Frox and Lightning, welcome back for 2 months. Thanks for your subbing. It keeps your anxiety at the top, really. Greatest movie in 12 years. Will we the Kenheimer to my Dawn? Is it Interstellar? Was Interstellar after Inception? Really? I need to go see. What has Christopher Nolan done? I didn't. Christopher Nolan movies. Okay, he did Tenet, which I didn't watch, but everyone who did watch did not like. Dunkirk, which I didn't watch, but I don't even think I heard stuff about it. Dark Knight Rises was good. Inception, Interstellar. Okay. It's been like 9 years. Let me know release a good new video. Oh shit, okay. I heard Tenet was weird. Wait, I forgot. I forgot Christopher Nolan did Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises. Wow, this guy had such a good. Yeah, he did Memento. I love Memento. What a good fucking movie. Oh, he did the Prestige is my favorite movie of his, for sure. Amongst all of his fucking bangers, I think Prestige is my favorite movie, by far. Hot take me. Tom Hanks is greater than Christopher Nolan. Who the fuck is? Do you mean that like as a director? Tom Hanks movies. Well, he's done a lot of movies. What the heck? Wow. He's done a lot of movies. Wait, he was Cloud Atlas? He was Toy Story 3? Is that really him? That doesn't seem right. This seems a little off, man.
Oh, he's Buzz. Wait, what am I? Huh. Bro, can I like pee and go get water, or am I like locked to my table? Oh, okay. They say matches start in 2 minutes. I'll be back, guys.
Good luck.
2 minutes, shit.
I need pee. Be right back.
Oh no.
Do you want to just write R and hope that Scarra comes back? Oh.
Yeah, I'm down.
Just in case he like, I don't know, trips or something.
Okay, no, I'm here. Sorry, I had to get my PEDs.
Are you talking about Adderall?
No, I'm talking about Celsius, dude.
Celsius? Like the temperature?
No, it's an energy drink with like 200 milligrams of caffeine in it. It's insane.
Oh, I heard PEDs. Or
Only
something.
people in Hollywood drink it. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, dude. This is like the thing that they introduce you at the parties. They're like, yeah, we got free Celsius. Shit, this party's wild.
I'm more of a juvie kind of guy.
Oh.
Not a hashtag god. Obviously.
Yeah, it's actually I was.
Wait, please.
Wait, I actually like Juvies. They were second to the Ryan Higa thing, energy drink, but he discontinued them. I was so sad. But yeah, last round I almost lost to Jody with a fucking like pistol, with a full like loadout. So I need something. I need something to make my shots crispier.
All right, I'm bind. I like Raze, but I could also play Cypher.
Yeah. I could play Raze.
I can play Brim.
Raze, Euro, Reyna, whatever you want. I usually play Raze as well.
All right, you play Raze then, and I'll go Cypher.
Okay.
Wait, I can play anything.
All right, Jet.
What do you guys need me on? Jet? Me on Jet?
Oh shit!
Whatever you're comfy on, but if
wait,
you want Jet,
yeah, I've never played with you, but you're gonna drop a 40 bomb here. I'm down.
No, I literally did last game. I don't know. 10's gonna really keep
is
up,
anyone good
lie.
at flashes here?
Wait, actually, I can go Sky.
Okay, let's run it.
All right, what am I playing?
What are you playing?
I'm gonna hover something. You're gonna give me a yes or no, okay?
Got it. Dude, if
I heard a laugh. Who chuckled? Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that?
Yo, hey. So, good idea. We love it. We all love it.
We love it. What is your second pick?
Yeah,
just out of curiosity.
Just so we can see. Just
Okay,
out of curiosity.
But
I'm just,
I would feel
curious.
like this is kind of weird, right?
No, I think Harbor is great on Vine.
Yeah, Harbor's good on bot.
Okay,
But
okay.
if you want to play Neon, you can play Neon as well.
Just play Neon if you're
No.
feeling it.
No.
Fuck
You
it.
know what?
Fuck
You
it.
guys
Play your
deserve a
comfort pick.
win.
Play your
I got
comfort
you.
pick.
I got you.
Now we're gonna, if we lose, you're gonna be like, should have busted out my Neon.
Yeah, but we're not gonna lose. Dude, I'm halfway through my drink already, man. I'm feeling it.
You're definitely feeling something.
Look, I'm just saying, 7 kills last game. I'm gonna double it.
Yeah. We said Lily won the battle, but not the war.
Oh, Jody on breach. Oof. Okay.
Shit. Jammer 1, welcome back for 7 months.
If we go up defender side, this is a easy win.
I'm buying flash.
No, don't buy.
I mean,
don't buy.
that's what, no,
Don't buy
I
this
mean,
round. Don't buy this round.
Oh,
Refund.
this is knife round. Right.
Alright, I'm gonna... Everyone play one side, I'm gonna lurk the other, and then run behind someone and knife him.
Okay. Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh wait, we did a gladiator last time.
Yeah, we
didn't really discuss it this time, so.
You know what? Fuck it.
Oh, okay.
Flip Slaw, welcome back for 5 months.
I'll make sure not to throw my nade, but if it falls out of my hand, I mean, nothing. Not my fault.
Yeah.
Can you guys play loud?
Yeah.
Like the team? Wait,
like
what?
just run.
We're going for some stress. We're playing some stress here.
I was like, what the fuck does play loud mean? Like the team?
I heard play loud and I was like,
Brazilian team loud?
Yeah, I was like, I've watched them. Like, you want to pull off a
yeah, I mean, I've
game?
scrimmed them. Yeah,
Yeah, what did they do on Vine? Like, 4A?
This is our loud setup, yeah, guys.
Yeah.
One NRG next.
Yeah.
We're picking a new team for every single round.
Uh-huh. I'm not gonna lie, I really want to play Sova on this map. I think playing Sova without... Ooh. I don't know
Okay.
this guy. Okay.
Multiple enemies A.
All 5 here.
I'm flanking.
Roger. They might know you're missing, Care.
I'm walking up, intimidatingly.
Yep, walking up. Nice.
No!
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Spike down A.
Oh.
Wow, that was well fucking played.
Oh yeah, I was muted. Nice, good shit.
That was so well
I was like, we strike at dawn.
The knife round flank.
You know what? Forget it.
Yeah. Oh my god, the Vandal light. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm confident. My knife is glowing. I'm feeling it.
All right, call for smokes. I got short and hookah.
Oh, do we split smokers on sites or?
You know what? Yeah, we do that.
No, wait. We 3-stack A, right?
Yeah, let's just stack it.
Wait, can you flash long? Or
Oh yeah, I was gonna go long.
I'm walling short. I'm walling short.
Walking up
be
B.
long.
Launching smoke.
You run,
Here,
you
hookah.
run.
Oh yeah. We get anchor though. They might do some weird pistol plays.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm
Two shots.
1, 2. Oh.
One more.
2 more. 40 on Raze. So
Vandal to
you
your
can get my
left.
Vandal later.
I'm holding TP.
One enemy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Spike down B.
Wait,
One more.
okay,
Come
Scarra, your wall.
Wait, yeah, he's gonna TP, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait.
I'm sorry. I'm
Scarra.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bomb was down.
No, this is good. Nice, good round.
No TP there is crazy, right?
Yeah, dude. They knew you were on A. They didn't want to go.
Yo, excuse me, sir. I have your.
Right here.
Oh, thank you. Also, yeah, if you can flash down belong like most of the rounds, I think that's good.
Yeah, I got you.
Alright, thank you.
Should I buy for next?
Up to you.
I think you could buy it.
I think
Yeah.
I'd buy like something. Nothing too expensive.
Yeah, because if you want to hold, what's call it? You this round, I'll just give you walls and I'll lean B. I'm walling, I'll lean B.
Flash here.
Reach flash, long.
Yeah.
I'm
Walking up long.
I'm halfway.
Raise neon breach.
Smoking your hookah.
They smoked.
I'll smoke out long if they.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I'm
throw it,
walling long.
Nothing shower.
Wall's coming.
We have enough time for alert.
They might TP.
They're TP.
They're TPing. 2, 3.
I'm running.
3 TP. Oh, they're going back.
They're
right back.
One, oh, nice.
Nice shot.
One more could be long.
I'm walling both. I'm walling both.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Hey, they're running the
rolling.
God.
I killed the.
I'm fucking running back and forth the whole time.
I literally carried
Good trade.
2.
3v2.
Yeah.
One enemy.
Nice kill.
Good shit, Scarra.
Just hold you, Hall. You're good. I'm flanking. You can do whatever you want.
I'm just chilling.
I'm low.
Yeah.
You
should try to. Oh, close to you in this.
Got it.
Oh, I saw that
flick.
Okay.
Oh, that's my guy. That's my god.
I don't want
this. I don't want this.
I want my rocket launcher. My ult's ready. Showstopper, baby.
Oh shit, you already have
good
it?
shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yo, good trade on me. Good trade on me.
Yeah, good shit. You held it down.
Yeah. I like.
That's a good camera, by the way. That got us the info.
Yeah. Good job, Nick. You the best.
It's a team
Nick, you're popping off. You're popping off.
Dude,
I'm here. I'm online.
He's on the fuck line
if you
now.
watch me on the map, I'm here to here to here. That's the whole.
Do you want me to
round.
smoke your shower so you can grab orb?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm opening wall again. A here.
Wait, can you dodge through the TP? Through the shower TP? Yeah, you can pause it.
My bad. I was
Wait, can you
not
dodge through
paying
the TP?
attention.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I'm watching wall.
Broke our trip short.
Can you pop the cam?
Yeah, nothing there.
Nothing.
Nice.
They don't have smokes.
Could be short.
Yeah, they could also be in hookah. Be careful. I'm gonna try to get over to B as soon as possible.
I'm holding you.
I hear them hookah.
Yeah, they're running B because they know I'm at it.
I'm walling.
Smoking. Oh fuck.
Oh shit, we both can do that.
Yeah, it's B, by the way.
We're running.
Spike planted.
Satchel out.
60 on raise.
I'm the wall. Is in here.
40 on breach long.
One enemy remaining.
Left side long.
Line is fuck.
Left side long.
Has one more blind, I think.
I hit him 40.
Hit 40 as well.
Molly.
Oh.
Good shit.
Yeah, I shouldn't have mollied there, but you know what? Good shit, guys. Good job.
What's up?
Look, you got one kill, but it's impact.
Yeah,
Yeah,
impact kills. Yeah, impact
Well,
kills.
that one kill won us the round.
Sorry. You're still ringing.
I could buy one.
I'm gonna try to punish
Rich.
Ludwig's lurk. I played against him last game, and he just had a tendency to like
It's a lurk fiend, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they have the breach brim combo, so be careful.
Wait, what kind of combo is that? I'm
Wombo
scared
combo,
now.
You know, brimming on the breach. You don't know it? Do they not do it in the?
They don't teach that. They don't teach that in 100 Thieves. I'll say that. Wonder we lost.
Alright, fair.
A-trip is passive. A-trip is passive. They can go passive.
Walling. I'm running straight B.
Oh,
One.
Nice, good kill.
I got him.
Oh, I'm running A then.
Fire in the hole!
Oh. They're going out A.
Oh,
Nice, good
you know
kill.
what? I got him. Fuck.
4v3.
They good TP? Could they?
Yeah, they could, but I doubt it. Can you cypher out that body backside after?
Breach.
Oh, wait.
Short.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm thinking.
They might fall back. They might go back to you, Sky.
Might be U-Haul as well. Nope, too short
No,
still.
there. They flashed. Up.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Last guy
I think
was
shower.
A lobby. Yeah, shower side. Nice
Nice
shot,
shot.
Tinky Winky.
Oh my
Winky.
god. Kinky winky, let's
Take them
go.
out before they even pull the trigger.
Alright.
Oh, this whole time I thought Ludwig was raised. I'm like, he got satchels like that? What?
Hell no.
Good shit, guys. Good shit. Keep it up.
They respect this shower cam way too much.
They really do. You want it good?
MP's loud? Okay.
I feel like they try to spam here because they know I smoked this.
I'm running.
Killjoy turret. Oh, Killjoy turret. Ludwig might be lurking hookah. Oh.
One long.
Oh!
Nice kill.
Wow, that's kill. That's kill.
I don't know
Careful
where
your
that...
hookah.
Can you smoke hookah for him?
Yeah, smoking.
Oh.
Yeah, one long, two hookah. Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm gonna rotate over.
He saw me cross.
I'm anchoring.
Yeah, they're majority A.
Oh, majority A? Okay.
Yeah. This guy left it. Yeah, going B to A. Or going A. Yeah, Neon's running to A. Sake. They're all A.
I'm smoking A right now.
Flooding them. Molly. Walls up. Multiple M.
Oh, fuck. Nice. Good kill. That's from U-Haul.
Prepare for hellfire.
One more towards short.
Yeah, one more towards short and then one planting.
One enemy.
Nice, let's go short.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Whew.
Good round, guys.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are owning.
Need equipment.
Oh, I can buy.
Thanks.
Dude, my fucking screen is just running. Wall here.
Yo, Melee, great kill last round. Good shot.
Thank you. You got dips, Loki.
Can you say it more excitedly, though?
Say what more excitedly?
Say thank you. More like, you know.
Thank
more,
you! Thank
there
you
we go.
so much!
That's
Thank
my
you!
fucking streamer.
Oh my fucking god.
Flooding them.
I'm down to hookah, and I don't see anything. I'm gonna chill right here until they go A.
There's a slight gap in your smoke. One short.
Oh. It looks like they're in.
They're on A.
Yeah, they're going A.
I'm ready to peek with you. Let me know.
Rotating.
I'm flanking.
Good kills.
One U-Haul.
One shower, two on site.
Spike planted.
One U-Haul still.
Wall.
Last player standing.
Oh, backside.
Nice.
I think you heard
Backside, and showers.
Has Molly's on, I think.
I think they're both in front of you. Oh wait, I lied.
My god.
I think you. Okay, my bad with that call.
No,
Feel much from showers and left.
It's fine. I won't hold that against you the whole game.
Alright, they do have
Bro,
ult, but I have ult for that as well, so.
Okay. I think if they're gonna play so passively shower, we should just like double push it or something.
I'm down.
Yeah, if there's showers, we can get a skydog through the TP and I peek with it. It'll be good.
We can do that. Yeah.
If I do that though, be ready to rotate to B.
I'm covering B. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm late. My bad.
No, you're good.
No, don't worry
you're
about
good.
it. Yeah, chill.
I'm not gonna smoke this time.
Oh, shower.
Yeah, can you dog?
Put that angle. I'm gonna peek.
Yeah.
Oh. Like B probably.
Oh fuck.
Wait, I have a heal for you.
Oh wait, one's stuck in this cubby. Ulting it.
Wait, I don't think you hit the cubby. Still there, I believe.
I didn't. You're right.
Oh, not the cubby.
80.
He's out.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
last one there.
Is it
You
40?
guys can just hold. You guys are good.
Nice.
Good fucking round.
Who fucking brim ulted there? Cringe. Wow, so bad.
Good dog, by the way. You bit Ludwig and we bit him.
Dude, I'm literally a fucking gopher, guys. Yeah, I'm a spawn rotator. Honestly,
I'm gonna put tripwire for plant.
you know, not every job is so glorious, okay? I'm holding it down.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I wish I could have that much energy. Let me dial in.
Flooding them.
Oh.
Two. I'm getting out of here. There's a lot there. Oh my, that scared me. He's in the TP.
Spike down B.
Oh, he's in the TP?
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking suck.
One short.
Spike planted.
Is there one
Should be rotating through market, care. I'm gonna go through TP, okay?
Yeah, one market. One to your left right here.
Wow.
Nice shot. Eyes.
I'm smoking off B long.
Down. Stim beacon down.
I'm reloading really quick.
Okay.
Last player.
Oh,
nice try.
had my UI out. My bad.
All good, all good.
Oh shit! They did the strategy of
Water,
3
reload your
long.
mags and let's get back out.
I can drop one here. Wait, I can light armor and drop 2 actually. Here you go. All right. Oh, wait, never mind. I miscalculated my
Yeah,
funds.
Just buy it for yourself. I'm gonna go Marshall this round.
Oh, okay.
I can just buy a Spectre, man.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Watch out for if you're U-Haul. Watch out for Bremo U-Haul.
I'll take Spectre. I'll take Spectre.
Okay, yep. I was gonna say like I got you, man. Yeah, you hold close though.
Okay.
I can ult retake on A, so don't worry about it. Just let it go.
A couple B long. I'm playing back here.
Can you walk the smoke hookah?
Are they stunned though?
Yeah, they're stunned.
Team dog.
I'm walling long.
A bunch. At least 3 long.
Reloading.
Yeah, at least 2.
I'm gonna I can't rewalk it.
You should run.
Oh.
I'm ulti.
Oh, I'm rotating.
TP.
One TP.
I have bomb.
Spike down B.
TP, both. No, they're going A. They all TP'd.
I'm gonna grab a gun.
Yeah.
Wait, we don't have bomb? I thought we had bomb.
No, they grabbed it. I think Brim took 55 damage to grab it though.
I have one smoke. Give me a sec.
Stim beacon here.
Yeah, I still feel pretty good about the ult.
You guys know what it's planned for? Brim has ult.
It's planted triple. Oh no.
Totally, that was smart.
Waiting for the smoke to fit, and I'm gonna
I'm gonna swing off you guys.
I'm gonna Molly shower, okay? Molly.
Okay.
Satchel out.
Plan for.
Oh my, 129. There's mollies on the bomb.
Box.
Oh,
they try. Wow, I had the biggest jump scare.
I can't believe she was playing that.
I went to go break the mollies out of brimstones there.
Can someone hold my A short?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to sneak into the cubby.
I'm not gonna wall A short anymore.
I will bait for you with a Marshall.
Wait. I'm gonna light here.
They won't suspect.
I'll be able to buy next turn.
Oh, I don't think it's on me.
Off your feet!
Nice shot. Last name belong.
All 3.
I'm coming for a gun.
Spike down B. Reloading.
Let's go!
Wow.
Last round before the
freaks.
switch.
So no, treat yourself to something nice while you still can.
I was fully stunned, but I was just shooting individual shotgun shots behind her.
What's it called? That war cry really made me lock in. It really told me 3 there.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was like, oh fuck.
Damn.
No, that was terrifying.
Yeah, for them. Oh shit.
Oh, firing squad. Can I get a heal? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm walling.
I kind of gave up your short.
I'm through shower, nothing here.
Yeah, I'm going short.
Probably B.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I just noticed your spot. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's a B as well.
Oh, 1 mid, 1 short.
Oh, yeah, Brimble.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh, bomb down. Nice.
Spike down A.
Nice. Good ult. I'm gonna go heaven. You can also sky ult last round.
I'm getting bomb up. I'm giving up bomb.
Nice shot.
Shield going up.
Neon is somewhere on site. Care.
Yeah.
Oh wait, through U-Haul.
U-Haul. Oh, I got stunned.
Oh, 120.
1 enemy remaining.
Dead.
Oh,
Alright.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Okay, nice satchel kill.
Yeah, of course. You said 120. Oh, I'm blind.
Switching sides.
Oh, nice.
21 kills first half. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going crazy.
Sniper. I was like, wait, where's my money? I didn't even buy anything. Already broke.
All right, but did everyone buy the new fan? I mean, that's
New
not
fan?
the new fan.
I'm your biggest fan.
Oh, I mean, come on. I mean, I know that, but like, what about the,
Lol,
what about the purple? You know, what about the purple?
Yeah, I did.
How come the enemy team still has? Oh wait, never mind. I'm lying. I lied.
It's planting allowed.
Dude, I honestly like you.
Yeah. Alright, the Peter Square duo can't lose twice in a row, even though it's a 9-3 curse. 9-3 curse though, and I just jinxed us.
That's not a real curse, man.
It's okay if you address that there's a jinx, it anti-jinxes, you know? That's everyone knows that.
If I have to watch this, I'm gonna throw the bomb at them.
Okay. They're not here, huh?
Okay.
Is it because they're hiding?
Wait,
Wait,
maybe they're
if
all
they-
flanking us?
Yeah, they're doing some knife strats here.
Wait, if they just run around and we don't kill them, how do we win?
I don't know.
We
I think
lose.
But we lose.
Wait, can't they pause? Wait, if they just run from us, we lose. So.
If there's 4 seconds, we plant.
I see one. Killjoy's here.
I'm TPing. Fuck it.
I'm going.
They're just playing out. They're just playing out time.
They're going showers. Yeah, they're doing. Wow, we are playing. Wait, they're all in the TP.
Wait, what if we wait outside the TP?
Well, yeah, but how do we open it?
Oh wait,
We have to all TP and we'll die.
Can you shoot a molly through or something? Oh,
No, we can't use abilities. Well, I'm gonna grab ult orbs because I did not hear. Nah, I won't.
Fuck.
Wait, so we can't plant, but they can do this? What is this?
I'm about to nade it.
Wait.
I'm about to nade.
Wait.
Just go in and swing. Just go in.
Okay, wait. Well, no, we need everyone. We need.
Wait, we're just at a disadvantage, right? We have 30 seconds, so.
Okay.
Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Okay.
When you,
30 seconds
I
left.
can't open the.
like you run through.
Run through.
Wait, this is.
Last player standing.
I'm starting to think.
Wow.
it's pretty CT sided.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that. You know what? They needed it.
Yeah, they did need it. I'm gonna go showers and try to get my orb.
Okay, how do you want to do guns here? Just. Oh.
I'm gonna play. Can we play aggressive with that shower? Like play hard, and I'm gonna try to get a lord kill.
Sounds good.
Do I play? I'll play with you, shower here.
Well, I kind of want to buy.
Okay.
I mean,
No.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
so
buying.
much
I'm
confidence.
Reloading.
They brought molly.
Buying. Yeah.
Top truck.
Reloading.
From here.
He's like, oh,
Killjoy here. Killjoy Brim here. I'm just gonna wait for the smoke and then.
Same.
Roger.
Breach saw me on site. On MB.
Watching right. Watching left. This guy. I'm sheriff.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna grab this orb. Oh.
Oh, they're pushing with it.
Reloading.
It's fine. Nick's gotta play.
Close left.
Yeah, I'm gonna run away, so maybe they.
Yeah. I think Nick has an angle. Oh. Okay, never mind.
Guardian.
This guy got Guardian.
Last player standing.
100 on raise.
Oh.
Oh, it's fine.
No way.
As long as you didn't die to the turret, I think we were happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, Celine fucking did
I think B might be our site.
Yeah.
Breach is playing backside. I think we just like take the hookah space, nade it out, and then just like wait for her swing.
I know I didn't grab the spike, but none of you did either.
Oh, I'm spiked.
I got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
Can we play quiet up B and then nade backside?
Yeah. But I'll go with long. Who's really short here?
I'll go short.
Oh, yeah, I'll go long.
Let me dog hookah.
Whoa, the stun. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nice
Do
shot.
you have heal? Oh,
Yeah, Sky,
but they're
go
getting
for
TP.
KJ
we need-
stuff in here.
All three of us need heals.
I'm running over. Oh.
Turret here.
Thank you.
Turn to Molly and Hookah.
Okay, I think we go B. No B.
Okay, I have smokes ready.
Yeah, you can throw smokes.
Throwing smokes now.
Wait, I don't know where that's. I'm so sorry.
There you good. I'm gonna go out.
We're on. Out.
You planning? You're planning. So you're,
One TP. TP and Swan.
Oh,
Let's get
I'm
Swan.
sorry. I bomb. Oh my god, I'm throwing.
Could be elbow.
Watching elbow.
Very good. Close. I'm one bullet. Oh. 4v1. Don't get 1v5 by him. Oh my.
Nice. Teabag him collectively.
Wait, everyone type Rosa. Everyone type Rosa. Please. Everyone type Rosa.
Good.
Wait, my caps lock is on.
No, not enough Rosas, guys. Where's the team synergy?
Dude, we lost, man.
I put -8. It was like a variation of Rosa.
We fucking
-8?
lost.
Okay.
Dude, my caps lock was on. So it's undercase Rosa.
We can Can we go showers? Take showers, and then I'm gonna grab my ult, and then I can rock it out with dog. Try not to use dog in showers, but if you do have to use it, I'll tell you. Okay.
Roger.
Like an A split-ish round. Oh, one here. Actually, after this Molly, you might have to dog.
Brim might be close.
Yeah, Brim is showers. Alright, King dog.
Close.
Oh, I got deleted. There's two there. Aw, man. 94 on Brim.
I'm making noise leaving. Oh.
Wait, I'm going to kill both of them. Watch.
Oh, I like that confidence.
I'm taking B space.
Oh!
Can we rotate?
Kara, Tarek here.
Oh.
Oh, go
KJ
B.
stinks.
Wait, one long, go be long.
Oh, so dumb. Oh.
Last player standing.
He's short.
He's satcheled, I think, behind you to cave.
109 on KJ.
94 on Brim. They're like, some of them are low.
Dude, Tarek just one-tapped me here. Fuck.
Oh god.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Uh-oh.
Dude.
Oh, no try.
Try.
I think we should walk long.
Yeah.
He's playing Neon there.
Yeah, I have rocket launcher. Don't worry.
I'm done.
I'm never Rosa'd.
Not once in your life.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I completely whiffed on him.
I can go hookah or long with my rocket. Is there anyone which one you prefer, or do you want to all go long?
I think you go hookah when we go long,
hookah.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
Because long is just Broden with Neon, so we can just double or triple up.
Yeah, no way we all die to him, right?
They rotate on noise.
I'll take first contact right here.
Can you dog hookah?
Oh, I might have not.
No, you're good. Yeah, just flash it. Yeah, just flash.
I'm pushing up.
Oh.
Oh, on top trap.
Close right, I think. Never mind.
103 on Neon. Close up, 103.
Can we go out? Go out? Peter.
TV?
Yeah, TV.
Launching smoke. Wave crashing. Smoke's down. Water rising.
Cutting left half.
Oh, one flank.
One heaven.
Yeah, one heaven, one flank. Oh, you got him good with this.
Smoke.
Nice, that was a flank. 103 on Neon, aim for the body. In U-Haul.
One enemy
Nice,
remaining.
103, in U-Haul. Went through the cage. Out. Nice, guys. Good round. Nice harbor wall and nice short ankle.
Wait, why they do that? Wait, I need that for next round. -3.
Wait, can I get a drop?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah, I like our B takes. We're looking good on the B bomb site.
I don't have dog again.
That's fine. Don't
I
worry
have
about
flashes. I have flashes. Don't worry.
Here, I can drop you.
You say we're looking good. I remember last time Tiki got fucking headshot off the rip. I was like, oh.
I have dog now.
They breach flash long after we make contact. So just someone play
Okay,
NT.
I'm gonna go long this time because I don't have rocket.
He plays really tight to the wall here.
Yeah, Marshall. Careful, flash.
Beacon down.
Playing anti.
Satchel up.
3 here. 3B. 3B. I'm blind.
Same.
Nice.
Clear.
I'm blind again.
Full
Fuck
blind.
me.
Should we leave?
I'm taking A space. I'm taking A space.
Yeah, let's go away. Go away. Go away.
Oh, he's playing shotgun. Oh, I didn't clear
Oh.
Oh wow.
He's still shower. He has a vandal.
Yeah, I'm gonna go TP. Nice. That was a kill we needed.
Smoking heaven.
Launching smoke.
Oh wait.
Wow,
Did
what a
that.
shot.
Smoke's down.
1 TP.
Last player
120 on Raze.
Spike
One
down
U-Haul,
A.
one backside, and one the TP guy here.
No,
Nice try.
Fuck.
I can't believe he sat there the whole time. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty
Who are
patient.
you talking about? Lud?
Ludwig sat.
Dude,
he
Mr.
sat
Coots?
in. Yeah.
You
shower.
already know this guy's playing a corner. He's making he's telling you a 10 in there, man.
We showed like 4 on B.
I think playing C long now is crazy. They're double. Dude, Critchy's fucking 4 utils there.
I'm broke as shit.
Yeah.
I could buy you. I could buy you like a Marshall or something.
Let's find me this. Thank you.
We
Yeah,
have,
get this,
ults.
neon
Do we want to
kill.
use ults this round or next round?
We'll just
Does that
see.
sense?
Like,
Yeah, if it's winnable, you use them, but if not, yeah, don't try to use them.
I'm gonna dog short.
Okay. I mean, I can nade the left. Oh,
What the fuck? What?
Wow.
I'm running.
Shot 2 bullets.
I'm running to you. Hello, please. I need a heal.
Oh, I missed that.
Hello, Sky. Miss Sky, I need a heal.
Still guarding.
Guardian on my body.
Here you go.
Thank you. Dude.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm walking. I'm going beyond. Oh.
Oh, I thought I had her.
Cut noise.
They think I'm only lurking. You guys could probably take more space on B.
Oh, he fucking sees that, huh?
Backside.
Wait, I'm wrapping.
Oh, they TP'd.
Under window.
Ultimate ready.
Oh, nice
A
kill.
nice kill. These are
I'm
low.
coming to heal. I'm coming to heal. Hold on. Do not die. Someone take this gun.
Heal up, squad.
Nice.
Okay,
Oh my
you
God.
heal again.
Reloading.
They're gonna ult your default plant. Careful.
I want to ult right now on
30
site.
seconds left.
I'm the ult.
One's on site. Backside. Backside.
80.
Wait, I'm wrapping.
Nice. They're gonna ult default.
Careful.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh, we have a great angle.
Last player standing.
Oh my God! No way.
Unlucky.
Damn.
Wait, did I just timing it wrong?
No. You were.
No, one just came behind you from. They weren't through the smoke yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I timed them both. I thought they were both out.
Yeah. Pretty
Damn.
unfortunate.
Sucks to use my ulti there, but it's alright.
Yeah.
My bad.
It's all good. You're chilling.
Dude, this guy just randomly double hit me on in the shower smoke. Come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to work B long, see what happens.
Okay.
Or see what.
My guess is like 3B, Neon, and Breach, and Killjoy again.
Yeah, I think if we're just long here.
Just be careful for the.
Oh, this guy's.
This guy's opping. Wait.
I got the ultras in.
Yeah, I'm forward, bro.
No way.
74 on Raze.
Oh, you got him.
Nice. They have breach ult.
I'm ulting.
Oh, one is Cubby. My bad. The 100 on Breach. Alright, Neon.
Other Seekers glitched out. Oh, never mind, they're going now.
There's another.
All 3 there.
Sorry, the ADS makes you peek slower.
I think you just plant and push.
It's okay.
You think so?
Yeah. Kind of hard, impossible to win the 1v3 with their ult.
The neon is lit as fuck.
Monka W.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Sleep tight. Hawk out.
Oh.
That's right. Just see the full running headshot. I love that.
They're grabbing
Yeah, I didn't think you would have an op.
Yeah, I'm not playing long without a. I mean, I can cascade you up long if you want.
Maybe we just like 5 push something.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, you're not telling me wall then, because I think if we're gonna 5 push, it's probably A, right? A short.
So what do you want me to do? Sorry.
The problem is this guy.
Are we buying this round?
No. Let's save it to win out.
Okay.
You can put
He usually moves the op around. We should probably just go long again.
Oh.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I was thinking. I think he's gonna go A.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to hit.
Yeah. Can we just dog up? Oh wait, can you come with us?
Watch and learn.
Come. Wait. Can you come be long?
Lily, get over here.
Oh, sorry. I am so zoned out right now.
No,
I
no.
can't.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'll boom by those.
Go get him.
What neon here? I don't think the opera's here. I got stunned.
Enemy spotted B.
So sorry, team.
Wow.
Reloading.
Spike down
Oh.
B.
I'm dogging. Hold on.
Time to hunt.
I don't have tripwires this round. We're a little fucked from behind.
They're concussed.
Off your feet!
Oh
Nice.
my.
Got one.
Got the breach ult.
I think the ops
Wait, you guys can rotate the ops here.
He's
We're done.
Grenade.
I did not mean to do that.
I'm coming.
That's right.
That is so hard. Oh, you had cages. My bad.
Have we seen Killjoy?
No.
He's probably somewhere. Oh, he is.
Heal up.
Oh, that's not what I want.
One might be heaven. Care.
Oh, are you there?
Nice shot.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
2v2.
Out of heal. I'm out of stuff.
That's all I have.
One might be going U-Haul. Care.
Oh.
I have camera. I have camera on bomb.
Yeah, you can just start throwing them.
Careful now.
Hawk out. Blinded.
He's
Popping.
so long.
Last player standing.
No,
Oh, nice try.
It's alright. I'll save. They used every ulti, pretty much there, so we're good. You want to go A?
Yeah, he went A last time.
Yeah, I don't know how to wall this correctly. I think I just wall.
You're good. You can just throw a random wall right here, and you'll be fine.
Maybe someone
like
can
a harbor
come up with
cascade.
Contest shower. Or should we just go all 5 man?
Up to you.
I'm gonna
Okay,
camp.
Okay, I'll stay with you guys short then. They smoked it.
Hawk out.
Can you dog?
Yeah.
Time to hunt.
Hey, I'm gonna cascade right in front, okay? And the wall to your right.
I'm not sure where I saw them.
One backside showers is clear though. Oh wait. Flanking me.
Flooding them.
One's here.
I think you're good to. Oh wait, never mind.
Is there a body?
No, it's in showers. Good wall. There's 2 like here. Nice.
Oh wait.
One triple and then 1 shower CP neon.
You have bomb, Rim, you have bomb.
Yeah, you're good. This is good. Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remains.
Nice. Last guy, heaven.
Heal up, squad.
I heard satchel heaven. Yeah, you needed.
Spike planted.
You're good. We got bomb down.
I'm smoking.
Smoke him off, please. Thank you.
Reloading.
Wait, if I push them, will you guys be mad?
No, I won't. Let's go. Love that from you, Peter.
You guys want the op?
Big round.
No.
Now pass that shit out.
That was big. That was clutch out of you. The clutch gene. When we needed you most. Can I get a drop?
Do you want me to have
I got you,
Spike, Peter, or are you?
I don't. You can have it.
Yeah.
Okay, assuming Lud buys Jade, he's probably shotgun in like shower.
Yep.
I like that. I mean, that worked.
Do you want me to stop the wall in the same spot?
Yeah, that wall was good. Yeah, that
Okay.
wall was good.
I'll
Just
stop-
let's
I'll
stop
for
it
you,
somewhere
Hans.
on here.
I'm gonna wall out again.
Wait, I'm gonna clear U-Haul with my dog.
Yep.
Okay. Brimall if she hits someone,
Whoa,
you
whoa,
haul.
whoa. Brim blinded here. Brim flash, right? They're out. They're out.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I'm a TP.
They push you, guys. Push you.
All right.
I lost the fight. I'm sorry.
All good. All good.
I'm the orb in. I'm the orb in. You can go in.
He's probably shower. He's
Close,
probably
close,
shower.
close, close. U-Haul. Wait, no. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh, you weren't out. Fuck my bad.
One shower.
One shower.
Oh,
Nice. Good kill. You have ult.
Healing over here.
Walls up.
Yeah, you can sky ult here.
Seek them out.
One flank.
Spike planted.
You guys should fight the flank guy together.
Hawk out. Blind.
Blind on the right.
Right.
You have another flash. Oh, the guy's heaven.
I can't see. I'm blind. Hold on. I'm gonna wall this real quick.
Wave crashing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's behind.
Oh my.
Last player standing.
Nice.
One
Oh,
enemy
nice try.
Try.
Wow.
Damn,
This is an intense game.
I shouldn't have walled this. I should have walked behind. It's alright.
Jody just put me down. Oh, no.
Yeah, when you went through, I was like, shit, he's got, and then boom.
Yeah. I like I'll be honest, I got like scared to peek her. And then I like hesitated.
No, it's okay. It's good.
Can I get this?
I can half and buy you that.
Thanks.
I think it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Okay.
Wait, I have ulti. If you want to do some crazy stuff, B.
They played really aggressive B last round.
Well, I'm down to just ulti this off the rip if you want. Or no,
just wait a couple seconds and then we can. One. Oh man, I'm scared of an op.
Yeah, same.
Are you being
Can you
quiet?
dog dog hookah and then try to go long with the dog?
Top box.
I can just ulti it.
Raise. Let's go away. Just because it's a.
I think Breach is in our spawn.
Wow, that would be wild, but yeah, could be. You should clear it. You can ult A side now.
I'm ulti now. One U-Haul.
Careful, Brim has ult. Care.
Prepare for hellfire.
Am I crazy?
Nice.
One spawn. Oh no, dropped it. Oh, he dropped right there.
Chill.
Triple peeking right here. On the right.
Done.
He's bench. You guys can wait.
Chill. Don't peek.
Waiting.
Oh, we got him. Nice. Cypher ult's good. Heaven out in the open.
Smoking heaven. Give me a sec. Oh wait, U-Haul push.
I ult.
He TP'd.
I TP'd.
Last player standing.
123 on Neon. They're gonna ult on you. Sorry, TP.
Spike planted. Flooding them.
Watch this.
Walls up.
Whoa. They're on.
On site.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
1v1.
Not holding.
Play time.
6 bullets.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Yeah!
Oh,
it's so fucking sick.
Oh my god, you were the fucking
Wow,
god.
I did watch that, by the way. I was taking notes. Holy.
Nice,
Get me on the edge of my seat.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh. You got double-digit kills, baby!
Wait, that energy drink really kicked in at the end.
That's what I'm saying. I should drop 2 more. If that's what 200 milligrams does to me, what could 600 do?
A heart attack?
Oh, God. The lightheaded, my heart's pumping.
We needed that.
Rhea.
Oh, yeah.
I got a Rhea.
Oh.
Yeah, that was sick.
Dude,
everyone had their clutch moment.
Yeah.
GG. That was so...
GG. Oh, God.
Yo, raise a hands. Who's undefeated?
Yo, yo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some
Yo.
water.
Wait, even the game that's being cast is down to the wire. I thought we were the latest one. They're at 11-12.
I'm gonna tune in. I'm sweating.
Hold on. I'm gonna pull over, guys, so you guys can see.
About to go head-to-head against Sim. Oh, caught with utility in his hands. Sim gets the trip into the round. Putting now.
Oh, they went OT.
Oh shit.
Impossible.
Dude, what the fuck?
We're going into overtime.
That's a clutch. Ah, yeah.
Guys, good job, everyone. We did it. Nice chat, everyone in chat.
Who is Symphony a pro? He is a pro, right? He's fucking cracked, right? Oh, who is?
Oh, there's so much at stake here. It's Slime versus Aiden.
Oh shit.
Cookie Clicker is Slime.
Oh yo, Sims Moist. He's fucking good, right?
Oh, he'd be so mad if he loses.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
They're surely gonna break it now.
Yeah, he's nuts. Yeah.
We actually get more focus on the A side of the map here coming through.
That's it. Sorry, I say it's Symphony because it's always the pronounced, like the extended name. I've never seen it just Symph, but I know it's not Symphony. That guy plays a different game.
Control if they wanted to, but instead wanted to move up for clear a deeper space with a Trailblazer. There's 3 players set up though towards the back of the site. For Team A, a flank also coming in.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so scared of Danny. When he's on, Danny is so fucking scary.
Oh, he has no cross.
Oh, oh no.
Oh, he got killed on the flank.
Oh,
no,
Danny.
Wait, that's huge.
Oh no, Danny.
What, Michael, what was that TP?
30 seconds to go. The map is pretty much open. They killed the flanker. Yeah. Actually, so with that, you kind of have the run of the map here. You can kind of reasonably guess that in Team B's position, and it looks like they will go towards the B side. But of course, Cypher you told.
Oh, Cypher might win them this round.
I mean, honestly,
Dude, he's fucking just.
Oh, Slime.
Oh, this is such a good spot.
Okay, he crumbles in these positions.
Oh, she's
He
clearing.
checked him here. He checked him. Oh, he doesn't get it though.
Oh no.
Wait, he gets
Oh.
2 there?
They didn't hear him.
They didn't hear him.
Oh shit. Michael gets it.
Oh shit, they didn't hear him.
An opportunity now for Michael Rees. Does have her from the shadows as well.
Damn, he's so scared. He thought they hear.
He wants the TP. We have another smoke.
The smoke. Now the question is, how obvious is this? It is a smoke you could reasonably say, oh, yeah, that's just blocking visions of showers.
What?
That's so unlucky.
Wait, she killed him through. Wow.
Solid move, solid move. It's really good damage coming in from.
No way, Lily gets a shot just going through smoke.
It's kind of tough to go against a pro there.
Oh yeah.
You want to use the util, but hey, if you're gonna do it, you get the kills.
Wait, Sim is 41.
And there's also Sim at 30 kills right now, Dennis.
Clears 37. Holy shit.
I think Tarek was 43. I want to say. Right.
Slime just wins them that round.
Yeah, this fucking great position. Can't believe he got 2 there, and he checked the corner.
Yeah.
Tarek has put up on that first round. Now, if you're new to Valorant standard rules, you have to win by 2. There's an opportunity here for Team B.
Oh, they're going for
to tie
aggressive.
things up as they're looking for a trap play. A knife coming across and a paranoia instantly comes out. But truly Tencent couldn't get the kill. Masayoshi actually catching Slime on the lurk. This is
Wow.
huge right now. You
He just got out.
one of the players to rotate and stack.
No way.
Oh, he's out. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
He goes back.
That is funny.
I was really hoping.
What?
They'll never know.
But there wasn't really enough space in the smoke to do that. Oh, there's a pixel that player can see. Yeah.
Clear knows there's something up.
So a little bit scary there for Sim.
Sim could do the same thing though.
We get the double satchel.
Oh, they're executing?
Now they're going to be signed as
One corner.
Try to get the space on the site. Really huge round here. They Claire's team, they have to
Oh,
have to find
shit.
success here. 3v3.
Is this GG?
Still alive, about to get backstabbed though. Nice wall bang. Spike down, and as the smoke dissipate.
Wow, Yush hits those. Okay.
And it's up to Lily.
Dude, Yush fucking cleared simp there? That's crazy. Wow.
The walking crouch peek.
And my friends over at
Holy shit, what a game.
going into another overtime.
Oh my god.
There we go, double overtime. We'll have to keep track of how many overtimes we get and see kind of what game provided the most throughout the tournament. Again, for some reason,
Yeah.
I feel like these kinds of
The thing is, when you play VALO, at some point, someone's gonna have a good fucking round. That's the thing. For sure, someone's gonna have a great fucking round. Like everyone has impact kills. Even like late into the game, like that huge kill on pushed up Sim was great, because that's his game to win right there.
So it could still come down to for you to drop.
Yush has had 2 really good rounds since I started watching, and she's got like 10 kills total. You know.
You're not making it through.
Oh, dude, that John is. You know, John's fucking pissed. What a shot. Mm.
Oh, you can't just peek no flash, Aiden.
They lost the control here now onto this B site. So the retake effort is coming through quite quickly through spawn now.
Oh, the walk towards the back of the site. I mean, that smoke too was huge. So there was no punishment on the defenders walking out. So now we have a TP across. Truly Tenton gets picked off as she rotates, trying to meet up with the rest of the team. Yuji gets a plant here, though. They can get
This is so scary. Wait, Danny fucked up. No, Danny, you got this, man. I want Danny to do well. I want Danny to do well. Yuj is in a kind of a sick spot.
There is a res here as well. Oh, so, never mind, guys. Forget the res. Sim holding that U-haul position. And
Oh.
Oh, what is that?
What a fucking play. Oh! My fucking god. Clear! What?
Oh my, dude, what?
No way.
Bro. Clear clears, man.
Oh god, I'm playing against him next match.
Way.
Oh god.
No fucking way.
1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck, dude. Oh, it's a fucking instant
the
playback.
rewind.
Oh my,
Whoa.
what a sick fucking production right here.
My friends.
No.
Wow,
way.
that was stylish as fuck.
Dude.
Dude.
And
oh wait, no, it's Slime and Aiden, not Verse. Whoops.
Oh wow. That's great.
Wait,
wow,
yeah,
Sim's already in. He's dead.
Very deep. Gets caught out by Claire. Claire is really frying at the moment. Jensen trying to hold down Showers. Has to look in 2 places at once, though. A little bit awkward. They're coming in to try to assist. And Tenzin wins the battle, so...
Oh no. Oh no.
From the clutches of defeat,
The vibes are horrendous.
Oh no.
Dude.
Oh, wow.
Oh no.
Oh god. Oh dear god.
2 rounds as Team Clear are able to win against Team Sim here in overtime, and now we gotta know how
Dude, that's tragic.
That. Wow, what a way to end it.
pretty much the Sim, and like I said, not only do you need
Oh my
break
god.
records with the amount of kills that you're getting in the round, or at least in a map, you have to win the map itself, and that's something that's
Yeah, dude, that one clear out was like, oh man. Dude, DDK has really blue eyes. Anyone else? Well, his lighting obviously is meant to complement his like setup, but holy fuck, his eyes are so piercing. I feel my soul feels like it's getting stared into, man.
You know, the results can be like weirdly skewed. So that's how that's gonna work. But yeah,
Like if that's not contacts, holy.
Wait, are the fans allowed to vote for like Icebox and Breeze as well, or do you guys not know?
I don't know.
I imagine it's competitive pool, but
okay. I thought it'd be
I
kind of
think it
cool
might
if they
be
were able to vote for. Imagine Icebox and Breeze. Haven't seen that map in a while. I'd love to play Icebox.
You haven't seen either of those in front. Dude, I don't even remember what Breeze looks like.
Yeah.
It's just a map.
Yeah, it's a map where I buy a Guardian instead of a Vandal. And I just sit and fucking ADSing.
Holy shit, that play of the game. Holy shit.
Damn, he got an ace in this series as well.
Yeah, he was really trying. Alright, I'm gonna go over to my new team. It was nice being with you guys. GG's.
It was.
What are you gonna say, Bailey?
It was fun. It was fun playing with you guys.
Yeah.
Nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Guys.
And nice to meet you all.
Peace.
Bye
I'll see you.
Bye.
I'll see you. I'll see you in the next.
Nice meeting you all.
game.
GG's.
Peace. All right, where am I going?
In the second round. Now entering 5, while Clear has 46 kills with the ace and the 4K they got in the last 2 rounds to allow that team to move forward. At least with a victory under their belt.
Dude,
for that roster.
God, I wanna ask Danny, like, how did you feel, and Danny and Lily about that game? Cause you could tell, like, dude, is Danny fucking going crazy? Dude, when you lose to something like that, you're like, fuck, man.
Again, I've never been with a format like this before, so I don't really know what to expect. But I'm really excited to see how things start to come together once we've had a few games under our collective belts. So, with that said, Evangeline, just a quick question for you.
I got an answer.
Is there anyone that we haven't seen play yet that you're kind of hyped to see play?
Yeah, I heckin' love Tens, so I gotta see Tens on stream.
That's a great answer. That's a great answer.
I gotta see little bro Tarek on stream. I feel there's just so many players that we have a chance to witness, but of course, like I said, I've grown very.
He blames TFT for that game. They lost a 16-18 match before the tournament started. Dude, he's fucking dead, man.
The OfflineTV Invitational #1 and 2, and I just love the OfflineTV crew. So if we're able to get more,
Dude, it's true. If you play TFT, your mechanics go to shit for other games. Like, no, like your brain may get a little bigger, but like it doesn't really help when you're playing fucking VALO, man.
Again, I have to give props to the admins working in the background and production as well.
Where are we going? Okay, another round of close games. We're going to. I'm lobby 1, team 2.
So you're playing with a brand new team every single time, and when you're playing with a brand new team
Okay.
every single time, it's not necessarily always about one player that has to carry. You're gonna need some sort of synergy between the team. Or between the players.
Hold on, guys. Let me pull this over real quick. I need to make sure I'm in the right lobby. So my lobby I'm supposed to be going to is going to be Josie again. Okay. So it's the fuck is this guy? And I don't know if I'm which side I'm on. Sandy going to your retirement home. Dude, Danny was cooking though. I looked at his kills. He looks crazy, but it's just like, dude, every single top player is dropping 30 bombs every game. Like it's not even like you're going to get owned. It's about just getting like a couple things here and there. These guys are fucking so good, man. I'm like peeking these pros and I'm getting fucking tapped out of nowhere. I do think Harbor is a pain in the ass though. Wait, I'm with Austin again. Oh shit, this is my second game. I wasn't gonna see him. So Austin, it's the only game I'm doubling up with a pro. Wait, am I 1-1? I'm 1-2. 1-2. Okay. Sim has 87 kills? I'm versing Jody. Wait. Dude, literally, I don't ever want to peek Jody, dude. She almost fucking shit on us last game because when Asuna ego peeked to the teleporter, she killed him, and we got to like 11-11 or 11-10, and I was like, oh shit. Okay, let me go pee again and get some more water, and I'll be right back. I don't know if I'm on the right side, but it doesn't fucking matter.
Hello?
Hello.
Good morning.
What's up? What's up?
Oh, Slime.
What's up, brother?
Oh, the Mad Hatter and Mad,
Brown rabbit?
the brown hair.
Yeah, brown hair.
Here we are.
We've been through too much together. Now we're about to
been
be
through
on
a
the
lot.
battlefield.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I'm ready. How's today been treating you, Slime?
I've only lost. We played a ass clencher last one. It was actually really fun. The one before that, Tarek dropped 40. So that hurt.
Yeah, I've been part of some 40 bombs. Yep, and they done that.
Have you gotten a 40 bomb?
No, that's not what I meant by being a part of it. I just meant like I helped someone do it.
Oh, I'll be back.
I contributed.
Yeah, I contributed to it.
7 kills and
Oh,
1
bubbles.
life.
Wait, where did I find bubbles? Bubble. Where are they?
Hello?
Oh, hello?
Hello, team?
Hello?
Hello, team.
Hello.
team.
What's up?
What's up?
Long time no see. I think we played like a few months ago.
Yeah, we did.
Longer. I can't remember.
And then
how
you
long ago.
just destroyed me.
Oh. Do you-
Yeah.
So I can't tell really who I'm playing against sometimes because none of the names show up on my screen, and I don't know what I did to deserve that.
Well,
Like it's
that's
like a
just
weird
the way it
bug.
is.
Yeah.
All good. Yeah, you popped off. You're a Phoenix, right?
Yeah. Wait, who are you?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I'm
You're
Cypher.
right. What's it matter? On to the next
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Oh, you got
yeah.
me a couple times. Showers.
Pain.
I love the shower peak.
Mm-hmm.
What about how'd the first game go for you?
Good. 1. So I'm 1-1 right now. How about you?
Yeah, I'm chilling at 1-1.
Let's go.
Were you guys sad about the second knife round? Was that
Bruh, what was that? Who thought of that?
I don't know who thought of that first.
Oh my, I've never seen that, and that was just like the most big brain cringe thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me.
It was great.
Oh, it was Cryo. Oh, Cryo. It looks like thought of it.
That's so funny.
Our pro captain.
We're just like literally like, what do we do?
We're like, they can't play it. That'd be breaking the rules.
I know, it's so smart.
You know what Tarek did on the knife round in our first game? He
Yeah.
pulled out his pistol. It was crazy.
And just gunned you guys down.
And he killed Sid, and then he was like, "I'm sorry." Like it just came out. It just happened, and I was like, "Dude, you are." And then so we were allowed to use one pistol on their team, and then we knifed for it. But it's like that's how you get to the top, bro.
By cheating.
You cheat.
Yes.
You know,
I can't say I'm surprised. You know what I mean?
Jody at the
I'm
fucking water machine.
I'm saying, bro.
We were just like, I was like, yo.
So what you're
Cheating
saying
every
is we
every
need to
day.
cheat.
I'm saying there's the only way to
Okay,
succeed.
noted.
Yo, what up?
Scarra, hello.
Yo.
Oh shit!
What
Let me change volumes real quick, guys. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Oh wait, you're changing volumes or you're changing our volumes?
Your volumes. I'm good. You're good.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good now.
This is how I might be talking during
So we
it,
could
unless I
scream
get
now?
scared.
Yo, why do we got 6 people in here?
Don't worry about
Production
it.
production
I think the
person.
6 guys
Oh.
just kind of listen in on us.
I was gonna say we need 6 to beat the other guys, man.
Mate, you know what? The way my game's been going,
Dude,
I'm worth 0.5 of a player right now.
Please don't say that, man.
I don't know, dude.
I need the katana, dude. Though.
Well, the katana's so bad.
Oh.
I'm just here for a good time, not a long time.
Dude, me when I realized Sims dropped 87 in 2 rounds.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, you're welcome, Scarra. Okay, I contributed to his first game.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I dropped 20, not even 20. I'm getting there.
Yeah, good on you. Wait, Scarra, what rank are you? Like, what's
I'm
your
the
rank?
silver gold. I ended gold 1 last season.
Yeah.
And I'm currently silver 3.
Okay.
And yeah, this is gonna be my second game with Asuna. We just played. I thought I was playing with him 4th game, but we're back earlier than expected.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an immortal fraud. I've kind of only scraped into like barely immortal 1 a couple times, and they said that's good enough.
You mean Immortal 3? Or wait, no, Immortal
No.
1's the low one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
No,
one.
well, look, you made it. You made it over the finish line. That's all that counts.
No, but like I've accepted it, and I've been playing the immortal role confidently though. That's like
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's me now. I can do that.
Ooh.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, me and Asa got the dub last game. We'll just make it 2-0.
Oh, was it an easy one? Was it too easy?
Yeah, it was a little too easy.
Oh shit.
Scarra just had to give them hope, and then he just 1v2'd them.
Yeah. It was 13-11, man.
Oh yeah, also
you had it.
you.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, nice to meet you. You
Ten's
can call me Peter if you want.
Oh,
I
okay.
had Peter, the other one twice, so it was hard, but.
Oh, you had Peter Park.
Oh, that
and
could
then,
go.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Peter works too.
Okay, Peter.
Okay. I'll get like a feel for it. See which one kind of naturally comes out of my mouth.
All right.
Peter.
You could also be like pro player.
Pro player.
Oh.
How many kills are you at right now?
I played Fade my first game, regretted that, and then I played Raze and dropped 30. But I Fade 25, Raze 30.
Okay, I mean still not too shabby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no 40 bombs like the rest of them. I'm just not as good.
No, dude.
Chance right here.
Dude, it's because their games have been going 16. They needed the fucking 40 bombs.
Oh yeah, let's bring it in overtime, farm some kills for all of us, and then get a win.
I think I'm gonna get a heart. Heart almost blew out, clutching the last game. So I.
Oh, you were the clutch master.
Yeah, I got the 2v1 at the end.
That's just what you wanted.
Oh, I don't know about that, man.
You didn't want it any other way.
My fucking high blood pressure and just my heart stops in the middle of the match.
But it seems like you were in the zone then. You just did it anyway.
Yeah, it's because I downed the Celsius right before. I'm gonna get another one, just 400 and then 600 milligrams.
I want you just to chug it. Like before this game starts, I'm gonna need that thing down the pipe.
No, if I take 2 in one day, I actually think I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Hey, has every game been
We
close?
should watch, listen to talking about Dr. K. But thank you. Hope you're doing well. No, I'm doing okay.
The non-closest game I've had was a 13-9 maybe. Which
Yeah.
is still like not like I wouldn't really say a blowout, but
It's weird because
I
like,
think it's close.
Yeah, we had like kind of a blowout position, and then like if you give them a little bit, suddenly we're like down, like they catch up 5, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, they did also do a cheese knife strat.
That is true. It's like it's whatever.
We would have won that knife round, I swear.
I've just been struggling. It's so tough to get a knife kill. I just get slashed apart before I even get a chance.
Oh, they pull out the candy cane one, you know.
I'm hoping this time. Oh, are you a candy cane user?
No, I wish, dude. It's limited edition. I don't have it.
I've been trying to use the katana. I thought it'd maybe give me a little more reach.
Wait, are you sure it's limited edition?
Yeah. it was winter time, and no one knew until later that you could break it, and so.
I think somebody's lying.
Well, I think so. Someone told me that yesterday. Like
I feel
literally
I've seen
yesterday.
it in my shop before.
I
unless
feel
I'm
like
a
I've seen it
liar.
in my show.
Oh, maybe not. The Arcane Sheriff is for sure limited.
Yeah, Arcane Sheriff.
I'm sad I didn't
I'll
get
give you
that
that one. Honestly, I've been enjoying the little. I don't remember what it's called. The little Western Sheriff.
I play Harbor.
The revolver ocelot.
Is that what it's called? Wait, what? Ocelot?
No.
Huh? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
I'm lost. You lost me.
33.
Oh, is that like a thing? Like a cool gun? It's called like an ocelot? No.
No,
It's
no.
fine.
No, dude,
Okay.
you had it though. Be confident, Slime. You had the right call. That's what
It's
that
a
shit's
Metal
called.
Gear.
It's fucking sick.
The only thing, the thing is, if you make a joke but no one gets it, even if it's funny, it doesn't matter.
No, I got you.
failed at your job.
I got you. That was a good one.
I'm kind of laughing now.
Okay, you're not making this better,
The
dude.
pity laugh.
You're really not making this better.
Thinking back, that's really funny.
Yeah. But yeah, I've never I never played Metal Gear or whatever it's called.
Okay. That's alright.
Is that the one with Snake?
That's the one with Snake. Solid
Okay,
Snake.
okay, I knew that. Only because of Smash Bros.
That's fair. He is in that
Oh,
game
yeah.
and he has a dump truck ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, my girlfriend tells me all about it.
What the fuck?
Solid Snake's dump truck ass.
Why they gotta make him so caked up, dude?
They should. It's the suit. It's the suit that he infiltrates in.
It's gotta have a built-in distraction. Oh.
Am I on the right side right now?
They'll let us know. Don't worry about it. I just know we're not playing blind, and this is the stream game, I think. So
Alright.
we're.
Yeah, let's put on a show then.
Oh, dude, you got it. We got it.
I'm ready. I've been reinvigorated with confidence.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. Wait, what does everyone play?
Oh, I'm probably more than likely playing Harbor, unless
Okay.
someone's like two people are like just dedicated smoke mains. But I'm
Okay,
and then
you're a bit of a Harvard guy, a little bit of a waterbender.
yeah, you know.
Okay.
Gunka.
I think I remember this actually. I think I
Yeah,
knew
dude,
this
I
guy.
got his cosplay. I should have worn it for today, man.
That would have been money.
That'd
been
I
awesome.
messed up.
You just pour water into your computer.
Yeah. Dude, I had to learn his lines to do his ulti. I suggest you move, and I hit my
Oh,
stupid
shit.
thing. I have his bangle.
I play a lot of Cypher. I'm playing Cypher this whole
Have you seen
tournament.
Scarra?
I can
Cypher,
play
yeah.
like Brim. I can play Breach. I can play.
I mean, Cypher.
Wait,
sounds
this could maybe be good so far. So far we have fuck. I was like Asuna, and I was like, what did he say his name was? But give me a second. I'm gonna remember.
I know.
His
You
other
don't know?
name besides Mr. Pro Player was fuck.
Bro.
No, it's not Jake. I don't know why I'm thinking Jake.
Bro. You're embarrassing us, man.
Come on.
Yeah, Peter. Ding, ding, ding. Got it.
Oh, I had to like think because I remember like you said something about it because there was a catch to it, and that's how I remember it. 'Cause I
Yeah.
was like, you said
Are
something
all the
about-
Fugis good?
There was another guy.
It's good. Okay. So left to
Okay.
right.
The park.
So it's-
Asuna.
Yeah,
Asuna.
exactly. So
Hannah?
we already have a
Binance?
duelist.
Oh,
Foolish?
Sure.
I can play Chamber. I can play
Yeah.
damned. What's the other one? Omen. That's my hero pool.
Okay.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I watched your. We were watching your cipher. You kind of owned. You clutched around.
Oh, wait. Then I want to see it. I want to see some Cypher trips. I want to see some Cypher cams.
I can't believe they checked the angle and you got two there. That was crazy.
They did, yeah. I swung out with my heart on my sleeve.
Yeah.
I said too in the chat. I was in
When
the
we started
comms, I
playing,
was
probably
I'm good for one.
probably like 10 minutes,
Got
like
another
5-10 minutes. Am I on the right team?
Yeah, I'm down to play
What
Cypher.
did you ask for?
What map are we playing?
We don't know. I think they vote
don't
on
know.
it, and then we know. I think they vote on it in like right after this.
Okay.
Well,
In a
speaking of the
second.
devil, they're doing a map Twitch poll right now, or whatever.
Okay. What are the options? I want to see.
Wait, can you guys join the lobby? NSG Josie?
Yes. They
Sorry,
said they're gonna
hate
get
to be
into
that
it
guy.
immediately. Nah, you gotta be that guy.
Oh, Ludwig's in a deathmatch. He's the
He
only
would.
person.
He would be in a deathmatch.
That is cringe.
Still warming up.
No, my players can warm up, but their players they can't.
No, no, we're not right.
I feel like warming up doesn't do anything for me. Like I just need to get like into the I just need to get like the energy, you know?
Just the mindset.
Yeah,
just
like
a
I'm
flip on off.
I just need to, like hype myself up. I don't know, man. I need to listen to like something fucking pump me up or something.
What kind of hype guy are you? Like a kind of get loud scream or
Kind of like a listen to Will
like...
Smith and get like jiggy with it, you know?
Oh, more fun, like kind of get hype.
Yeah, anything to kind of get in there.
Yeah.
Throw on "Welcome to Miami" and just lose yourself.
Make my bronchitis go off, dude.
No.
You just casually have some bronchitis right now?
Oh, I've had it for like 2 weeks. I came back from Japan and they got sick for 3 weeks.
Oh.
And
Why are you holding on to it?
It's like cause I have really weak like throat lungs, so whenever I get sick, I just have like a lingering cough for like forever.
It just always gets you.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy Japan?
Fucking every time I go there, the worst part of Japan is the month after you're just a fucking weeb. Like you're just like a Japanophile. You come back, you're like, well, in Japan, like they did it like this. It's fucking cringe, actually. I can't believe I'm like that.
Yeah, I went to Tokyo early June. It was fun.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Only Tokyo though, so I'll probably go back again.
Dude, it's like you go there, like even if you spend in Tokyo, you're like, damn, it was nice, and you go to other places, you're like, damn, this was nice.
Yeah, it's just nice. I feel
It's
like I don't know.
so nice.
Something about like just walking there feels nicer as well.
Especially
I don't know.
Public transit, it's insane. Yeah. It's just so convenient.
Especially because we live in LA, right?
I live in New York City, or like so the public transit is like good there as well, but Japan takes a cake. It's just cleaner. But I don't know, something about like 1 a.m. just walking around, it feels nice, rather than 1 a.m. walking in LA does not feel nice.
1 a.m. walking in some areas would get me killed. Like I used to live in downtown LA, and like I had friends stay over, and I literally told them, you're not allowed out by yourself after like 10. Just straight up.
Yeah.
Just roll through Broadway, just screaming.
I mean, my neighborhood's pretty safe, but like I still told the same thing to my girlfriend because she's nocturnal and I'm not, so.
You consider yourself like an early bird.
Yeah, so like I'd be sleeping and I'm like, do not, like if I'm sleeping, do not leave the apartment.
Yeah, for sure.
If so, wake me up and we'll go together to get tacos, because there's like a bomb ass taco place right outside.
Oh. Okay, guys, I'm gonna play ads now so it doesn't go off during the game. Okay, see you guys.
And she's like, 1 o'clock, I want tacos. I'm like, oh, okay.
So we're just gonna start in a second. They just picked Ascent for the map, so we'll be starting in a second.
Ascend. Oh shit.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna play Jet.
It's a good one.
Yeah. I'm kind of down to play whatever.
Okay, every team I've been on, there's been like 3 people like, yeah, I'll just play anything. And they're like, I fucking hate you guys.
You hate that. Okay. So, okay, so we have Jet, we have
Harbor.
maybe Cypher and Harbor. Let's see. I can, if we want double smokes, I'll go like Omen. If we want like other duelist, I'll do like a little Phoenix.
I think blinds or smokes are really good. I don't know what Hannah's playing.
I could do like Omen or Fade or.
Okay. Oh, all sound good. Wait. Can we get who are we missing?
Killjoy.
Hannah's here.
Me, I think. Slime.
Okay, Slime. Do you have Josie added?
No, I have
Wait, Scar, you're on our team.
Yeah, wait. Oh,
traitor.
I'm outside. We're outside.
I was like, wait.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking destroy Ludwig. You guys
get his ass.
If it's a 2v1, you gotta let me get mine.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Fuck it. If it's a 1v5, I'll let you get it too. Just
instantly say yes. It's so based.
All right.
The pro comp is Omen, KO, Jet, KJ, Sova.
So yeah, long story short, I will go maybe Phoenix.
Okay. I have seen you play a lot of Phoenix.
I did pretty well with Phoenix last round, so I'm kind of maybe I kind of lean into that again.
Yeah, I think you and Asa could be a 1-2 with Hannah. All right, I personally would. I don't know what Hannah wants to do, but I think I prefer double smokes just in case I fuck up. because this is a site this is a map I'm not too confident in smoking as Harbor. It's like a little weird.
Do we not care if we have an initiator?
I mean, I feel like Phoenix Jet
Is kind of good enough. Yeah.
I mean,
that's fine. I don't care.
do you want?
As long as we're on
Do you want to fade instead? Because if
are you gonna Harbor?
it's all I play. But like, I'm not. Doesn't mean I'm good at it. But I can do the default walls. And if you need me to like do something, just tell me.
I'd rather you be more comfortable with a Harbor instead of playing like. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm definitely playing Harbor. It's just like.
Well, I think he's asking if I should play Fade.
I think
do we want one controller?
I think you play your comfort, and I'm down for solo controller. Just you guys tell me when to go.
Yeah, I have jet smokes. Don't worry, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm comfy on either one. I don't care.
Oh.
So whatever you guys want.
Oh.
If I had to pick, I'd maybe say Fade. Well, wait. What would Peter say?
Oh wait, I was gonna say yeah, either Fade or Sova or Initiator would be nice.
Yeah, I was thinking like Fade or Sova.
All right, yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
Harbor can work as long as yeah.
All right,
Yeah, you got
I have both the default walls for sites and the middle, but after that I'm fucking lost.
Okay, that's good enough.
Fine, we just need to shoot them. Remember.
Got it.
I just made that up.
Okay.
All right, they have Brimstone.
Okay, their team's weak. We got this.
They put Ludwig on the Brim. He plays for Brimsurance a lot.
Brimsurance? Wait, what?
Like lineups, Molly lineups.
He has Molly lineups?
Yeah.
Scumbag.
Yeah, you're telling me.
All right, don't die. I got
Tens
you.
on the Reyna, which is terrifying.
No, what? That's free.
I got destroyed by the pro Reyna last. It was clear. Clear was it was like 12. 12 on me and me alone.
Oh, I saw his 4K. That was a little.
It was nasty.
That was a little. Don't worry.
I'm here to believe. I'm a believer now.
What? I've never lost with Peters. Whatever, man.
Yeah, and he's also beaten me. Scarra is just better than me.
Oh, I don't know.
He's beaten me. He's won with me. He can do it all.
I don't know about that. All right. All right, I'm following you guys like a fucking dogs. Just tell me where to go.
Knifing.
Oh yeah, we are knifing.
He clutched last round.
It's a knife angle.
Dude, in our round on Bind, all the defenders ran the the defenders ran the teleporter.
Yep, I did that to you.
What that happened to me?
Yeah, these cringe lords, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
So cringe.
We won anyway. It's not a big deal.
Oh, we didn't.
Oh. Okay, never mind. No cringe. Agreed.
All right, what's our plan here?
I'm gonna practice my Molly toss this way.
Okay. My plan is to literally just left click people. I've realized the right click is only if you want to style on people.
Wait, is this a Phoenix lineup? Can I like throw this possibly? I probably won't go far enough. Can I like throw this?
Yeah, just try it out. Whatever, man. If you hit someone, we lose though.
Nah. What are the odds someone on knife round is camping B?
Is playing boat? Oh, shit.
That's crazy, right? That's on them. They deserve to get hit by the Phoenix Molly.
Honestly, yeah.
We'll take the loss if you hit someone.
They go and jump in it like a win state.
He kills 5.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm limit testing right now. Lineups.
All right.
Okay. Boom. Oh, that's a lineup and a half.
Wait, we should fight them. There's only 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Get him.
Pincer. Oh my god.
Yes. Get Brim. I'm helping you, Cyber.
I hit him once.
2 lefts and a right, baby.
Nice.
Flawless.
Oh. It's clean.
Oh, what happened?
Terrible.
It's clean.
Sweet. That went
That was. Oh, you only need 2 lefts because there's no armor. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Slice and dice.
I think we try to go B, just like a nice little B rush.
Okay.
Can you
I do the wall.
So
You're here.
can you cascade that, or so then you can get across to here to throw your wall.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can open with it. Yep.
Yeah, it'll be easier for you if you do like that. Can you fade Prowler?
Yeah.
Blip, 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 blip.
Flooding them.
Bring them down.
Oh, I missed it.
Ow.
Oh, there's a wall.
They walled it quite well.
I have a.
Alright, we can chill.
Is wall down?
One's mid.
Oh,
Molly.
Oh, I'm so bad. Cat.
Did they get it?
Bravo.
They might get my scout.
Where are you?
That's okay.
I can't tell where he was. He might be top cat, so.
Mid. Two mid.
I got stunned.
Headshot.
Wow.
Oh my
Spike
god.
down mid.
Wait, a headshot.
I don't know where the breach.
66.
Oh.
I got the spike.
Oh. Wait, I got lineups.
Pizza. One pizza.
Okay. Nope, never mind. Don't have lineups.
I don't know where breach is. What's the problem?
Breach went back to mid, unless
Oh,
he's
okay.
circling back to be main. How do you want to do this?
Last player
Peek
standing.
me, cat. Oh wow.
Spike down mid.
Oh, you got this, right?
Easy. One.
Three bullets.
Wait, let me reload. Stop it.
30 seconds left.
Yup. What else?
There's a vandal down behind you. Yeah.
Ow.
One enemy.
Oh, no way. Damn, you're a fucking beast.
Let's go.
Nice round, bro.
Oh, what a salvage.
That's sick.
Do you want a Phoenix all day? Or do you want to save the ult for next round?
No, I'm gonna run it.
So how do you buy here after we win? But I have like 2K. Is this Stinger?
It depends. I was gonna just say little Stinger, but we could just force up. Do you guys want to force up?
Whatever you think.
Yeah, we can do that.
Force it.
All right.
Okay,
I'm a judge.
Cripple
I'll
them
do
if we
this.
win.
You're gonna have to entry. I'm a judge and get in there.
I'll flash this first.
I'm running here and then walling.
Yeah, that's good.
And then I'm ulting. Oh, wait, I'm waiting a second. I'm
Close.
stunned.
Nice.
Good trade, good
Ulting.
trade.
Bulldog.
I'm flashing out.
Blocking sight.
I got the.
Right there.
Got cat.
I got there late. Wait, there might be one
play
heaven.
that.
Oh, nice. One heaven. Wait, can you hold the right side heaven?
Yeah.
One enemy
got him.
remaining.
You good?
Alright, she's
Nothing.
close.
Yeah, she was here. She darted. No.
Yeah, I don't know where she is. She's up. She's up.
Maybe
Probably.
lineups?
No way. She got it off the.
Maybe lineups? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll check. Oh, wait, we have it. Okay.
Yeah,
I have heaven. I think flank is the only thing. Oh wait, try right. I didn't even.
Nice.
Nice. Good round, foolish.
Nice.
You're running.
Yeah, you're owning.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah, you are.
nightmare
Listen,
power.
I'm giving you all I got. It's up to you
Bro, are
guys.
you gonna upgrade?
Oh, I can buy someone.
I'm only worried about B because they have a sage wall. That really got us last time.
Okay.
The second round.
You just want to go A again?
Yeah.
Yo, full flash. Drop me. Or
Just-
Hannah.
Dropping. What am I dropping?
Also,
your spike.
Oh.
The breach stun. She breach stun from cat on us. That was really good.
Yeah, she'll play cat mostly. It looks like.
Wait. Oh, you're fucking crazy, Slime. I wall you mid.
Oh, I got stun.
I'm going up.
My
Cat.
main. I have dogs.
Yeah, it could be here. I'm gonna clear one.
Me and Slime are walking slowly.
I'm probably main.
Two cat.
Close left. One left.
Oh, 26,
my
26.
I'm probably again.
Spike down mid.
Oh.
Oh.
One dice.
I
Dice.
left to. Oh, I shouldn't have left you.
Last player standing.
That was playing the player. They knew we were gonna go up cat.
That's
Okay.
fine. They have no clue I'm here.
I mean, bro, just ace it, man.
No.
Dude.
I know.
Oh, there's a judge there.
I've never been judged in my life.
Yup.
They doubled.
That's so smart.
They baited her. That's so
There's a
fun.
bait! Oh shit! Alright, well played.
Let's fuck for that one, man.
I should have checked my corner. He really did. He baited it.
Also,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I should have went with you guys main with Spike. I went with Slime, and it was not. It was not.
Yeah,
good.
there was a party we weren't invited to on Tree.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save this one.
Ludwig's judge.
Are we
It was
saving?
Judge
I
Fiesta.
think so.
I'm popping knives.
Okay.
Oh, you are? Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
How
we can
Mars,
just have
though?
this have.
I could have. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
I'm gonna dog B.
Bring them down.
Okay.
I'm watching cat.
I'm just in the wall.
Oh,
Just pretend we're going.
Oh, cat.
I got stun. I got stun. I can't
Yeah.
Oh.
No! That's dirty.
One's lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to walk out B.
They're what? They'll leave.
I'm walking to B.
It's walled still. They're towards spawn.
Could be on top of the wall.
I heard her run away, but
Oh, okay.
could have been someone else. I can I backsight. Like, towards
Yeah,
CT.
when the wall breaks, we can wall it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
It's breaking. Just give it a couple seconds.
Okay.
Alright, wall and eye.
Now.
Water rising.
Walling.
I'll find you.
Should have taken space on me.
She's boat.
One market. Could be bow. Yeah, that's the only thing.
I pulled right side.
Mark it again.
The side's clear.
It's there.
I'm just planning.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for a
Market
fight.
150.
Multiple enemies mid.
Right there.
Reloading.
CT, Sova.
Flanking.
Reyna out on site.
Enemy B.
Oh.
One stairs. Two
Two
lanes.
stairs. Two lanes.
One enemy remaining. Hey.
Wow.
God, you're nuts.
You're fucking
You did
crazy.
nothing.
Oh
Nice. Good round, guys.
Bro, my fucking team is
Good
built,
pick.
is built different or what, man?
You guys listened to me perfectly on the side. That was nice.
Dude, holy fuck, man. Oh. Hannah, if you ever want spikes, just let me know. I'm just default grabbing it for now.
Oh, we're all here. We're all here. Might as well go in. No.
I can wall this if you guys want to walk up cat.
They darted here. I'm gonna
Okay,
dart.
I love walking
main.
out cat.
Okay.
Oh, are they gonna fucking judge us?
I mean, you don't have to go
Not
in.
again.
Just chill. You can chill.
Wait, there are brim smoke right here. I don't know why.
Oh, what
Maybe-
the
Might
hell?
pop out of it.
Maybe
Yeah,
some
yeah.
Keeping
ratty.
him in.
I will keep
Holding
my
it.
eyes on the smoke.
I made a stab. My bad.
Careful at.
I'm watching the smoke.
I'm watching B.
Blocking sight.
I didn't see
Wait,
anything.
I'm with you.
I'm walking.
Got there.
Nice. Oh, close right. Dead.
I got it.
I'm walling. Oh, onside.
One dice.
Yeah.
One dice, one heaven. Nice.
40 on breach dice.
I closed you up. Oh no.
Oh, that's okay.
Wait, I'm just planning. I didn't fucking know.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the hell's going on?
Ultimate ready.
Breach is on site with us.
Dice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I've got this. We've got this.
Oh
We got
my
this.
God.
Good work.
Nice.
Good work.
Fucking heart attack, man.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Good.
Round, guys. Yeah, Ludwig's listening to my advice. The judge is broken. I promise you, if you want to rank up, use that gun.
I've watched some Gazner.
Yeah.
Do that.
Thanks.
Also, I like that harbor wall mid, by the way. That was good.
Yeah. I usually just play it in case people want to make space mid. But it's like weird to do on A. The angle is very weird.
Yeah.
I'll try to get an orb.
Definitely.
Bring them down.
I'm walling here. Oh my God.
I just can't updraft. I feel like he just hits the nastiest shots on me.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, he's decent at the game.
They
Wait.
sent me
We're watching slime. I'm just making noise.
Reload him.
That's okay.
Wait, slime's got it.
I'm just on site.
Oh,
2 on B.
I'm coming.
Hey, yeah, go.
Rotate.
Wait, try to get an A, guys.
No. I'm gonna try to do a wall here and pretend that we're hitting.
I'm so confused on.
Oh,
everything.
and they're confused too, though.
Hey, take this.
Wait, I think.
Oh, Sage is on this wall.
I'm gonna look through
Yeah.
mid.
Nice shot.
I'm gonna
You
mid.
guys have A.
Yeah, I'm gonna look through mid.
Get out of my way.
Wait, this is a good flank by Scarra. Oh.
Straight
Nice. I
Straight.
think they're already up cat. Yeah, already up cat. Harbor might not be bad.
They mollied.
Ulti now.
One heaven.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
10's heaven.
Okay. I'm planting Jen.
He's running out.
Heaven. I lie.
Yeah.
Hit him with
Flash.
a whoop. Hit him with a whoop.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh. Hit him
Aw.
Wait, hold on. I'm walling.
Oh,
my fault.
there is a world where this goes badly.
No, there definitely is a world.
Oh
no.
Oh, he's a freak.
Play safe.
My hand's got an angle. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, thank God.
I was getting a little worried, guys.
No, I was worried too. Good shit, Hannah. Good play. Thanks for taking the bomb.
Yes.
Oh,
No, because
nice round.
yeah, because I went to work
I
mid as a lurk, but
I
I'm
can
like,
ult us in somewhere.
oh, the intent's almost.
yeah,
had
wherever you want
that,
entry.
bro.
Is A probably easier if they're gonna like sage slow and wall?
Can I get orb?
Yeah.
I'll have ult for post plant.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Where am I? I have the
I'll take it.
oh there.
Hello. I'll
Hello.
dog aim in.
Okay.
Me
I'm gonna try to get like right.
I'm
here.
walling mid and just not doing anything. Oh, they smoked mid. They smoked mid. Wait. They might be pushing up.
I'm gonna get worm.
Oh.
Stay just here.
Okay.
So was
I'm gonna
mid?
wait.
You want me to ult or are you gonna ult?
I'm gonna ult
as well. Yeah, they're probably taking
Neither
their
of you guys
control.
can have to ult, I think. Oh.
No, I'm walling for you.
Tiles. Oh my god, he's such
Walls
a
up.
rat.
I think there's one flank.
Okay.
One heaven.
Full
Flank.
heaven and plant gen.
Yeah, Felicia, you got flank. You got flank. I'm
Heaven?
I'm on site.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Lit 74.
Okay.
Bring them down.
Oh.
I'll honor it.
I have no clue.
Prime. Wait, Slime, would he lie?
Yes, he would.
Nah,
Oh.
go for it. No way. Take out
No
the
way
knife.
he would lie to me, right?
Oh,
He's not lying.
he's just swinging in place.
The thing is, I'm one shot.
I think he's one
Nah,
HP.
no way you lose it. oh
Look
god.
what happened, dude. He's
That's
laughing
crazy.
his stupid ass off right now.
Nice, you KO'd him.
This guy said knife spawn.
Never trust you.
Never trust your enemy. He's
That's
right.
crazy.
I will if you want to use fit ult. Could try B.
Oh wait, I can buy someone.
I need
Yeah,
this.
you're
ready.
ready.
My thanks.
Like 8
Alright.
We could just. Do you want to go B or like run mid?
Either or works.
Let's go mid. Let's go mid.
I'm down.
Show him that we don't afraid.
I'm literally gonna flash all of us, just so you know.
I'm good.
Playing anti.
Oh, you fucker.
He did say.
I try to be crystal clear.
Bring them down.
Ulti market.
Oh, please don't ult me.
No, he already soloed. He already soloed.
Oh.
I walled off cat.
Spawn.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice shot.
easy.
Reloading.
One switch.
No, lane. Coots lane.
Blocking sight.
Oh, they walled it.
Wait, I can't cut to you. I cannot cut to you. I'm in the weird
Okay,
spot.
I'm gonna pick that.
Maybe this wall will break soon. Oh, I'll just break through. Oh, that's awkward.
He's behind me?
You got it. You got it.
Oh.
You're gonna res maybe. No, it's
I'll put myself in the bad spot there. I
You'll
forgot I
one
had
beat
the
the
spike and then.
He won't see that shit?
Wait, I see it too.
Okay.
How did she get behind me?
Yep.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
Team A.
Oh, she was
Oh,
corner
should've
talked.
looked a little more.
It's okay. Yeah.
That's right.
Watch their movement.
Sorry,
Study their
dude. I think my senses
got-
were blinded there by someone.
I mean,
I
it
got
was a
breach
lucky-
brim
they got a lucky
bolted.
guess. They got a lucky guess.
All right. Where? You think they push if we sit, or they're
I
disciplined?
think they're not
We
disciplined.
could try. We haven't
Just-
really defaulted
Let's
yet.
just hold.
Yeah.
Let's just hold.
The one weird thing is if they smoke here, it gets they're doing something weird.
Flooding them.
They're not smoking.
Reloading.
Breach done B.
All right. Playing with slime over here.
Oh, I heard someone kind of close.
Okay. Oh, I heard a breach blinds. Oh, two things mid.
Yeah, they're fighting
Oh,
mid.
Three mid.
Wow. Got
Jason
laid out.
Bourne.
3 mid.
Wait, you think this guy's good? Watch this.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Do the smoke.
Smoke's gonna be up for a second, but
Oh.
once it falls, he's dead.
Hold on, I'm gonna go all the way over.
One tree. Oh, Tens is there somehow. Game sense.
All right,
was
how are we
like
doing
air.
this?
I don't know.
Oh.
This is great.
Last player standing.
No way he gets this. Watch this. Oh, my god. His bullet came so fast.
If you just want to turn on wall hacks,
Yeah, he
that's cool.
hit me next round too. That's fucking. What
He's
the
ogling.
fuck, man. Okay. Oh,
Reggie like a buck.
we're good. We're good. No, we can buy. We can buy. You got me?
I can buy you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
I'm one
I
off
can sell
orb.
something and buy.
No, we're good. We're full good.
Okay. All right. Cool.
One off orb.
Yeah.
They don't. They never check a main.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just grab it A and then we just do our A hit.
Yep.
You pass me bomb.
Flooding them.
One cat.
Spike.
Not the stun!
I got you.
Yes, thank you!
Thank God.
Trying to res.
Oh!
My ultimate ready.
Bring them down.
I'm walling now.
I got you.
Oh!
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Take hold. Reloading.
I'm healing in this corner.
Shield you.
There we go.
Planted the spike.
I'm trying to flank them.
Disciplined post. Disciplined.
If you want to wait, you can, but
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wave the what you call it door.
Oh, that's
Foolish
fun.
run.
I'm almost got my 6K.
Not even close.
I could have gotten 6. My bad.
Damn.
Yeah, you really gotta step up.
Last round in the half.
I wanted to one up his A's.
Give it to me. Good calls either way.
Okay, I can ult us in somewhere now, actually.
Yes.
A does feel pretty good as long, but like it's mainly because if we can win the 10s swing here, we got it.
Okay,
Let
say
me-
no more.
Want me to buy one? Did anyone die?
Oh,
No.
I can buy.
Last round doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we're good.
I will take a shorty though.
Okay, I'll get one too.
Shorty's nice.
Wall mid.
Oh, breach mid. Oh, I missed my jump. Oh, they walled.
Sage! I feel like they're gonna slow.
Oh, I fucked up my wall. Sorry.
Close
Okay,
right.
wait. I can't ult yet.
We
I've been
should
tagged.
maybe wait.
Reyna's
Close
here.
right.
Take hold.
Do you need me
The
to get you
smart
out?
thing would maybe to rotate, but
Yeah.
do I just go or?
I can orb you out.
To you, whatever you're feeling, foolish gamer.
Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Flooding them.
I'm orbing. You can play the orb. You can play the
One-
orb.
Punch your guy there.
Alright, one's Jen, one was Tree,
Mid dead.
Oh, nice.
Oh, left.
One enemy
two,
remaining.
last one Tree.
Nice.
Down A.
Nice round.
Dude, I got him while blinded. That was. Whew.
Nice.
No, I got lucky there. Full spray, headshot, blinded. Cannot fucking see him.
No buy. No buy.
Rudda.
Yeah, we're running.
Sell.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
no guns.
Sorry, habit.
Hey, yes.
Me too.
Muscle
Totally
memory.
forgot.
Just insta buy.
That was beautiful.
I get this penguin haircut.
Oh wait, I tried to be with you guys.
Lol. It's a lowercase lol. It's not even like funny. Oh, sorry, wrong. I forgot to mute. Oops.
Oh, who else got the cat thing, man? I got the cat spray.
I got him. I got cat for beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah, I got the cat.
I got the matcha cat.
Oh,
it's the
that
cutest
was
cat of them all.
cute.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
it's so
cat.
cute.
And get my haircut.
Wait,
off the top.
Wait, dude, I want matcha
Me
now.
playing ranked and molding.
Okay, I'm going to, dude. I feel a little bad that we're waiting so
Of all
far.
the pros, you have been the one that is the most communicative and plan-oriented.
Oh, no.
Sim is just an evil mercenary who is born to frag and nothing else.
Wow, so I'm not fragging?
And it's beautiful.
Wow.
Well, you are also
Wow.
built to frag.
But not like the ideal amount, I suppose.
Oh!
Spike down mid.
Oh, okay, that was bad. That was bad.
No, I'm watching. I'm watching.
One enemy remaining.
Easy.
Yes.
Like butter.
They might have to buy because they're down a lot. So be ready for stingers.
I'm buying a Vandal, I think.
Oh my
Rip it,
god.
rip
So if I die. Take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
I might just play mid and like rotate. Also, yeah, no, I talk a lot on my team, so I think most of the pro players are like oppers on this that you guys have picked, so they tend to be a little bit less
pure focus.
Yeah, they gotta hit their shot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Probably A.
Yeah, I think so. I don't hear anything though.
Weird. I mean, nothing outside B.
Oh, it's fucking A. They're hitting.
You're not gonna stop him.
He's got.
Oh my god, I got dinged.
Oh. Okay, get my vandal.
That was too late. Okay, go on.
Were they all in A? Oh shit.
Blocking fire.
Great.
Oh, nice kill, bro.
Vandal.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. I'm on the way. I've got lineups. Arrow. Oh, I missed.
Jen.
Oh, Jen. I'm ping.
I must wait a moment.
Last player.
She hit me.
Oh
34.
my god.
Oh my god.
Nice.
She almost
Wow.
clutched so bad.
Yeah, she almost got
Oh,
it.
there's a vandal somewhere.
Yeah, Vandal my body in the door.
Damn, Scarra, you just ran out and just domed people's Aries.
She was bloodthirsty. That was so insane.
Dude,
I'll be honest, when you ran through and killed Tyson, I was kind of surprised.
yeah, I was like, I didn't think he was be right there. He was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Dude, that's what we do down here in Gold, man. He doesn't know.
Yeah, we get weird.
Yeah, we get a little strange.
You guys want to buy or save? Up to you.
I think we can save. We don't gotta be
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy.
Play it nice and safe.
Yeah.
Let me get save. Oh, dude, I'm going for it. I'm going for the montage. Hold up.
A montage?
Yeah, watch this.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey?
Okay,
Oh
stop
my
watching.
lord.
Cut the fucking tape.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh,
I mean, at least you got
They're
one.
in.
Oh,
Rotate.
oh
Pretty close
shit.
there.
Yeah.
God, he's gonna be.
Spike
He's gonna be
planted.
thirsty for kills.
Okay.
Was that a gun?
Yeah.
Is door open?
Yes.
Yeah, door's open. But there's a wall now. Should add that part first.
I can
well,
ult us
I
into
have dog.
this.
You can wait for Oscar.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got
you
fun.
can hold now.
Dog.
Okay.
Dogging left.
I suck.
Main.
70 on Sova.
Headshot.
Oh, nice.
Oh, main.
Slime?
No!
Slime?
70 or
Under
101 on
mid,
hell.
101.
Hell low.
Careful now. All good.
Oh.
She moved.
He moved up. Oh, I just like get it half.
My bad. I got put down.
Y'all better keep up.
Nah, man, I blame Slime for that. I saw that shit. Dude,
It's okay. we
actually, I
didn't
blame
fire.
myself for that. That was a little bad.
We're the goats. We're the goats. We're the goats.
So Scarra,
Yeah.
what's stopping you from this round doing the highlight tape?
Oh, well, I wanted to give him one, you know. That way, Tens can say he's got me even, you know. I'm 2 for
Right.
1 now.
Right.
Actually, I think I'm
I'm
2
not
for
eye
2.
tiles.
They're here.
They
They're here
smoke
again. They're
mid.
here again.
Smoke
They're
top
here
cat.
again.
Wave crashing.
Stop that.
One's bottom mid. One top cat. They darted top cat.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. Here you go, here you
Oh.
go.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Mid.
Yeah, one raw mid, one top cat.
Hannah, how do you want me to do this? Do you want me to rotate or? Oh.
80 on Reyna.
Oh, up B. Yeah, my trip died.
Yeah.
So smart. Stairs B.
Off your feet.
Fuck, it's Tens. Oh, he's dead.
They ulted A. Planting A.
Reloading. Spike planted.
All right, okay. Go with it, okay? Go with it. Okay, watch the wall.
Water rising.
Well,
This did not go the way I couldn't curve it. Okay, no, that's fine. I got this.
Shield
Watch
going
this.
up. Flooding them.
Boom. Boom.
Last player standing.
This was very cringe of me.
20.
That's a hard retake. That's a hard retake.
Kind of like all the water
I
everywhere.
can't do the three. I was doing a circle, and I did like a fucking half.
Oh wait, I was muted. My bad.
No, that was my bad. Okay.
Sorry. I was like talking and it just
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Also, that wall was crazy.
No, that is. Don't watch this.
What do you mean?
That wall was.
Oh, watch this. About to pop that.
Oh, I dare them to beat Top Cat.
Time to work.
Watch this.
Bring them down.
Watch this.
Breach.
Amen. And then...
Where are you?
Oh,
My
Tens is
A-cap fell
Tens is
off.
up B main. Up B main.
Oh.
I'm going to be running. I'm running. Making noise.
I don't hear anything.
Oh shit.
One was a main. Top cat.
Yeah.
Going tree.
A lot here.
Silver joining tree.
Wait, I missed 121. No
player
way.
standing.
No.
Flawless.
Okay.
Oh. All right.
We just gotta tap it in.
team
Tap it in.
Okay. I'm done. I'm done griefing.
Oh, no, I don't need that.
We got it.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm gonna switch to B, I think. Is that cool?
Yeah.
I will stay alive. I've been dying pretty early. I'm gonna be a good bear.
Oh, I was gonna say. I kind of want slime setup on A. If you have one for this.
I can split. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll,
Wait, can you make my drone foolish?
split my time.
I'll play like right here. Or...
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna.
if you don't want to, you don't have to.
No, I got it.
Okay. Watch out, Civil.
Breacher.
Dart. Oh no.
I fucking whiffed.
Nothing B main yet.
Sorry, I didn't expect that.
And I'm fucking dead.
Nice.
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 They
I'm
pushing you?
out. No, I dashed away. I don't know who else is there. They're gonna res.
Oh, one B main, B main.
I'm off peak at 3. Oh.
I'm running.
Damn. I think both. Yeah, both there. Or all three now. They res. Oh. Nice. You have your ult.
I'm waiting. Slime, let me know when you're here.
Okay.
They're on
Oh,
site.
they know he's swinging.
Ulti.
He's clear. Let's do it.
Spike planted.
We play
Last
together.
player
Oh no!
standing.
Oh, he's on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I
we
thought it
played
was as well.
market. I was
Work
smart.
with it. Man, those darts, I swear, they just got smaller.
No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I said drone anyways. I just want 5 minutes. Just keep starting it.
Yeah, I'm off A. I'm off B.
Yeah.
Setup.
I think do full trip setup, and I want to hover around mid and then rotate. Because I don't think doing an early wall does anything. Do you want me to wall mid like top, or are you just taking the fight?
I'm taking a fight.
Yep.
For better or worse.
Tiles.
Tiles, okay. Journey out.
I don't know. I can see anything. Oh, there's somebody. They were.
I think
a couple,
B.
I think working mid.
B.
Oh,
Nova
wow.
dart and tree.
That guy's all the way in the back.
Did you hit him?
No.
They're in mid. They're on mid. I'm the wall.
I don't even know what they're doing.
Right there.
Still like waiting for pushes, I think.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
I'm a push.
We got Cypher set up. Oh,
Trip,
there's one.
tree.
Yeah, they're going A.
3 and tree.
Tree.
My eyes are down.
80 on Brim.
Gonna be okay?
Spike planted.
Oh.
Are they chasing me?
Stop!
I'm orbing us out.
No!
Oh,
nice.
My ultimate's ready.
I think 2 are hell.
Last player
What hell?
standing.
Oh,
Nice try.
They try. Trying to think. Maybe I should push A main.
No, they always
Dreams are
breach stuff here. It doesn't matter if
Oh, really?
Tens is there. Yeah, every single round.
All right, I'll peek after it then.
Yep.
I could also try to ult through it as well, like a little back out. Or, do you think there's more than one there?
I don't know. I'm going there because I think it'll be only one, and I can just get a 1v1. But because they've been like.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. What if I'm gonna just throw a cascade this way and not stop it, okay? I'll just slow them.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll play out mid after. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for after stun.
No stun.
Throwing.
He destroyed me. 2. They're hitting A. A lot A.
Water rising.
I fade out.
Are they out?
Yes, they're way in. They're way in.
Close door.
Yeah, they're out.
Ulting.
I think I broke door.
Oh fuck me.
Oh my god, I thought I saw a person.
Last player standing.
It was not a person.
Nice try.
It was clean. It was clean.
Darn, I had the wrong read. So sorry.
Take them out
Nah,
before
it's
they each
fine.
pull the trigger.
That's the casino. That's the game right there.
Oh shit.
Should we
A
save?
or B?
Yeah, if I get save. Or half.
I'm down to 5 a B here if you want.
5 of B.
With like
Yeah,
with like
just all
stinger
there.
or something or sheriff.
I'm done. I'm gonna make myself known at A, and then I'll come to you guys at B.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to just 5
Are we trying to run this?
Yeah.
Run and I'll get this first
Yeah,
flash
stop,
corner.
okay.
Okay, I'm flashing. I'm flashing.
Flash.
Bring them down.
No!
Got
We got him. Raid boss down.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
The draw line.
Dude, we killed them. We got like 5.
We got 110s, which is
That's like 5 kills.
3.5 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best to play as a team.
Nah, that's fine. That was so safe.
Alright. I guess I'll just play setup A because
I
I
feel like they're just gonna run in. Yeah.
They have like the A. They have been like in the A push. Or some the B.
Yeah.
I like playing here.
They might grab an orb, by the way. Be careful.
Do you want me to wall out mid link so you can just look one way, or?
No, I'm not gonna look for an early fight. I just want to rotate, probably. Been dying early.
I think A. Unfortunate.
Might be B.
Wave crashing.
Oh my god, he's so good. I shouldn't even be there.
Looks like an A hit.
Oh, I did not mean to. Oh, my wall was weird.
Fuck.
Give me those back.
Winnable. 3v3.
I'll break door.
Sorry, I need to take my.
Oh, maybe I
One
can't
health.
break door yet.
They walled.
Careful now.
I can flash this first corner.
Yeah, flash.
Left side main. Left side main.
Enemy
Hell, 42. Nice. Good round, guys.
Oh, we needed that.
Oh
Yeah, we did. Good round. You too.
That's so nice.
My ultimate's ready. We good.
We have Phoenix and Harbor ult.
Yeah, I'll probably try to save ult for like a push or like an after.
No, it's just, dude. This angle right here is fucking hard.
If you want, you can put an aggressive cam any at B or A, and it'll give us a lot of info because I feel like they're just gonna hit us side with Breach and Brim ult.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
wait,
yeah, like put it. You can put a cam on B window. You know what I mean?
Never mind.
Like,
Yo, we should buy slide here. Anything.
I could buy something.
This one?
Oh, can't buy that.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Burning A.
B window like this.
I feel like
Oh.
Lud has like to lurk. Like he'll like sit.
They're faking A going B.
Down B.
Enemy spotted mid.
I'm 1 HP. There are probably like 2 outside B. Sova and Breach are A, and then I think Brim and Rain are B. I think it'd be anywhere by now. Watch
You'd be
out.
upset if I mollied you.
No. You're
Really? Honestly.
You can throw it.
Hey,
They're going A.
Spike planted.
Oh,
I have ulti. Just wait.
Yeah, we should use both ults.
I'm waiting.
Let me know.
I have I
Okay.
too.
I think we can
I'm here
get
for
going,
slime.
right?
3,
Yeah, we can
2, 1, going.
One health.
Going flank.
They brim mollied me.
Oh shit, that's a bot ball for you. I'm sorry.
Nice eye.
We'll catch them.
I think hell, yeah, Reyna hell.
Reyna's hell.
Oh, 40?
She's hell.
Watch your
Very one.
Prepare for hell.
Nice.
Nice.
One. Last.
Going up.
Try to get on it.
All good. All good.
Nice.
Do we have it? Nope.
No.
I held it. Just
Oh. Sorry, no.
Right.
My wall kind of fucked you there. Here, I apologize. That was weird.
Things to do.
How do you want me to wall for retake here? On if I'm A, is it just wall this?
I've got no clue. I mean, maybe like somewhere like be cat right here.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just, like,
But
wall up
if
in
I'm
mid.
here, like, what is?
I have no clue.
Oh. Okay.
Maybe I should just go heaven and no one goes door, and we can like just.
Someone has to go door, right? It's just weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no idea. Never really played a harbor on this map.
Mm.
I was trying to cook for you. Oh yeah, make sure you buy Scarra. All right. Buy armor. Nice. All right.
They have a sage rest.
Yeah.
Joining up
Don't
mid.
Yeah.
They're-
Breach.
They're coming up mid. They're up like pizza.
Enemy spotted mid.
Reyna's up.
Damn it.
Market.
I could have had him.
I just got one tap through the smoke.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a gun down.
What did you have?
Lane,
What you
lane,
have?
Close lane.
Yep.
Lane.
Reyna's lane. Reyna's lane.
Reyna's lane.
Oh, last two B main.
Yeah, last two B man. Coming out.
Last
Careful.
player standing.
Oh.
Shit.
I thought I was about to see a repeat.
Dude.
Nice shot.
All right. Oh my
Switching
god.
sides.
Here we
They-
go.
Overtime.
They got a lot of rounds.
This is crazy. If
Nah.
doing this for
Everyone gets lucky.
I'm gonna
I don't really
re-wall
remember
mid.
what we were doing. Yeah, I don't really remember what we were doing. I think it was kind of like a little bit of mid, a little bit of go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I can take bomb if you want, Scarra. Unless you're coming main.
Yeah, I'm coming A main. I'm coming A main after.
Okay.
I'm not lurking this round. I'll leave that to slime.
Yeah, I'll lurk.
Don't tease up. Not yet. Wave crashing.
They smoked A main.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Oh, they darted.
What a
Silver dart.
dart. I can re-smoke mid in a second. Re-smoking now.
Flooding them.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, breach. Probably one more.
Yep.
Sage is on B. She's stuck.
Reloaded.
Is there still a wall?
I can wall B. if you want to
I
hit.
broke it.
They're joining tree.
I'm looking for B. Go through A. Go through A. Oh, we're
Go,
going.
go
Go
B, go
go
B,
go
go
go.
Reyna on A.
Okay.
Reyna A, Silva A.
I'm running.
I'm with it.
Yo, clear for me.
Okay.
If I get headshot here, I'm
Nice.
Brimstone's
Nice.
out.
Last two are A.
playing default.
Reyna's hit 40.
Reload him.
Alright. 2v1.
Here.
We have a camera, by the way.
Reloading.
I'll mark it.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Nice.
Hey, well,
Nice,
bro.
okay. You got that dog in you, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Switching
sir.
sides. Match point.
I don't. Okay,
I'm gonna set up A.
Yeah, I feel like they just play A. Is there a way to play Ratty on A till we can sit on it? Because their initiation is really bad. I think they eye here,
Right there.
and that's it. That's their way in.
Yeah, they also dart sometimes.
It's yeah. I feel like.
But you could play it. It could be good.
There's got to be a way to play on.
Yeah.
Oh, here knows B.
You hear B? Okay.
You go. I'll say it.
Okay. They darted.
I'm going B.
Maybe like 3B.
Yeah, slime's working.
Getting orb.
Careful, slime. They might
It's
go
brim.
back right now.
Yeah.
I'm walling now.
They smoke.
They're close.
They're coming
They're
out.
falling back.
Nice.
Fine.
Nice, nice.
Oh, we're good, we're good.
They're all three running away. They're going A. Yeah, they're trying to go to A.
They cut. I'm going.
They crossed?
You think they'll...
Yeah, they crossed. At least one crossed.
Okay. You're already there. Damn. Right here. Nice. 3v2.
I.
Yeah, Foolish is going out. I whenever you can.
Oh,
One gen. Tree.
Tree.
One enemy remaining.
Has breach ult. When you tap, she's gonna breach ult. Be careful.
Off your feet!
Heaven. You can close door, yeah. Nice! Good clutch!
God, she played that so hard to deal with. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I actually got scared for a second. I thought for a second you might be.
I was thinking too. I was thinking maybe
Oh my god, Foolish.
Oh. Nice, good round, bro. Also, sorry for talking a lot when you were playing. Right there.
What? No, I
No,
it's like,
you're doing a great
it
job.
makes me feel like it's like the closest I'll get to pro play ever. I feel like I'm like in it.
Dude,
Closing the door was like really good.
Oh yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
A W on the board.
31 kills. My other pro player didn't know how to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from. I think when I don't know. I feel alive.
You should feel alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, me and Scarra are undefeated.
Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, okay, I'll just mess around one round, and I did that thing where I mess around one round, then play bad the next round, and they're up 6 rounds. I'm like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, you're like, oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
That was fun. It was fun.
All right, GG's.
GG's, guys.
Yeah.
GG's, guys.
See you guys around.
Let's fucking go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm 3-0, undefeated. What's so cute? Oh, it means that we change every single game. So for instance here, let me go ahead and show you the team standings right here. So day one, this is day one, okay? So we're currently gonna be round 4. That means as I scroll over, hold on, let me go look for it. I scroll over, I'm going to be playing here with, I'm gonna literally play with Foolish and Slime again. Am I guaranteed for tomorrow? Is there I don't know. When I play against Asuna, dude, this guy's been owning in my games, man. But I'm up currently 3-0, and I'll be playing this as my last rounds. Lauren's also 3-0. She's really 3-0? Holy moly, she's owning. Sim owns. Is he 2-1? Check the player score tracking. Okay. Oh, okay. Averaging 41, that's not biggie. Oh, Love is actually owning. Wait, is he owning? No, Yush is owning. Let me go look at the tiers. Nick is owning, John is owning, and then Foolish just got hit 2-1, right? Because it didn't count yet. Cryo, Sim are doing great. Asuna cleared, so as well. So he's 2-1. Yeah, okay. Tenzin, okay. Binan's up 2-1. Tenzin is fucking owning. Me, Michael, okay. Tenz 03, dude. I thought Tenz was gonna win, dude. Some of the shots he hits, I don't know if I've played against pro players before, but some of the shots Tenz hits, I'm just like, this guy's a fucking freak, man. Like that. Like, I don't see how he can hit
his mouse fast enough to hit the shot before I could see him, kind of. Fresh has been updated? Oh, it's already updated? Yo, I got the most kill. Oh, no, Broden's got 40 kills. What the fuck? The most round wins. You just got the most. Awesome. Tenzin, Binance, Peter. Okay. Wait, Eamon's 0? No way, dude. Eamon's cool. I don't. The Tenzin's 0. That feels so bad. What is this number, guys? Do you see that number? Is this a legal number to have? He has more kills than my entire bracket, I think. Wait, let me think. Almost. No. Not 140. Nah. He's like 60%. That's 3 games. Yeah, he's dropping 41 per game and he lost one. He lost one in overtime. 13-15. Yeah, he lost a clear drop 46. It was fucking stupid, man. That was a crazy game. Okay, hold on. Let me go. The last one is 2 Team 3. Okay, and I'm going 2, which is Fudgy Waffle.
Yo, the dream team happens again.
Yo. All right, I'm gonna go get water and pee. I'll be right back. Yeah, I do this after every game, man. I'm playing some bats. I'll see you guys in a bit. I am drinking so much water, I just like straight peeing. Be back, guys. Need more water.
Hello?
Yo.
Yeah. Woo!
This is a dream team.
What?
It's a dream team.
I mean, we're back at it. We're back at it again.
We're just back to work.
Yeah, back to work like nothing ever started. Or nothing was never stopped. It never stopped.
Nothing ceased to continue happening.
Yeah. No, honestly, it feels like we're still in that scent match right now.
That was a sweat, dude. I didn't like going to overtime.
Honestly, I was loving it. I was like, yeah. Now it's time to, cool off just a tiny bit.
What's your guys' score on the day?
I'm
1-3.
I'm 2-1.
I am
1-2.
2-1. 2-1.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some 2-1ers. Is it still? I'm guessing they're still like figuring everything out. Like map, they probably haven't even started the map yet. Those greedy bastards, they're probably running an ad.
Hey, this isn't UNICEF, bro.
Oh, need slime and sim. Slime, you're telling me you're not in the lobby right now?
I am not in the lobby. Does anyone have me added?
Oh wait, I might. I feel like there's a chance. Actually, I don't know if I played it. Wait, actually, have we ever played Valorant together?
No, never.
Oh, man, it just felt like we already have.
It did feel like the
Yeah.
chemistry was electric.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to put my thing in player general.
Yeah, I can add that.
Hashtag.
Player general. Okay, boom.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Our little harbor main mule.
Oh god, dude, these games are so stressful, man.
Wait, you're fragging.
My games
Fragging
are
and
literally
winning.
going to like 13 every game. Like, or what?
I mean, they
like,
should go to 13.
No, I mean like
every game.
like 25 rounds every game. It's like crazy.
Last game was my first overtime.
Oh my god.
The rest have just been kind of like 13-9, 13-10, I think.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, I'm gonna warn you guys. I just took some promethazine for my cough, so if I start sleeping during the round, I apologize.
Listen, put a couple wire walls up, and that'll get us far enough.
Don't worry, Celine. I took some Celsius a couple hours ago. I got it.
Oh,
Still.
dude, that combination does not sound healthy.
So yeah, like what effect are you hoping for right now?
Yeah, like you're caffeinated
happy
but also
medium?
drugged up. Like that doesn't sound good at all.
That's like taking 2 PEDs at the same time, right? I'm good.
Yeah, it's double the power.
Bro, I looked at Sim's kills. He's been taking like 5 at a time or something, man.
Sim's you're a
I'm
beast.
getting
prone to
farmed by the pro player.
Me too. I swear, I look at the stat lines and it's like,
Yeah.
Tens just kills me like 18 times.
Yeah. Like Asuna has been farming me, and I go against this guy 4 times, and I am like 3-7, 3-9, like into him.
Wait, don't worry though. I
He's
just
getting
played with him last game, and I'm kind of in his head now. I think.
Okay.
We do
I
know
hope
how
you
he
are.
plays.
Yeah, I played
Yeah, we do.
2 games with him. So I'm like, he's like
I know.
shaking.
I lost both those
Oh.
games that you played with him.
Oh.
He is farming me just single-handedly. Single-handedly, he does not let me play the game.
I played against Jody all 3 games, and she's 0-3.
Yeah.
He was playing her ass off too the last game.
Yes.
Yeah, she's playing great.
She always plays and gets to the
constantly
point where
getting
like
breached
it's so close.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're not gonna buy a gun. Come on, we wouldn't do that.
Dude, give us pistol. It's like legit my best round, and we got a knife.
It is the Wild West.
Oh, it is.
Doopy.
I feel like I've been like oddly like fortunate with knife rounds so far. Not like kills, but like winning them. Oh, we can vote. What are the maps?
What
We
are
could-
the
we
available
could-
maps? Like Pearl, Split,
I'm trying to
Fracture?
Haven,
Split,
Pearl,
Fracture?
Split.
Do you guys want to do Haven or
Haven.
Split? Right now, there's like the 2.
Whatever you're better at. Because I don't know.
Kind of like Haven, I feel like.
Wait, Chad is voting
like
between
Haven.
Haven
Yeah,
and Split.
vote Haven.
Oh, I'm
vote
down.
Haven. Swing the vote.
Oh, swing the vote! Swing the vote!
Oh no, we're going Haven. Haven's so
Yeah,
fun.
no.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
good
yeah,
with
we're
Haven.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a fun one. At the end of the day.
But it's definitely like one that like it's so good if you could just take aim duels and you're a fucking lurker. I feel. Oh my god. Oh, Haven won.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, perfect.
It was close, and then all of a sudden, it really wasn't.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, to recap what you were saying, Celine, Sim was farming me first game. I saw all kinds of knives.
Oh my god.
It was over before I knew it.
Sim is too greedy, bro. Are you serious? You say that's a bad thing? I want him to drop 60 here.
Oh, what did
Bro,
we
I
want
want
to
to jump into his backpack. I'll bring the fucking, I don't know, the pizza,
Haven, I could play
the fucking
Silva.
bagel bites, and I'll just fucking munch down, man.
Angle. I know Scarra's gonna go Harbor.
When did you change your name from Her Harbor, by the way?
Oh, that's always been my Smurf account, and so I play on that, but I don't really play
You're
on that.
smurfing on us right now, huh?
Oh,
Alright. A little disrespectful.
You already know. Wait, hold on. Let me change my Fugies, guys.
So
Hold
if anybody else here plays Sova, I can also do something else. I'll just.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. It's all you.
I can play like Jet or Reyna. About all I got in me.
Yeah, you definitely do that.
you
and
just
go
do one of
frag
those.
out. It legit feels like every game is like a I choose you pro player and then hope that they frag out 40 bombs.
I think all the pro players are pretty doing well, and then like the impact from like everyone else. Like, there's so many rounds where I see someone get like 1 or 2 kills. I'm like, damn, that really swung the round. Like, Jody popped off like a lot of rounds I played against her. I'm like, Asa jumped into a fucking teleporter and instantly gets killed by Jody. I'm like, all right, we lost.
Good times. Oh, over this, I'd be down to if we need smokes. I love playing Omen. Yeah, I feel like he's a fun guy for whatever it's called, Haven.
The only problem
Omen on Haven is fun.
we don't have flashes. I don't know if you guys care.
I can go Phoenix.
Yeah, I think your Phoenix is fucking beast.
I felt pretty good with Phoenix last time.
And Slime can kind of play whatever here.
You flashed
I can
hell,
play-
and I was like, oh my god.
I did a little.
Ram.
Yeah, you did a little.
I didn't know if it
It was a bit perfect. Too good.
Down for anything. I think you're open to play whatever, and a lot of people have their roles locked.
Slime, you're the X Factor. right?
Yeah, you can play
The
whatever.
X Factor. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Fuck it, you want to lock in Jet? Just fucking
I
steal
do like
Sim's pick, man.
Cypher.
Yeah,
It's
Cypher's
like
sick on
Jet.
Haven.
It's like Jet. You
I'm
won't.
not gonna.
Jet, you can have Jet if you want.
Yeah,
You want
see?
Jet?
I don't.
You take Jet, I'll take Reyna, and we'll just fucking we'll just do it.
and we'll take the kids to school.
Listen, Sim's been getting plenty of kills. I think he needs to just relax a little bit.
Whoa, whoa.
No, dude, the race for first for the pros, I feel like since everyone's dropping like 40 bombs, it's probably
Dude, I'm just
close.
oh no, no one's close to his kills.
Oh.
He's 127 in 3 rounds.
Oh.
But
That's crazy.
But look, no, I'm here for it, man. Drop 50 here, okay? I'm gonna jump in the backpack.
Holy crap.
I'll bring the fucking like
100. Oh my god, 123 kills, and the next one down is like 30 below.
I'll bring the Kool-Aid and the orange slices. We can just all sit there, man. We're all good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Slime's gonna drop 50 this game, right? Play
Oh
Jet?
no, Slime's got it. Lock in the Jet.
If you want me to play Jet, I will play Jet, and I will frag out because it's my God-given right.
Yeah.
But I think it's
Whatever
a
you
bad
want.
idea.
You're ready, right?
Oh, if I play.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Ready.
For Harbor, I don't know that. I don't really understand this map for Harbor that well. So if you want a wall, just let me know how you want to place. Because
Sounds good.
It's a,
Okay.
unfortunately, I don't play Haven much for some reason.
Oh really?
I play
Wait, how do you,
so
how
much
do you just
Lotus.
not play Haven?
Dude, I always get Lotus, Pearl, and Bind like nonstop.
Huh?
Yeah, right now in my head, I was thinking maybe one of these.
Oh.
Sim, lock it before Slime takes it. He's itching.
No,
I feel it.
I am but a humble Cypher main. I clock in, I put my trips down, I clock out, I go home, I watch Netflix.
You clock in and you clock out.
I think this is fine, yeah?
Dude, I like the comp.
I think you, Sky, I know you had some things kind of prepped in your head for Ascent. Do you have kind of similar things for Haven, or?
I know
or you
how to
kinda
do.
just
I know
figure it
how to
out?
do default stuff, but it's like.
Okay.
I might have some questions on how to do some of the offensive stuff, like.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
and our pro player here will answer all of them for you.
No, it's really easy because if you can get me up far enough, I can make the smokes really easy. But getting up there by myself, I have no idea if I can do that.
I'll drone you up.
We'll get you up there, don't worry.
Yeah. Like if we're doing like what's my Haven B attack, like I could do like the circle
to cover both links, but only if I'm like right next to one of them.
Yeah.
Slime wage cage cipher. True.
Wage.
That's what someone said.
Is so funny.
Wage slave, man.
I'm the salary man. Cipher. I just get absolutely drunk with my boss, Brimstone, after work.
I hope you guys are good at knifing, because I'm so bad at this.
Is the screen black for anyone?
Nope.
No.
Okay, here's a trick to knifing. Never right click. I didn't know that because
I play. Yeah.
I think that's like a CS:GO thing. Is like 2 lefts and a right, but this one is just 2 lefts and you're good.
No
I didn't know
armor.
that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I really do hate to be that guy, but for whatever reason, my screen's black.
No, we can pause though. It's not a big deal. Well, I'll let you know when we get in. I'll just tell them to pause.
Yeah, we're still loading.
Oh, okay. Maybe once we're actually in the game, maybe it'll. Okay, I'll give it a second.
Luckily, this game has a reconnect feature. We're not worried.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we can probably win without you. Like, just go get a coffee or something.
Alright.
Come back at the half. See how we did.
Yeah, wait like 6 or 9, and then get back here.
Oh my god, here goes another game. I get farmed by Asuna. Like, here we go.
Dude,
Don't worry, I'll take care of him. I'll take care of him.
Yeah, don't worry. You look foolish last game.
Yeah.
He dropped 31.
Yeah,
I don't even know how. You're cracked.
Either.
It was a
Top
pop off.
rage.
It was pop up city.
So we're definitely not in the game yet, right?
No,
We're not.
I'll let you know.
Nope.
I'll probably load
I'm
you
pretty
in
sure it's because your screen is in transition.
Yeah,
it might
I'm
be
pretty
your
sure we're
game.
stuck because of you.
I might be the problem.
You want to just all that for and just.
At least it's technically like the last game of the day, right? So
Yeah.
there's not like a. We're not really gonna
true.
hold. Should I just control delete? Maybe control
Yeah.
like alt
Yeah,
F4.
I think go for
Guys,
it.
I'm playing ads right now,
Okay,
so it
Alt
doesn't happen
F4.
in the game. Okay. It'll probably take 3 minutes.
Sorry,
Maybe you miss
fudgy.
knife round. Whatever.
Okay, play.
Yep. See you guys in 3. Dude, you don't want to have fucking ads in the middle of like a 12-13, okay? I've had it happen when I was playing TFT. Literally, ads played on like the round I died. I'm like, oh
man.
shit.
He's loading in.
good. I
We're
see the
still
main
loading
screen.
together.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Oh,
Oh, you're
we're
good.
in.
Are you good?
Are you here?
No, not yet. I'm still like just loading up the main screen, like the
Okay.
like right. Oh, and now I see the map Haven.
We're paused.
Okay, I'm loading.
Pause for me. It
We're
sounds
getting
sultry
ever
when you
so
say it
close
like
Oh,
that.
sorry.
And I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Woo! Okay.
We are good.
All right. No buying and.
Yep, no buys.
Okay. I can see names finally. Oh.
Oh, you couldn't see names before?
No, I don't know why. I could maybe see like my name, and there was always like one other random person.
Oh, that was like blank.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah,
else's
I've been
name's just
getting
complete
that bug
blank.
too.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's a game changer.
Can you give this guy a haircut? Come here a lot. good.
Okay. I'll have the mean garage
Reloading.
flank.
The mean garage flank. Okay.
Yeah, right out garage.
You'll be the shadow government.
What does that mean?
You're the fluoride in the water.
The fluoride in the water. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The
Fluoride in the
silent
water.
killer.
Yeah. No, that you're onto something.
Dude, you know, I went to New York and I thought their water was terrible. Because in my head, New York's like not that clean, but it's like one of the best like tap waters in the country.
Yeah, that's why they say their bagels are the best because it's the
yeah.
water.
No, I had no idea.
Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
No, yeah, they're like
It's this
bagels
whole
and the
culture,
pizza.
like cultural like pride of like our
Walmart Street's good.
bagels
We'll come
rule
for
because our
20
water's
bucks.
good plus ratio.
No, their pizzas because of the water too. It's crazy.
And the pizza, yeah.
Like you,
in LA, we just drink brown water all day.
Oh.
Careful now.
Oh, it's on.
Mid.
One window.
One's window.
Oh, I'm 1 for 1.
No! Oh, he's
I'm running behind them.
No,
Wait.
I got
Oh,
no
careful.
50.
Oh,
Oh wait, open
Nice.
50.
Last player standing.
We can do this.
No, it's alright.
You just spam. That's how you win.
Just left click. You just like.
Yeah, you just left click.
Listen for the
Well, that's just Pokemon for 20 months.
Yeah,
Okay, but if we win this round,
Yeah.
it would be crazy.
So you're saying like maybe spend a little to win a little.
No, we were gonna
Yeah,
lose
maybe spend a little to win a little.
Spend a little to win a little. Yeah, easy enough.
I mean, I'm down to the sheriff this. No
charges.
How do you want me to wall you
I'm
out?
down.
Sit mid. I can do like a wall
there.
here.
I might just peek out garage.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold dart for the take.
I'll do it and you tell
I
me.
lost my pistol. Fuck me.
They're going C. They're going C.
See.
I'm running. You can flank.
That was a clean. You got Vandal? Oh!
More on set.
They probably have a Vandal backside.
I'm dinked.
Backside one.
Last player standing.
22 Sova.
Honestly, not bad.
NT, yeah.
Damn. I got Austin there. He's like, what? He's probably like, what the fuck?
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm good.
I'm gonna look at mid.
Okay, do you want me to wall this and you walk out, or do you just play it myself?
I'll just play by myself.
Okay, I'm holding it then. I'm gonna walk toward or hold toward A. Let me know, Celine.
Yeah, I'm doing a slow dart.
Yeah.
They darted long.
2?
3.
Rotating.
Water rising. Shot done.
Oh, this wall did not cover what I wanted. Fuck.
They're droning.
Fine. I'm walling long here.
Oh. Care
That's
short. They droned up short. Droned up short.
Ooh.
They're not in.
Not in sight.
Care.
Could be up
foolish?
short, close. Care. It's quiet.
They're up.
Yep, blinding. On site.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe Omen
The way I killed Austin there was so illegal there.
He's like
probably
inside now, I
like,
think.
what the
This kid.
fuck?
Yeah, graffiti site. Nice.
Nice. Good shit, man.
I'll do it. I hit
God, I
anyone?
hit the jet 120.
The way I got Austin in there
did.
was so illegal.
Here, I'll keep light armor and then get one of. Oh no, I sell this, bada bing.
Thank you.
Bada bang.
I'm just playing Spectre here.
So they did a little mid, they did another little A. They also did C, which means they're bound to peak window.
Stay in the
time.
moment.
Yeah, I
It's
feel
a
it.
doomsday clock to window.
Okay. You do that, and I'm gonna throw the gun next to you. Oh, that didn't work.
Oh.
They darted long. They got my dart lobby.
I froze mid window.
I'm gonna rotate to the
Reyna was A lobby.
Nice.
I have no
Reyna
smoke.
was A lobby. Care short.
I don't think he's right side.
Care long. I gave it up.
I'm gonna trip garage and I camp C. We can just stack A and B.
Have long.
They cipher caged A lobby.
Oh,
One up B.
I'm running.
Get out of my way.
Found you.
He's gonna follow like garage.
Probably C.
I'm running.
Yep, see long.
Nice kill. One more
Spike
garage.
down mid.
Nice.
That's on C, I think.
Reloading.
On C? Okay.
Blocking sight.
Or close somewhere.
I hear
Just
grass.
mid. Just mid.
Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna run away.
Draft.
Damn it.
Oh, one up B.
One in B, yeah.
Last player standing.
Dude.
30
I
seconds
know
left.
exactly where you are.
Shields going out.
Watch me.
Water rising.
Oh, that's not good. Where am I?
Spike planted.
Oh my.
What?
Nah,
Had to.
I had.
really clean.
Yeah, she
I
lurked
fucked
all the
up.
way into B.
Yeah.
Like, she was backside when the jet was here.
Sorry, I was looking through garage, but I didn't realize he lurked through B, and I just got.
That's all good. I'm broke.
You
You
can
guys
save
want to
this
do like
round.
an eco play?
Yeah, bro.
We just walk down C together.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down for you guys to do that. I'm gonna ult A off rip.
Right here.
I'm running with you, C. I have ulti up saving next round, unless something crazy happens.
Don't hold back.
I have sheriff.
Give me those.
Nice.
There's more.
Multiple.
My bullets don't go
Cracked
anywhere.
180.
Not bad, not bad. One mid.
I'm still
Out
there.
window. Oh, Omen
Nice
tagged 80
shot.
as well. Omen tagged
No, I
80.
kinda got a gun.
Where was he?
What's C? What's C? What's C?
One mid, one C.
Yeah.
Last player
Right side.
standing.
And left, right and left, right and left.
Both
I'm
there.
gonna TP'd. Put
Open
it on
key.
left.
Ooh.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. Attacker
Bro,
spawn.
Foolish is fucking cracked or what? You're crazy.
Nice,
Holy
good
fuck,
shit.
you're a
Oh my
martial
fucking
god.
god. You're insane.
Holy moly.
Yes.
Good shit.
It's supposed to be all talk.
I'm gonna go A
What
this
the hell
round.
happened?
Yep. If you contact, I'm gonna ulti off the rip and hit the
Right
garden.
there.
They usually shoot my dart and then stay A lobby.
Yeah. Like, do you want to go crazy here, Sam?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay. I'll throw it off.
Oh.
I'll throw it off as soon as I
Wow.
see. Waiting for.
Some ass,
Scarra.
man.
Going.
Dashed out.
Enemy spotted A.
I'll come over to try to.
A few.
One's waiting.
Pink me one window.
He's waiting tucked. Holding short. He's holding short.
Right
I'm holding.
there.
I can't move.
I tagged him.
He's stuck
He's
in
in
the cubby
cubby.
still.
He's in cubby. Yeah.
Two mid. Two mid grass.
Nice.
Yeah, a few mid.
I have garage.
Oh, do they not have spike?
So it was a 40.
Oh, they did.
And Raina's a 50.
He's tagged.
Coming out garage. To C.
How many did displays? 4?
Planning.
Here.
Are they in garage?
Spike planted.
I don't know. I think
I'll
so.
flash.
Flash. Nowhere to run.
I'll ult in a second.
Okay.
5 HP.
Come on, let's go. Scanning ahead.
Oh my god. Logs. CT.
One plat.
Flat.
Dead.
Okay.
Last
Oh,
player
log
standing.
still.
Logs in
Logs
plat.
hit 80.
Flash.
Backside.
One enemy
Yep.
remaining.
Hit 80.
Careful now.
Oh,
NT.
NT.
That was a nice round by Danny.
Dude, Danny's
He
fucking
went
going
so far. He
crazy.
just went here.
Tactics. Keep it
Damn, I thought I had that.
Damn, I did not see this guy walking. That was my bad.
right there.
I
Oh, him
actually.
again.
They had no idea I was there. I had such a great angle, such a good ulti. I just fucked it up, man. It's okay. Happens.
Are we saving it or they're like half by?
I'm doing
Yeah. We can
just,
have that.
Sheriff.
Let's go.
I'm super broke.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Two more
I'm
window.
on you out. I'm on you out.
stuck. Mid.
I'm on you out if you want to get out. Okay.
Nice.
I ripped off
IVG.
Kirby's head.
I'm droning.
I'm going A.
Yeah. One's hay, Reina.
Walls up.
One grass right now.
Oh, this noise is killing me.
Oh, I missed.
One
Fuck.
up short.
I had a feeling someone was here A. I shouldn't have thrown the wall. I don't think he would
One's
have
up
known.
A.
Okay, let's plug on.
Two mid.
Oh,
One
mid.
A-ling, two mid.
They're going to B. In B.
You want B to A, I think. Yeah.
Planning A.
They're probably. They might hold back.
Spike planted.
I know I'm here. They don't know you're here.
They probably heard my step.
Last player standing.
Nice shot.
At the middle.
No, I
TNT.
wasted that shit.
That's right.
Bro, Danny chose this game to pop off, man.
I know.
Come on, dude. It's alright.
He wants one. He wants
Like,
to win.
can you really keep it up that long? Probably not. Like,
Yeah,
probably
no, we got it. He's out of gas already.
Let me know if you guys want to switch things up, like have Cypher A and I go C or something.
Yeah, just call. Just send me where you want me.
It's weird because I feel like it's fine, and then afterwards, like just like I die or something, and then we lose the pressure. I think our openings have been good.
maybe some stuff.
Cypher is mid window.
1A lobby.
Shova Jet C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wave crashing.
Cypher cage the cross. Could go
I
short.
need hold mid. I need hold mid.
Could go short.
No, I peeked through. That
Grass.
was so dumb. Fuck.
They're going back towards A lobby.
I think they're going A. One's still mid.
Water rising.
Yeah, one A lobby.
That's
one
grass.
Oh wow.
Well, as long as they don't have this trip.
I didn't have it cut off. Do you see my wall on the map? It's like it's like drawn like
Last
this.
player standing.
Lucky shot.
Spike planted.
Yeah, left. Oh, she's got this. She's got this.
Yup.
Oh, close. T.
I'm gonna go A and get knives this round.
Yeah, maybe we do mix it up. You want to swap A and C? Set up right now.
I'll go.
Sure, I'll go C.
Yeah.
Okay, I was playing C, and then I watch B.
I just hold garage.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'll hold C. I'll hold C. You can go B. You can go B. Or actually, no, I'll hold garage. Good cams. No, I think it's just like it's a much harder game. Like literally, Oscar is 8-6, but like the rest of the team is doing so well, and I'm getting owned on the.
He dashed A.
There's a Cypher cam on C.
Fucking going out.
I'm running.
3A. Oh my god, all my health
She
gone.
Okay, I'll go to A.
No, well, he'd hold B, but.
Oh, I thought you said you'll
Playing
hold
back.
B.
Nice
One
shot.
short though. They have no smoke.
Too long.
I have a gun for someone.
I'm walling out long,
here,
and
okay.
I'm looking mid.
Okay, I
Let's give
gave up
someone a
C. I'm
Marshall.
watching
I'm gonna leave now.
garage.
It's me.
I gave up C.
If you're
I've
into
got-
that kind of
I've
thing.
got that shit. I
Oh.
am into
Okay.
One
it.
up B.
Dude, Danny. Nice shot.
Nice
Be
kill.
done.
Okay, we don't have garage or C.
Damn. Dude, Danny's just got my
I'm gonna walk
number.
down
He's
B.
owning me.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'll
join
go
into
back to
garage
A.
then.
Nice
One
one,
tag
guys.
long.
Nice.
One tag long. One short. He got me. Fucker.
One short, one long.
Too short. Too short. All
Try and
in.
wait.
Oh, I think they're
Try
all
and live
there.
if you can.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Reyna
Nice.
somewhere? Oh,
I'm flanking.
he's
I'm
behind
flanking.
me.
He's pushing spawn still maybe.
Yeah, just chill. He says a plant.
Behind him. I think he's walking at you.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
Let's go.
I could not have made that.
Great job,
Grab a
guys.
gun.
Dude,
Thank you.
I think Danny's like 6-0ing me right now. I'm getting
What?
owned. Danny's
Well,
like
6-0
killed me every
him.
round.
Yeah, Danny's going crazy. Oh, let me go back C. I autopiloted
You
to
know,
A.
I think
yeah, I did too.
I think we did good on those.
Yeah, they have 5 ults.
Can you buy me here?
Can someone spot me?
I can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can also buy request.
Yeah. Get slime.
Okay.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Ooh, they do got a few ults.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of my way.
See?
Might just be fast. Maybe.
Flooding them.
They're droning.
Balls up.
He dashed in. He
up.
dashed in.
Oh. One garage.
One garage. He's low garage. He's garage window, I think.
Not in yet. One garage.
He's in garage window. He could
Yeah,
flank his
okay.
spawn.
Nice.
Nice
one.
kill. I'm droning.
One could be
look around.
cubby.
Yeah,
have
one
grab.
could be cubby.
Okay.
How did Scarra get out like that? It was like right in between blinds, and he got out that way.
And they're still C long, maybe.
Oh, I hear A. At least a couple steps. Couple A.
I'm gonna run
I'm
flank.
rotating.
I'm gonna updraft the trip and flank.
Do you want us to wait a second?
Yeah, there's no trip. I'm just
I
flanking.
have dart for sight.
He dart now.
Cancel.
Yeah, darting.
One hell.
One.
Default hell. Hit 60.
Nice.
Nice. Good shit.
Holy crap.
Dude, he is a monster.
Yeah. Dude.
Not even close.
Woo!
We good. We good.
Yo.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
Could I get a buy?
Yes.
If we have enough, nice.
I think we're good. I literally defaulted. I defaulted A again.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I do it all the time. I pick a site for the rest of the game, and my robot brain just goes there.
Yeah.
I can watch garage.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
A.
I'm in.
Lobby 1.
Nothing C.
They smoke cross.
They smoke cross, yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Another smoke cross. Cypher and Jet here.
Pretty close shorter.
Playing back.
I can.
I'll sit garage for a second.
I'm out C.
It's quiet now.
Just Cypher triple.
Oh god. I stopped.
Playing B.
They're
Playing
planning
B.
B.
Dude, I can't believe I'm being owned this game.
One's from B.
No, you
Nice.
don't.
Nice kill. I have drone.
One's backside. It's right now.
Okay, I'm darting sight.
Yeah, gong 1.
Right now backside.
One gong.
Found them.
A-Link. I'm journeying.
Flight.
Last player standing.
Mid.
Oh, one's
okay.
up garage.
I see.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Last round before the switch.
So no, treat yourself to something nice while you still can.
I'm gonna run up long.
I have ult for their plant.
Can someone just wait. Slime. Can you hold B with with your util? Because I am getting
I'll
They're
just
just late pushing mid like every round.
Yeah, we can trip B.
And I'll have
Alright.
some A stuff. Put a deep one short.
I smoke cross.
Nothing
Can't run out
C.
long.
Fuck.
I know exactly where you
Oh no.
They're going A.
I missed. Damn. Who fucking Cypher puts a cam there? That's so unlucky.
Just close spawn.
I can maybe help.
Spike planted.
Oh, my bad.
You hit perfectly.
I'm droning.
Deploying
Got here.
Left clear. Graffiti
Last
clear.
player standing.
Behind me.
Oh, they're so clever. Alright. 4's great.
4 is great.
Attack side of the map.
On Haven?
I couldn't ask for anything else.
We get this knife run, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Big knife round.
Yeah. Toss. Oh, we don't need a spike. It's fucking whatever.
Sure thing, Budgie.
Knife round's so crucial here.
Yeah.
Oh, you can just hold down M1.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like not great if they're like walking back and forth. But if you just wanna.
They like timing you.
Yeah.
My A keycap keeps falling off.
That's fine.
Like my little sweaty fingers will kind of like pull it up. And then...
We only go to sites where you can go right.
We only go to sites where we...
Because your A goes left.
Oh,
Unless I guess you can
dude,
turn around.
I am slow. I am just slow on it today. I thought you were trying to give like an actual strategy or something.
Oh no.
I was like,
I mean,
okay.
imagine they would never predict that.
Oh shit.
Do you guys feel like running out mid is right?
Yeah,
They run
we
up
just
to you and
gotta be
flank them.
warriors.
You know what? You're right. We're American gladiators. We don't need to run around.
I remember that show.
We're them.
American Gladiators.
Careful now. Many enemies.
Whoa! I'm luring them.
One
I'm
up
luring
garage.
them.
Nice,
Oh,
nice,
nice.
nice.
Omen's hit. Oh no.
Oh my god, they doubled up on me. No!
Last player
Dude,
standing.
it's so hard.
Oh no.
Damn
They
it.
just deathballed it.
Yeah.
They're good. They're damn good at it.
We buy here.
Dude, I hate this knife round thing. I think I've lost like every single one except the one we cheesed on Bind.
Oh, I was the.
Oh.
I got owed by
Yeah.
that.
We can half bind and try to see here. I think we'd have a good chance of winning still.
I'm down.
Yeah, you're right.
Ready.
I'm gonna just cascade. Oh.
Okay.
I can wall see if we want to just play it.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
Cypher's
down.
back to you. And
Ready,
Reyna.
sight,
Nice
one
shot.
shot.
There's gonna be trips here, I think.
Here, could be in the smoke.
Back
Yeah,
side.
in the smoke. Nice, dead. One
Plant,
more with
plant,
CT.
plant, plant. We got you. We got you.
Planting.
I think one's out logged.
Yeah.
Got
Got him. That's a
Watching
vandal.
playing.
Oh, here. Take it, take it, take it, take it.
Oh, the wall was down.
That's fun.
One enemy.
Garage.
Not playing.
Oh,
He's
121.
Nice.
Nice.
Dude, you're a Sheriff Demon.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
thank God I
yeah.
put a deagle, dude.
Nice little
Holy
force
shit,
up
that's the
here.
round we needed right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Slime.
Should I just buy up, or do you think try to risk like
Reloading.
I'm buying.
they're
up.
kind of broke.
I'm buying up. I'm buying up. They're
Okay, if
broke.
just a few buy up, I'm sure I can then
Okay.
not buy
okay.
up.
Wait, Slime. Always take spike. You can slurp, okay, if you want.
Okay.
I'll dart long.
Reloading.
Yeah, good kills.
Do you?
Reloading.
Oh, okay. We have the guns. I'm not gonna cascade long for you.
I'll watch short.
Yeah, let's play together. We have guns.
Nothing long.
I hear grass.
Cypher's A, Cypher's A.
Yeah, I
I
can
think
drone
they're in
up.
window. Careful.
I fucked at the window wall. Hold on.
Droning.
They could definitely still be short. I can't really
Right side
see it.
clear.
Cypher's here.
Short is looks
Could be
clear unless
short.
he's deep. Care
Oh,
backside.
darted.
wait, flank?
One flank,
Oh,
two
from
flank,
window.
two flank, two flank.
He's peeking flank.
Can I plant?
Three flank. 80 on him.
Two. Has a vandal now. On site. Nice. Other two are flank. Has a vandal. Up short.
One enemy remaining. Last
On
player
site.
shit.
Graffiti.
Backside, backside.
Oh
no
way!
way. God, he moved so quick. I was
Oh
like,
my
I
god,
kind
the
of
omen
cam.
blind got me.
Wait, so what was like the timing? Did they go through mid? Is that
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
said
they
I
just
said they
did
went
push
through
window.
mid, I think.
They just ran up mid and then smoked it and then ran into smoke.
Damn, I played that.
I'm down to
pretty
force
well,
up with
too.
this though.
Okay.
I think C's pretty free.
You
B?
think B?
Or C?
C. If
C,
Cypher's
I'm
playing
down,
A,
I'm down.
just take C.
Back to C.
I'm down. Scar, I think you just force up with everyone
Yeah,
here.
no,
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the buy.
Let's fly.
Do you want me to leave logs open or smoke it off?
You think they're opping? Should I drone this?
You
I'm
can
droning.
smoke it off.
Yeah, I'm smoking off. Smoking off.
If I get orb, I
One
can also
backside.
Backside.
Reyna
Reyna's
backside.
There's trips
Oh,
here.
can we get that trip? Oh.
One spawn. Could be logged.
Yeah. Yeah. Dead. One CT.
Oh,
One spawn
garage.
One garage.
Good spawn. Out spawn, left side.
Nice.
Dead.
Nice, huge kills.
Both
Last two
garage.
garage,
They're
last
both
two
garage,
garage.
both
Enemy
garage.
remaining.
I'm smoking off. I'm smoking off.
Nice.
Nice! Good kills!
Shit.
Huge kills. Is there a vandal? Damn, everyone's a phantom user.
Oh no, I'm a
Let's go
vandal
C.
user.
Go C again.
Okay.
Back to C.
I need.
Do I buy?
I can
up?
drop you my Vandal and use knives.
Wait. I can buy you up. I can,
Gun here.
oh, okay.
Oh wait, I'll sell.
Wait,
I bought. Oh.
They had a trip here, and then wait, I'm trying to think. Where was the other trip? Like I think like here.
I can shock dart close.
Dropping bomb.
Oh yeah. You got, can I go slow and get orb?
Yeah, I'll drone.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Do I still wall, I guess.
What's this?
Going. Taking.
Nice girl.
I'm ulti side right now.
I think one's garage.
One grass.
Huge kill.
Such a clutch arrow.
I'm watching garage. Oh.
I'm in spawn.
We're good, weird.
Never mind.
I'm gonna run garage. Or B.
I'm gonna double up with someone.
One enemy remaining.
Nice kills. Oh my god, nice kills.
Let's go.
I'm a swift. Oh my knives. Oh my god.
Remember, stay out of the fire.
I think they're gonna start stacking C soon. It's just I don't know when.
Yeah, they'll probably start stacking C.
You can go B this round. Switch it up.
I can. I don't know if we get, or maybe I shouldn't. Or we could try like making noise C maybe. Like one or two of us.
I'll drone it. I can drone it.
You too.
Okay. Omen always smokes the window, so either beat it out or go grass.
I mean, do you want to play foolish? Do you want to play with Sim here?
Wait, play slow B because we're faking C.
Cypher's B.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up. Oh shit.
Jet is C. Jet is back platform C.
I made noise. Fuck.
I have the garage
Great
swing.
side. I'm gonna break this.
Okay, darting for
I
you
think Cypher's
guys.
back set.
Do you go in? Yes or no?
Back set.
On dart.
Blocking fire.
You're back side. 90 on Cypher.
Wait, spikes it. Sorry.
Down B.
Oh, they didn't flank.
One pushing up B.
Yeah, I had my.
One garage.
Nice.
Taken out.
I think one more garage. One more garage.
Yeah.
You guys need to wait for Cypher.
One enemy
nice.
remaining.
Unknown. Or he was B. He was started B. He's at 90s.
Okay. I'll flash to the right.
He could be backside. So.
Nice.
Good run.
Nice job.
Wait, you get the plant too?
Going back.
And we're back.
Oh, no mind if I do. Oh, we're so rich anyway.
Oh my god.
Yeah. How do I play that with you, Sim? Because I got the circle, but I don't know how to follow that. Do I just?
I think it was fine what you did. I kind of just trolled. I whiffed my shots.
Okay.
They might push out mid this round. I'm gonna dart mid off the get-go.
Yeah. I'm not to just hold grass.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop bomb then here for a sec then.
Let's go. Garrett, I do think they're gonna push out of something.
Almost jet nice.
Turning mid.
I'm gonna walk garage.
Unknown.
Oh my god, he's so good. 120 long.
Okay. Serve is long.
Wait. Sim's working it.
Omen's on site.
Okay.
I'm gonna. No. Omen C.
Here, we give up mid. Could crawl up mid. 40 Reyna. Reyna's pushing out of A lobby.
Standing. Spike down mid.
Reyna's out A lobby. Kara spawn. Behind you.
Fuck, I was like.
Yeah, no, the timings were rough.
You just go back to going fast C. Fuck it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a
I have
team.
ult if
So,
I can
what's
try to
the
lead it.
plan?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fuck.
It's a what? It's a what?
I was to say it's a little messy getting on, but it's fine. I can work my own myself. I'm gonna just plant here, okay?
Right there.
Okay.
And I'm cutting off this
Right
way.
there.
3, 2, 1, go.
Water rising.
Alright, I'll ult.
Come on, let's go.
Starting.
I'm in the backside.
Oh,
2,
close.
3.
I'm in the
About the
backside.
dart.
I'm in dead. One spawn.
Wave crashing.
Spawn at
CT.
70.
I'm blind.
Oh. One's long.
Long and
One's
CT.
spawn.
Long and
Let's just fight
CT.
spawn together.
One enemy remaining.
Long.
In the.
Last player
Nice.
standing.
Nice. Good shit.
Oh my
Good clean
goodness.
up.
That's all he wants to do. Nice job.
Dude, fuck. Planning is so scary, man.
Yeah, that guy is scary.
Yeah. Toss me foolish. Got it.
What? Oh, right, of course.
Yeah. Dude, okay, guys.
Maybe,
do I
buy
just
someone?
Yeah, I can.
like
Request?
foolish is dead?
Scarra's hell here. Or I guess it might.
Wait, I'm
We can
gonna
go either round.
Oh yeah,
I think it would be a good change.
I'm down.
What do you
Yeah,
say?
they always. Sova plays long every time, so.
Yeah.
I can
Arrows
flash
right
this first
here.
if you want.
I'll shoot
Okay.
this.
I missed my dart.
They're all trying. I'm gonna run up fast.
No.
Oh, window. Jets up window.
I'm holding.
I text over 80.
I'm not holding.
I'm going heaven.
So wait, could they
We
be
have
short?
sight.
Jets in our window.
Yeah, could we spawn or short?
Okay, I'll look short.
Okay, one more.
Just dead.
Oh, jet dead.
One more spawn.
Sova hit 80, one CT.
Watching lobby. I'm gonna trip lobby and then set up.
They can right side spawn. There's 2 spawn, I think.
Waving again.
They're journeying.
They're journeying out spawn.
Omen's lobby.
One enemy remaining.
Spawn.
I ganked them.
Hold on, I'm walling. Oh, this wall is so bad. What the fuck? This is not what I meant to do.
No, honestly, I think you're onto something.
Oh, I am. I got it.
Thanks, saving.
Yeah.
Nice.
I can't believe I was ulting their Sova and their jet was window.
Yeah,
Dashed up.
sometimes they'll just randomly choose to go straight to window.
That's so crazy.
What do you say, drone?
Nice.
You want DC again?
I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh yes.
Thank you.
Did you guys want to do that again, or?
I'm okay with either. I have ulti now, so it's a lot easier to take sight.
Okay.
It just choose which sim. Just choose which one you want. A.
Go ahead.
Usually, when he ulted last time, but usually arrows right here. You wait it out or shoot it.
I mean, it gets smoked, right? So it's not a big deal.
Standing ahead.
Does someone want to go short, I think?
Oh god, there's two mid.
Just speed up so much
Omen
we
and
say.
Cypher.
Water rising.
This is such a shitty wall.
Close, short.
Hold on, okay, flanking and ulti.
Short still.
They cage mid.
I'm ulti.
Right down.
Care, there's a lot A-link.
Spawn.
I'm ulti. I'm dropping. Like.
Spike planted.
There's like 2 spawn. One more heaven.
They know I'm flanking.
He
They know I'm
dashed
flanking.
Inside smoke. I think they're defusing. They're defusing.
Oh my god! How is that fair?
Defusing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That was
Oh,
crazy.
no, I'm so sorry. I was also flanking.
Okay.
Sam, that was wild.
That was insane.
Today, don't worry. There are other ways to be used.
Like if he has a bad wall. No. If you smoke heaven, sometimes you can get it up there, but if you have the wrong angle, you can't get
Okay,
it.
I'll dart A, but maybe we can get a pick on C. Maybe they'll fast rotate off.
Yeah,
this
I'll wait
one.
see. You guys can.
You think they're
pick
gonna
Isaiah?
I make those A?
Yeah.
I'll wait on my
make
wall.
noise
Wait on
A.
my wall.
They don't seem to ever play short.
Yeah, they play a lot mid and just on-site A.
Get out of my way!
Sure, but yeah, but I keep messing it up. I'm walling.
Let's go see.
1A.
Blocking sight.
Omen's here. 120 Omen. 2 backside.
Jet is mid.
Blocking fire.
I can't help.
Jet could go window. Care.
Oh, behind.
Spike down. C. Last player standing.
40. Dashed up.
Target
Nice.
down.
You see Foolish God Gamer here?
Hello.
Watch your eyes. No charges left.
Oh,
NT.
Defenders win.
GG.
Dude, I play like shit, man. Oh.
I don't think I've ever been more confused in this game than that last round. There was just like thousands of things happening, and I'm just like looking, shaking, holding my rifle.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
That
was pretty good. We made it close. It was like we made it respectable.
We did make it respectable.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Danny
GG,
freaking
guys.
popped off.
Yeah, Danny went.
Yeah,
GG's.
Danny got it.
GG's.
Alright, GG's. Stop playing. Bye-bye.
I think this was one of those games where it was really hard because I needed both of our initiators on the same
point to take it. And it's like if anytime we disjointed that, where it was me or Slime that had to go second with Sim, it was really fucking hard. Like probably, I don't know about impossible, but probably very difficult. Oh, map's kind of hard for Harbor. It's a little hard, yeah. I just think, yeah, Harbor on Haven is maybe not my ideal. Am I qualified for playoffs? I don't know. I'm 3-1. I journey. Lauren's 4-0. I've been planning to hang my bomb rather than planning to move to an angle. Literally, look at my situations, dude. How can I move? I can't even fucking move because the way the timing works is that the game starts, and I don't have anyone even clearing sight for me half the time. It's like it's just Sim, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, me and Michael both have 3? It's really hard. Yeah, I think usually in all the other games, I had someone else going forward with me. Being second one in seems very, very strange. But it's because they put so much pressure on the flank that we had 2 people covering flank, and there's usually 3 people pushing sight. So it's like me, Slime, Sim, or like, but that's weird, you know? We have tomorrow in the finals? Okay. Am I first place? No, I'm second. Tied with second, I think. Let me go double check. I think we got the little doc. Yeah, I think playing Harbor on Haven is something I just need practice on. It's really, like, I don't play it that much. Let me go look. It's not updated, right? Oh, it is updated. Sims 152. Wait, is it updated? Is Michael 2-1? Okay, so I'm second. Yushin's 4-0. Oh my god. Peter's 3-0. Tenzin 3-0. TFA John. Then Diamond. Oh. Yeah, I definitely think it was hard for me to figure out how to play those games. I definitely need some help with the adjustment. Because I just don't know what to do. I'm not good enough. Was actually Jodie Kryptonite? Yeah, without me against her, she won. Sim's kind of a name demon, though.
Is it fully updated now? Let me go double check. Tarek. Oh, Tenzin's 4-0. Okay. So Tenzin's guaranteed, because even if she loses, she'll still be 4. So it's going to be Tenzin, and these 3 could still make it. Assuming Peter loses and these 2 win, there's a chance that they can make it. Okay. Lauren's guaranteed, and I play next round. It's so close. Round wins, kills. Okay. Oh no, Lily has 0 wins. Danny is... Oh, Danny's up here now. Maybe because he dropped fucking 25. Dude, why did Danny have to turn on in my last game, man? Fuck, this guy drank like fucking 4 Red Bulls before my match? Are you serious? Fucking crushed some Adderall in there too? Oh man, Danny actually fucking owned my last match. Yeah, I think I need another IGL to help me maintain the map because I don't know. I definitely rotated Slime too slow mid to cover for them always going through mid. It's okay. Been fun so far. This seems like anyone's game for second, right? Because you just so far ahead, and then these 3 are all 2. So they can... One of these is going to get to 3, right? You enjoy playing a pro player of mine? It seems like Suna's really smart. I think Asuna just is more of a IGL in terms of what he does. Sim is more of a just head nose to the grindstone. I'm gonna just go in and kill everyone. Whereas Asuna once is more like a shot caller. I think that helps a lot for me personally, because like I don't know how to do adjustments mid round. I can like my head. I can make it out, but it usually takes me like 3 or 4 rounds, and by then it's like the adjustment's a little too late. Mid rounding is really hard. Like I don't blame Sim for not doing it for me. It's like you don't have to. He has to like carry my ass, and I'm bottom fragging. It's really tough. Sim is fine going by himself. Yeah, but I'm not. The thing is like, yeah, in that situation like that, if Sim goes and kills 3, then we win. But every round where he doesn't is like getting to the site and playing post is really difficult. It's cool. I mean, I think I played with does that play Asuna all the games? Holy fuck, I played wait, there's no way. Asuna, Sim, Asuna. Did I? What the fuck? I swear I played against this guy the whole day. Was it Cryo first game? Ah, it was Cryo, yeah. Dude, I forgot. That was like 6 hours ago, man. Asuna was literally in my fucking brain the whole day, man. All right. That's pretty much it, right? We're calling it. On my knees. On my knees. What are they saying?
Of course. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for us over here at Offline TV's Valorant Invitational. We'll be back tomorrow with the last round of the round robin matchups, and right after that, we're gonna have a best of 3 to determine who is walking home with that Oni katana. See you all tomorrow.
Okay, we're done. I mean, is it Cena tomorrow? Wait, really? Wait, hold on. Where's the sheet? Where's the sheet? Someone give me the sheet. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Hold on. I forgot they have the schedule tomorrow. So tomorrow is the last round of it, and I'm playing. Bro, I'm playing against Austin again. We were born to be rivals. Are you kidding me? I cleared John, Celine, Tina. Wait, this group is crazy. I love this group. This group is awesome. Playing with John makes my life really easy because he mid-rounds really well, and I'm able to ask him a lot of questions to see what to do. And these two just are great vibes. Celine's cracked. I don't know. I've not seen Tina play, but I heard she got a lot better. She used to be gold, and then she went in 6 months, went from gold to diamond or plat diamond, which was really impressive. Slime. Oh, I'm against Lauren tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, she's going down. The katanas are from Okinawa. Oh shit. All right. I don't know, man. Is everyone in stream? I feel like if people are hanging out, I should probably just end my stream. Oh, they're doing battle bit. Never mind. Never mind. Maybe I just keep streaming. Yo.
Hey, Scarra. What are you up to?
Oh, I'm just going over tomorrow's schedule.
Oh, that's cool. Are you gonna play Battle Bit with everyone else?
Are they playing Battle Bit?
Yeah, they're in the call.
I don't know. What are you gonna do?
Oh, you know, I thought I would play some more Valorant, you know?
You want a duo?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you if you wanted to duel with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, that's cool. Do you think you could give me like 5 minutes? Maybe I'll grab a snack or something?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for playing with me. I know it's really hard to play with bronze players. Not many people I can duel with, you know.
No,
Did you know just now Ludwig invited me to duel, but we couldn't even queue up together? Anyway, I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah. Let me go play some ads. Guess I'm back. Wait, went to the ringer. What happened to her today?
I feel Lily is a very momentum-based player. She starts winning, everything's good. She starts losing, might be a little rough. Because her aim is really good. But, like, momentum is a pretty big deal. He's at 04? Yeah, well, like, but it wasn't her fault, right? Like, her teammates were holding her back, right? Gately 9221, welcome after 39 months. In an alternate universe, okay, Clear doesn't 4K them on the second overtime, and they win that game, and then Lily is 3-1, right? Are you doing this stream? Yeah, I'm playing with Lily. Oh, also, no one's watching Scarra. I don't know why they all have the same angle. Bro, it happens. Are you serious? Even in pro games, it happens. This is like a casual game with fucking people who don't even play the game sometimes. Well, you know, it's going to happen. Dude, someone came in and was like fucking backseating me about like how I... whatever my play during the last game, and I like didn't even respond because I was like, bro, like, why would you even say this? Dragon for finals. I think if I win tomorrow, I will. I think for sure make it. If you Michael wins down to I mean it's down to tiebreakers at some point, I think.
Well, hey there, buddy.
Well, hey there, man. Lily,
Do you mind if I start my stream too?
Lily, you just tell me you're starting your stream.
Okay, could you give me... Sorry, I'm taking a long time right now. Sorry, give me a second.
Lily, just you...
Did you win any games today?
No, I actually lost all of them. No one say anything.
I'm gonna look it up, hold on.
Whoa, what, you don't trust me? I thought we were friends.
Oh, you won 3 games today.
Whoa. That must be a typo.
That's really cool. I'm happy for you, Scarra. No, I really am. That's good. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to get this working.
Look, I'm just
Give me a
saying, I
second.
saw your games. I think you easily had a 3-1 today, but an act of God happened, and that doesn't happen frequently. Like,
Oh, yeah.
when Clear 4K'd you guys in OT, that was not your fault. You were not meant to win that. That was an act of God, trust me.
Sorry, taking a bit.
Did you guys see this stupid thing? Toast fucking made this and was like, I'm a genius. I'm like, shut the fuck up. This wasn't like a fucking other, this was Toast. He made this shit. He messaged us and about it. I was like, man, you fucking stupid as shit, man. Does it ride coming something? I don't know what's going on about that. I don't even know that. Is this? What is this?
Known as Disguised Toast. I am a streamer and also a proud owner of a professional Valorant team. And I'm here today to talk to you guys about this collaboration I did with Riot as well as this amazing artist Moya to work on a project, an art piece almost, of my journey through.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Okay, I'm finally ready. Do you think we can do competitive? Oh, thank God.
Excellent.
So how close are you to gold?
Me checking my 75 points.
Ah. You know what's crazy?
What?
I was one of 2 people who went 0 and 4 today. Isn't that kind of impressive?
Who's the other person?
Aiden.
Well, I mean, clearly you're better than Aiden, so that's a dub.
It was really sad. Every time we got in game together, Aiden was like, "This is the game, Lily, you and me. We're gonna get out of here."
Oh.
And then I got headshot by everyone.
Cryo cells? I heard you played against him a lot today.
Yeah, Cryo. Every time I see Cryo, it's just dead.
The last game, Danny fucking just turned into Thanos. And the first half was him, top kills, fucking killing everyone. I was like, what is going on?
Match found.
Oh, I mean, I've heard my self-esteem is in the gutter right now, so there's not much that can get me down. That's why I want to play Valorant.
Oh.
Maybe I should like experiment with other agents or something.
What are you playing? Wait, I don't think
Smokes.
No, wait. I think
I'm gonna play Omen.
I think KJ is great.
Michael plays Omen. Did you know Michael doesn't even play Valorant and he won twice? And they're better than me by far.
Okay, but him being in our division is kind of cheating because he's like...
He doesn't even play Scarra. Yeah, he plays Fortnite and Battlefield.
So he plays FPS games every day, nonstop.
I play this game too.
Lily, he started at a way higher level than you at FPS.
Scarra, if we can't duel together, just know that I really appreciate you queuing up with me. Anyway, let's have a good time now.
Okay.
Let's have a great time, okay?
Okay. We're gonna have a great time.
Full disclosure, I don't know how to play Omen. I just want to play something new.
Oh, okay. I think, okay. Omen's kind of sick. Omen's super fun.
Do you find Omen attractive?
Oh yeah, he's hella hot.
I find him incredibly physically attractive.
Wait, okay, yeah, especially his face, right? Like the mystery makes him hotter.
Well, it's not a mystery. We all know it's Michael Reeves underneath it, right?
Is that how you imagine every dark and mysterious character? They have like a cloak and then it's actually just...
It's Michael Reeves.
Him?
He goes, blinding. We forgot to spike. It's really cute.
Blinding.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
You know, Lily, you were nerfed from the beginning anyways. There's no pistol round. You're the best at pistol rounds.
I just pulled up Omen's E and I was reminded why I never play Omen.
What is...
Blinded.
What?
Water rising.
Reloading. Blinded.
Wow.
Spike down A.
Okay, that guy's a freak.
Carrier is dead. They can come. Spike.
Last player standing.
Uh-oh. Hey, if we can't queue up together anymore, do you want to play League 2v2?
Yeah. But don't worry, we're gonna be able to queue up together.
Okay, I have never played it before, so I think it'll be really fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, for Omen E, when I press E, it's all blue. How do I go? Oh, it's scroll wheel? No, it's
No, it should
How do you make
be
it go
Q
up?
it should be Q and or it's like I don't remember. I haven't played that character.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. How do people play this character?
Oh, he's like so fun.
I drag my mouse. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
I do not.
Okay. Alright.
Someone's B. Reloaded. Target down.
Yeah. Whether you guys take this.
I have 9 health, bro. I can't do it.
I'm going A.
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm down for it. Oh, okay, someone pushed out.
Oh, from like under?
I don't know anymore, man. I don't even know where.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Spawn, she's in spawn.
Nice.
Shit.
Whew.
Do you,
Nah,
have you
got it.
played Omen?
I knew we were better.
Like once or like 4 times, yeah, total. Like
This
ever.
is so confusing. When you press E, your map turns purple.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like the same map anymore. I don't know where anything is.
It's like the same map with like some lines.
Yeah, but that's so confusing for me.
Yeah, you just get used to it, don't worry.
So I have to do the R one.
Oh.
But then you can't be specific with that.
The frames, I don't know.
I remember now. It's all coming back to
I
me
have
why I
no
never
idea.
touched this agent.
Got ya.
Careful now.
Reload him. Walls up.
On.
Flash.
Oh, there's
Spike
one tower.
down B.
Yeah, Spectre.
Let's see again.
Don't worry. Lily, they're coming from I don't know how to fucking, I don't know what the thing is.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Oh, I don't know anymore.
Okay. Don't worry about your smokes. One step at a time. You can just play.
I don't think I should. Yeah, I don't think
You
I
can
should
just play him as a
be using
duelist.
it.
It's not a big deal. I
It
could
is a
smoke.
big deal.
No, it's fine.
How do you see anything? This is so confusing.
You
Like
just
I
get
don't know
used
where
to it.
anything is.
I think it's because it lets you see boxes a lot, so the smokes become a lot easier.
Whoever does that is crazy to me. Like I don't get it. I understand this.
Headshot. Take them.
I thought he was blinded.
Stay down. Ultimate
Good
ready.
trade.
Wait, take. I have no health. Oh shit!
Reloaded.
It's a vandal. I'm ulti sight now. I'm gonna wall off. Wall off now.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Oh, it's
Scarra, you're such a harbor.
who?
You're such a harbor.
Yeah, I am a harbor.
I think that's really admirable.
Thank you.
Placing sentry. Quick peeks now.
Okay.
What? Reload him.
Lily, you can play up unless you hear them.
Water rising.
What?
Watch your eyes. Shield going up. No,
Okay.
you don't. Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit! Good job, guys.
That's right. in that situation, as we're playing forward, you can play in to get more space. Bleh. Don't worry, we got you. Ruthless, welcome back for 16 months.
Okay. Well, you know, maybe I should just
Oh,
Asian
that's
roulette at
I see.
every game. You know, just try something new. You know. Next
I-
game, you think I'm gonna play Jet
Okay.
after being killed by so many Jets and Reynas today?
You feel like you have the mind of the knife.
You want to play? Let's play. Cover going out.
Oh, I'm not picking this guy. that guy's up. That guy's up. That guy's up. Lily, we're not going that way.
We're not going here. We're
no,
not going here.
that one is scary.
Okay.
Someone's A.
Cover going out.
Fire in the hole! That's done.
Okay, can you entry for me here?
Water rising.
Smoking.
Shadows traveling.
On the right.
Gecko out of canteen.
120.
Where is everyone?
Can't. Nice go. Can you get the spike and plant it?
Okay, where's the spike?
Right there, right there.
I have the spike.
What the heck? Oh.
Oh. Chrome 6821. Thanks for giving you a sub.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Blinded.
Going up.
Careful here.
Spike planted.
Pretty done here.
Yeah, once he misses, it's so hard.
Yeah.
How about I just not use my smoke?
Yeah, you don't. I'm telling you, if you don't want to, don't
Yeah,
do it.
I think I just won't.
You know what you can do? You can smoke it on top of yourself and just sit in one of the smokes.
That's what Michael did.
Yeah, no, it's super good. Like, it's so annoying.
Okay, I'll try. John is so loud.
You can hear him?
Dude,
can all be.
I can hear him all the time. It's you know what I mean?
Nah, he's quiet.
He's
Sean told me he's
so
the quietest
loud.
room ever.
What the fuck? Okay, don't worry.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, careful, careful with the noise. Hold the angle, just hold the angle, hold the angle.
My ultimate is ready. Walls up.
Long?
Cover going
Okay.
out. Careful now. Spike planted.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oh, what? Main? Outside?
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out. Blinded. I think that's it.
What the hell? That guy pushed us from behind.
Yeah.
Fire stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Don't worry. This game is in the bag.
I have ult. I've seen Omens do this thing where they take the bomb and then they teleport somewhere else.
Oh.
But you know what?
You can wait and then teleport on the bomb and take it if I die in some really bad place.
Got it. I'll try my best.
Aram se.
Can you blind this?
Hawk out. Blinded.
Blinding.
Yep. Oh, you blinded a teammate.
Oh,
Okay?
sorry. Oh, I can blind my teammates?
Yeah.
Reloading.
Cover going out. Shadows.
We don't go. We don't go. We don't go. Okay, look.
Dude, I'm in the smokes. They have no idea where I am. I don't know where I am.
Ultimate ready.
Oh shit.
Last player
They
standing.
knew where I was.
Oh god. Yeah, the thing about Omen Smoke is it's really strong, but it blinds your teammates. So you have to be careful. You
Got it.
do not stand up, or else they will get mad at you.
Got it. Okay, maybe I just. How about I just don't touch any of
No.
Omen's,
You
skills?
should keep blinding.
Yeah,
that was a
I
good
think
blind.
that's a good idea.
No,
I'm just
that
not
was
gonna
a good
use
blind.
any
No,
skills, honestly.
You will never get better without using skills. Use your fucking skills. Lily, we're not NPCs, okay? No roses here, okay? Hold the angle with me. Hold the angle with me. Oh, hold the angle with me. Just walk out and we're just sitting, okay? Let's see if we're seeing if anyone peeks us. Just sit. We're waiting for Phoenix to make a play here.
It ain't happening.
Oh, we can walk up. We can walk up. We can walk up.
Oh, we're walking up.
Sorry, I should have waited this long. Oh,
Let me kill it.
No, do not hit it. Do not hit it. We're gonna walk around it. We're gonna walk around it. Okay. To the right. You can smoke it off.
What do I smoke?
No. Just walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me. He's up. He's up top. Up.
He's dead.
Spike down A.
Nice. This spike is there. See if you can smoke off a little bit in front, and then get the spike.
Couple rotating through their spawn mid.
Oh shit! Oh,
player
I did not smoke that right.
Oh, okay.
I can't smoke, Scarra.
You
it's
tried.
so
It's
hard.
okay.
30 seconds left.
Oh my god, how do you play this agent?
Yeah, I was trying to do something where I smoked off the alarm so we could walk past it. But like I still got killed by the fucking guy.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
What?
10 seconds left.
Empty.
Okay.
They think they're
I think
the
I have
best.
to stop
until you prove
focusing
them
on
wrong.
skills. It's kind of hard.
Yeah.
I don't get this. I don't get this. I think people who use smokes have like bigger brains than me because it's not clicking.
I will tell you that
Usually the easiest smoker to play is Brimstone. You see the map from top down, and you never have to worry about like the 3D aspect that your character and Astra are really annoying.
I see.
Also, no joke, I think you should play Neon more. Your Neon was kind of sick.
Yeah, maybe.
Just waiting. Ulting.
Heaven with an op.
Yep. Go inside, go inside, go inside, go inside.
Blocking fire. Spike planted. Flash. Embarrassing. My ultimate's ready.
Fire in
Bloody
the
dead.
hole!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice job. Oh. Oh yeah, you can play Yoru as well. You're fucking crazy.
No, I'm not.
Lily, the losses don't mean anything, okay? There are people who lost that were really good, and people won that were not very good, like me.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're very good. You're the best harbor I know.
Yeah, you don't know a second harbor player. Not even fucking any of our friends play this character.
I think that's really cool. You play a very unique character.
Let's play.
I don't like this.
Do you not? Peeking A is crazy here. Okay. I'm going A. Sorry.
That's all good. We'll see if I can clear anything over here.
Oh, I'm smoking now.
Water rising.
We gotta get out. We gotta get outside. We gotta get outside.
Some are rotating through their spawn mid.
Or being outside.
Cover going out.
At least 2.
Yep.
Placing swarm grenade.
Spike planted.
Razor's drop.
Flooding them.
One enemy remaining.
Wave crashing.
Nice. Ooh. Yeah.
Last round
Lily,
in the
just
half.
walk with me, and we can make plays together, and I'll be sick.
Don't waste your firepower.
That's
I think-
sick.
I'm gonna try something really spicy this round. I'm
Oh.
gonna try not using any smokes.
No. Oh wait, no smokes. Yeah. No, go for it. Yeah.
Oh, I have to have ult too.
Yeah, if you wanted right now to like ulti into fucking tower.
Yeah, you
and-
trying to trade vandals on him?
Oh, he wants your shit.
It's not even the coolest one, you know?
I'm alt under B again.
Yep.
Dead.
Oh. Lily, we're gonna go on in 5 seconds, okay?
Going up.
I'm gonna wait.
Make sure you watch flank.
Water rising.
Yeah.
Why did I teleport here?
Not bad.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good half.
Good half.
Good
Switching
half.
sides.
Where do you want to play?
MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Let's go A?
Yeah. Do you want to play drop, or would you like to play main?
Okay, I'm gonna put a smoke here.
Okay.
Oh, I have such a good idea.
Okay. Kilson's out. I mean, they just updated him, right? Facebook's the way to learn a game. I think in theory it's a way to learn part of the game, but I would say Duelist, like, it's more fun a lot of times. I'm fucking bad. Are you serious with this? I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it.
Lobby main.
No charges.
Oh, I'm going. I fucking missed
no
it.
one's here.
Yeah. Come back. Careful drop for a little bit.
Should I anchor or go?
You can wait. You can wait.
Some arcade as well.
78 on a chamber.
Blocking fire.
They're going A. They're going A. Wait. They're going A. Good luck. They're coming to you. They're coming to you.
Help.
No. Chill. They don't think you're on there. You might re-hit. Did you hear him?
Fuck. Ah.
Spike planted.
Bro, I hate Gecko. I'm gonna play Gecko next game.
Right there.
Last
Off
player
like that.
standing.
I hit him 89. Oh, I don't know where the other one is.
One enemy remaining.
Indy. Oh, it's actually so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you had the right idea. Like swinging out there. But I think with your gun, they have to be a little closer. Because they were like, if they're in your face, you get 2 kills.
Yeah.
That pushes down and reloads. I mean, sometimes it's hard, man. Ooh, Lily, where are you at? Where are you at? I'm going out B. No. Come with me to B. Other side. Here. I'm gonna push out with the sheriff. If I die, just take it.
It's A.
It's A, apparently.
Yep. I have a sheriff, okay? If I die, take it. Oh, this is a little rough. Hold up. Take a sheriff, it's fine.
Planted.
He double satcheled. Oh, never mind.
My ultimate is not ready.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, it's okay.
I try to do the thing where it's like...
Yeah, you try to TP in place.
I see Michael do it all the time.
It's really good, but in that situation, he didn't have to check any other angle. Cause yeah. Okay, it's fine. We have stuff to buy now.
Okay.
We should double up, by the way. I'm gonna go with you, and I'm gonna go with you out. Can you come with me? We're gonna go out to right up here. Over here.
Okay.
Yeah. I think usually people push with 1 or 2, and I'm just gonna go. Can you blind like the area in front of me here?
Now?
Yeah, in 3 seconds. 3.
Oh. Wait, that was the wrong. Wait, was that the right?
That was
skill?
right skill.
Okay.
We're going around it. Do not walk into it. Do not walk in it. Well, I have it.
24 chamber drop.
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
Wave crashing.
Shadows traveling.
Alright, we're gonna jump in. 3, 2, 1, going. Look left. Fuck.
I can't see it.
That was so unlucky. I can't believe.
Could not see anything.
Yeah, we had to shoot it at the same time. I tried, but I wasn't fast enough.
I hate Gecko.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
You could tell that guy is like, what the fuck? How did he get behind us?
That's actually so smart.
If you play Omen, Omens do that a lot. That's where I usually learn it from.
Oh, you put the smoke
yes, and you just walk around
the
it.
thing?
It's OP. They never hear it either, right?
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, your character's kind of sick.
Show them how we fight.
Some B main. Can you smoke me main?
Oh yeah!
Smoke it.
on the loose!
Bomb grenade out.
Uh-oh. I'm caught.
Oh, under. What an insane timing. Fuck. I waited so long, man. What? Bro. Nice shot.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
You know, I'm surprised our teammates haven't said anything. That's okay.
Conflict is not my first choice.
Oh god.
But that choice was made.
It is. What it is.
Okay.
It's okay.
Lily, come with me. I can't drop. Well, actually. She go main.
I'm gonna smoke me.
Yeah. How are you gonna smoke it? Can you ping where you're gonna smoke?
Here?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's now or never.
Shadows traveling.
It's A.
Wave crashing.
You
are
divided.
Ulting? Lily, he was on site.
No, I know. I tried to kill him.
Oh.
And the wall's making it really hard.
Yeah, don't worry. Didn't get it.
Last player standing.
Oh. Oh, I didn't hear anything. Like I didn't hear he was in there, so I got like fucking jump scared. Like I fucking
He was
owned me.
going between the walls.
Yeah.
So.
We should buy here. Buy what you can.
Really?
Yeah. We are fucking behind.
Alright,
I think
that's it. It's time for a judge play.
if you're gonna play judge, you can play the box right in front, or yeah.
I was just gonna.
Oh, you smoke and
this
play?
in.
You know, that's smart. I like that.
Smoke B main.
I think he's asking you, Lily. Oh.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
Spike planted.
Flooding them.
Oh,
Shield
you.
going up.
I tried to do the smoke trap thingy.
Last player standing.
Oh, I TP.
This is hard.
Yeah, it's a little
Everyone
difficult.
note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Are we forcing?
Oh, I think we
Oh
have
shit.
to. Yep.
I think we have
We're
to.
forcing every round.
Okay.
You can hold. Oh shit, where do I go with this?
Wave crashing. Kill confirmed.
Hey.
That guy's. Yep.
Sleep tight.
Only saw one drop.
Cover going out.
Got one.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
That spike.
Spike spotted A.
That guy, the full fucking clip, man.
No stopping now. Not until the job is done.
Bro.
These guys are fucking. We won, Lily. We won. You know we won, right?
I don't know.
We're gonna win, Lily. For
Yeah,
sure,
we're gonna
for sure,
win.
for sure, for sure.
For real, yeah. We're gonna win. Yep.
Can you blind for me?
Where?
Here.
Right there.
3. Like now.
Stealing sight.
Nope, no one here.
I
Okay.
think they're
We'll
out
go
there.
B.
My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Found one.
Flooding them.
Hawk out. Enemy spotted.
Water right.
There's
We can
another.
go outside. We can go outside.
Reloading.
Where the fuck is the?
Shield going out.
I'm defusing. Sticking it.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not sticking it.
Grab one of the ops. Grab the op.
Where's the op?
It's
to your right, right there.
Team Ace.
Hey, will you look at that? We're all still alive.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
I can buy you one.
That's so funny.
Dude, how these guys are
What?
fucking mad about anything, man?
I don't even know what you did. To be honest.
It's because I didn't defuse fast enough. You might need to smoke right in front of you, okay?
She's opping.
No, in case they push. I'm rotating. Care drop.
I'm anchored for a little.
Yep. Oh,
I
it
put
looks
two
like
smokes 'cause I
they're-
got scared.
Wait, I'm going back. I'll watch drop.
Should I go back, eh?
No, we're chilling. Just wait. They're re-hitting
Get
B?
out of my way.
I heard Spike.
Wave crashing.
I'm going back A. Dude, this is fucked. They're going...
Chambers here. He's not weak. $114.
Damn, he TP'd.
Is it A?
They're both here.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Go crazy.
Spike down A.
Ah, fuck. Main. You got Spike. Yeah, Spike.
Blinding.
You want to fight it?
Oh, you chill.
10 seconds left.
Nice. No way that guy could stick that shit.
Oh.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and
I don't know how to use
victory.
my ult.
I think it's fine. If you want to use your ult immediately at like some place and then cancel it, because you won't die if you cancel it.
Oh, okay. Will I get hurt?
I don't think so. You just get vision for us. I double check with someone. I don't know if you get hurt.
I don't get hurt, right?
I don't think so. I'm moving away. Okay, you're by yourself for a bit.
You want to play? Let's play.
I forgot to buy. Careful. Go here.
I hear Jet here.
Hey, man.
I have ulti.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I'm ulti. One on top. I'm running.
Shotguns!
Spike planted.
Come on, let's go!
Last player standing.
Careful now.
Oh wow.
Oh, dude, we lost. I didn't have a gun. It's so embarrassing, man. I just forgot to buy.
You forgot to buy?
Yeah, because I was talking so much about random bullshit, man. I forgot to buy. My bad.
Try not to get shot, okay?
Down or up?
Raises B main with an op.
Can you smoke main, Omen?
Oh shit. I sprayed.
What be? Oh, he's. What the fuck? There's no way that guy waited the whole time. That guy getting a headshot is bullshit.
I'm coming back.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh my god, ops.
Going up.
Attackers win.
Hey, you guys should go play COD, fucking shitters.
I knew they were gonna say something.
I knew it. Why don't they say it during the game? Why wait?
Because they don't want to lower the morale, and then at the very end, you can't say anything back.
That's
I
so
fucking knew
funny.
it.
Do you wanna play again? I won't play Omen this time.
I feel like we're like Valo'd out. Like, do you feel like you're getting better playing Valo?
Play one more. Start it up.
I feel like we should just play League.
No, I wanna play one more.
Okay, we'll play one more. We'll play
One
some
more.
ads. Wait, what the fuck? Do you know?
Then I'm done.
Do you know this guy, guys? He did the Mizuno TikTok that blew up. Why is my face here? Why does he have me now? Yeah, this guy's fucking crazy. Lily, do you know Tobin Jacobs?
No.
Look at my last quote retweet. Tell me what you think about it.
Oh. Wait, is he the one who did the
Yes.
cutouts?
Yes.
Why does he have you?
That's a good question.
Match found.
Can I have an agent suggestions, Scarra?
Yeah.
That's not Killjoy, please.
Neon.
Gecko? Okay.
Go for it. No, play Gecko.
Oh my god, I haven't played Euro in a while.
Okay.
Ah, who cares? I'm locking it in. I don't care anymore. Look at me caring. I don't care. I'm so cool because I don't care.
Wow, you're awesome.
I think this is what people call a doom queue.
What? I was down to play League. Why'd you make me play this?
I'm doom queuing right now.
No,
I'm
we're
sorry.
gonna win.
I'm gonna play. This is the last one for sure, though. Whether we win or
I
lose.
know. Because if we lose, I'm not gonna play. I'm gonna end it all, man.
I just opened a. I cracked open a cold one just now.
Lily, you gotta have positive mental, okay? Ignore the people last game who said you should go play Call of Duty. Okay? That
Joke's
game
on them.
sucks.
I also suck at Call of Duty, so suck it.
Guy's name is
those
Meat
are enemies?
Muncher. I should have played, that's fine.
Guess what I'm drinking today?
What?
Beer.
Oh my god, you've changed.
Root beer.
VALO has changed you.
Did you get it? Did you understand it? It was a joke because you thought it was alcohol, but it's not. It's actually sugar-free root beer.
I actually
so-
don't think you drink. Do you drink that like commonly?
Root beer?
Yeah.
I'm drinking because it's in the fridge, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's not like a common thing to drink.
Fuck me.
Oh.
Just one taps me. That's crazy.
Spike down
Oh.
A. Last
Oh,
player
she was
standing.
still waiting there?
Spike planted.
That's actually insane. Why did we queue up again?
Look at this guy's. Oh.
Scarra. You can't let me queue up next time.
I didn't
Yep.
want to, but you,
You have to
forced
stop
me
me.
to.
No
I
one
wanted to
forced
play
you.
League too, so we could have some fun.
Do you think I'd like the new mode?
I think I can make you laugh in the new mode. Even if we're going eighth, like last place every game, I can make you laugh.
I'm very tempted to get a bottle of soju for some reason.
I mean, yeah,
God,
not
it's
a bad
just
idea.
it's just one of those nights, you know. Well, I gotta forget it. I gotta forget I went 0-4.
Oh, we're stacking.
You know,
B?
I'm so
No, hold on, I'm
happy
just playing
Aiden
Shower.
exists.
Why?
Because he went 0-4 with me.
You're fucked for that, man.
And he's like Diamond and Ascendant or something, right? So that it's like solidarity, you know? What a nice dude.
I gave a sight.
What?
They're all A. They're all like A site.
Spike planted.
Oh!
Scratch one. One enemy remaining.
Shower. We'll shower.
60.
Last player
Ah, we're
standing.
good. Fuck it.
He got 4 kills off of that.
He needs it. We don't.
That was so funny. Dude, how do you play Yoru again? I haven't played this guy so long.
Oh, what you I think you usually want to play A, right? Because you can bamboozle.
Yeah,
But I don't
yeah,
know
I'll
how.
bamboozle.
Yeah.
I'm a bamboozle, yeah.
Yeah, you do your
You
thing.
know what? I think I just forgot the basic Scarra, and that's having fun.
Yeah, I tried to keep the vibes up all day. But I couldn't beat Danny with vibes. That guy's just a machine.
Water rising.
Spike planted.
Target spotted B.
Flooding them.
Stealing sight. Stealing sight.
Too slow.
Reloading. One enemy remaining. Last
Oh,
player
mid.
standing.
Gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta wave.
Flooding them. The beeping is a little much. Ultimate
Nice
ready.
try. That's fine.
Damn, I pulled off a 4K and we lost. What the fuck?
At least you have kills.
It's okay. This is not a big deal.
Oh my god, why do I doom queue into this game?
No,
Literally the
we're gonna
worst
turn it
idea.
around. We're gonna turn it around.
I know what it is. It's my fucking crosshair. Give me a sec.
Oh no. Maybe yeah. Maybe it's your sense too. Maybe try changing that.
God, I knew it. It's the crosshair. It's the crosshair. Are we buying?
I mean, I have it from last round, so like I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I'm poor.
Get out of
Poor,
my
bro.
way.
Poor.
You take my gun when I die here. Am I?
Dude, 90 fucking deadlock.
Target spotted B.
Are you on site?
No.
Yes.
Last player
Oh my
standing.
god.
Bro.
I can't believe I didn't kill him. Okay. I don't think it's this crosshair. I think I need it. That's it. That's it. That's a good one. What is that? The spray? I was like, where's that coming from?
Oh,
Why would-
the horn?
Why would they make that into a spray?
Yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying.
Careful around Jet. She's sharp.
You think he wants us to go A?
Hostile down. Blocking movement.
I'll go A.
You are powerless.
Fucking 80.
Last player standing.
Oh shit. I think I need to stop spraying.
No, it's okay.
Spraying's such a bad habit, dude. Okay, we could surrender and go to League of Legends.
Hell no. Fuck this guy.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. I'm down to keep
We're
playing.
just fucking buying every round. All right.
Are we buying again?
Yeah, I guess we are.
Fuck it, I'll buy a judge then.
They're fucking. Okay, hold on.
Wave crashing.
Careful here. My territory.
Ulting.
I have
60
them now.
KO.
Going to TP.
Right
Here's the
there.
right.
Last player standing.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
122 Reyna.
Portal closed.
Reyna's one bullet. Oh, you can go around. You can go around for sure.
This way?
Yeah, yeah. They go inside.
Okay. Okay.
Spike planted.
Time to jump.
I blinded myself.
No.
Ah,
Oh,
shit!
APT.
I was gonna do some cool plays, I swear.
They think themselves are equals.
Yeah.
They're saving
It
credits.
happens.
Okay, well, it's time. time. Alright, get ready to pog out of your mind, Scarra.
Okay.
This is the most poggers play I have on Yoru.
Yeah. The thing. Are you gonna go out shower?
Yeah. Is anyone there?
Usually not many people.
I'll handle this.
3 there?
I'm back.
Last player
Wow, I 119 omened.
Yeah, I was close.
I don't deserve any poggers.
Oh my god.
Scarra, why didn't you stop me from queuing up?
I don't know. Why didn't I do a lot of things today?
Scarra, you could have stopped this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna fucking roll these guys. These guys are fucking dead on my
What are you
screen.
doing?
I know everyone else in the team is like just sucking ass almost, but it's okay. We're gonna roll these guys.
Oh my god, okay.
Shut down.
Ah! I accidentally teleported back.
Shower.
Oh, they're still there?
Lily?
I accidentally teleported back, I'm sorry!
No, it's okay. You just 1v3 this. No big deal.
Spike planted.
Oh, it's super easy, guys. Don't worry.
Cutting through. Back off.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you're the last one?
Cutting through. Fake teleport.
You're a beast. Oh my god.
Did I make it?
Yeah, you're fucking beast.
Clutch.
We're so back.
So I saved a day.
Oh my god, he fell for it. He actually fell for it. I was so scared.
We're so back.
I don't know, man.
No, I'm literally telling you, we're so back.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's the beer. The root beer? Is it funny the third time I say it?
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, really funny.
I legit want alcohol.
I want to kill myself.
I don't
yeah,
wanna...
alcohol.
I can't do this again. Hey, does the teleport go through Deadlock's shield? No, right?
Spike down A.
Sorry, I'm killing people. Hold up.
Stupid.
Might be already on.
We have
1 TP.
We have Spike.
Decoy.
Kill confirmed.
Reloading.
Scatter.
It's gonna get this spike.
Spike planted. Last player
Oh, I'm
standing.
so fucking bad.
Oh shit. Yes, listen, man.
That was
I
pretty good.
overheated. I overheated. I know.
Occupational hazards aside, I do love how much we travel.
But honestly, this game is a lot not that bad.
Are you okay?
No, I'm fucking dying. I have bronchitis.
Oh my
I'm literally
fucking God.
dying.
Okay, it's time. I'm gonna do Instead of shorty ult, I'm gonna try Bucky ulting. That should work, right?
Yeah,
Oh, it should work. It definitely.
My territory. I have
Uh-oh. No, I'm so fucking dead.
Oh.
I got
Last
cocooned.
player standing.
Wave crashing.
Spike planted.
Wow.
Okay.
That guy flicked my head instantly.
My territory. My rules.
Hey, you can come from bronchitis. Usually you
Damn,
get
I think I got her voice
steroid
down.
inhalers, and then you just don't talk for a little bit. Hey, go to the doctor,
If it
guys.
for me, I would just say, I'm a cocoon you.
Just end my life.
I'm a cocoon you. You're gonna go in the cocoon now and become a beautiful butterfly.
I'm gonna walk kind of close here.
Flooding them.
Barrier deployed. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Shields going out.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's easy. You know, Lily? This person's his name is I missed him. Who is him?
Okay, I'm gonna do it this time. I swear to God, I'm gonna do the. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
do the judge ult
Yeah.
play.
Yep.
I just
Mhm.
need to stop getting impatient and play more patiently. If
Yeah.
I were Cryo, what would I do? You know what I mean? What would Cryo do here? What would WWC do?
Nothing. I don't know. What would he do?
Are you serious? You know how annoying it is? Like, I can't use my skill. I can't do shit. It's so annoying. How long does this last?
Spike down A.
A while.
Ace, give me the ace.
Nice job.
One enemy remaining.
Where's the last one? Where's the last one?
Forgive me if I don't.
Nice.
I tried.
It's fine. 9-3 curse. We won. GG.
Switching sides.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast. Rally here.
Do you like pork belly?
So fucking good. It's definitely fatty, but so fucking good. Oh my god, I love pork belly.
Should I buy a sheriff?
What? How does that relate to pork belly? Oh, for this
sorry.
round? Yeah, go for it.
Oh.
Wait, you didn't even ask me? Wait for the answer. You just bought it. Lily, I've seen you buy sheriff on this round every time I've played with you.
You know what? I'm not doing it anymore. I'm a new
Okay,
Lily.
wow, I
I'm
didn't
buying
know
a
you were-
ghost now.
You're a bitch. That's why. Oh, now you.
What'd you say?
No, nothing, nothing. Nice sheriff.
Don't
Is that an arcane
Literally,
sheriff?
I never miss with this gun. The best gun I have. Watch.
Stay down.
I missed. I missed
Multiple enemies B.
Reloading. Reloading.
Alvida.
I missed all of my.
One enemy remaining.
He's in hookah.
I'm running. Yeah, you kill him for me. Kill him for me.
Oh yeah, totally. He's gonna go this way, right?
Yep.
Over there.
Spike planted.
No, he went up CT.
Walls up.
I thought he would go that way. I thought he would go that way, but he did not. He did not. And I have
Wow.
to kill.
I had 0.
Are we defusing?
No, he's the future.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so confused.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with
Yeah, we won. Like, literally, they got cursed, Lily. We won.
So, we're planting, okay, Scarra? Get it together!
I planted, Lily. Where were you?
I'm just joking. I'm projecting.
Lily, I need you. If we're gonna turn this game around, I need both of us to play at 100%.
You wanna crack open a cold one?
No. Maybe. Have a Mandel.
Take flight.
Right here.
I'm going A.
Enemy spotted. B.
Walls up. Spike planted. Farewell. Ultimate ready.
Ah!
Enemy spotted. B.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Nice job, nice job. That's what I'm talking about. Teamwork.
God.
I want their life, not yours.
I can buy someone.
Over there.
Just request. I got you. I got you.
I can also buy.
Yeah, we got this game.
Okay.
I'll cut through.
What if I pretend to be a...
Ulti out the side now.
Wave crashing. Don't get
Execute, execute.
blocking fire. Die.
Let's go, Lily.
Blocking movement.
Spike planted.
Where the fuck am I?
Shot dart.
Wave crashing.
Clean.
What? Ah, she saw me?
One enemy remaining.
Nice guy.
Ah, I got you guys. We're good. Good entry, Lily. That's all we need.
They demand
Yep.
a fight. Who are we to disobey?
I think maybe it's a phantom there. I'm just throwing. I'm not tapping at all.
Yeah, me neither. But you know what? I literally killed a Suda 2 or 3 times, full spraying, running at the start of one of the games. I feel pretty good about myself. Oh, I'm going with you guys. What's up, Jan?
Shh.
Careful here. Enemy spotted. A.
Okay, I'm gonna send a clone out. Oh.
Careful here.
Target spotted.
Wally.
Fake teleport.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through.
So Scarra, you really pulling
What the fuck?
pulling a long one on us, huh?
What do you mean?
Pulling a big one on us.
My territory.
Keeping your rank all low so you can just
save me?
farm.
What? You have the most kills in our
Can
category.
you save me? Can you...
Oh, did you die?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I thought I was gonna die.
Oh god. Sorry, I got distracted.
I could use a drop.
Does Broden want to play?
Thank you.
We're playing League after this. No more VALO.
Oh, right. Okay.
No, you
Doom.
don't understand. Lily is
Okay.
literally doom queuing us into VALO games, man.
Yeah.
We need to play something else. Reset after and then play tomorrow. It'll be more fun, for sure. I'm gonna kill this guy real quick. Hold up. Just take the fucking orb.
Finished. My ult's ready. Reloading. Careful here.
Oh, 80 deadlock.
Okay, I can
we
ult
just
in
play slow,
Scarra.
Yeah, we just wait. We just wait.
Do you want me to ult
No,
in?
no. We play slow. We play slow. He doesn't think I'm here.
Oh, are you sure? Because I killed her hookah around.
Yeah, but they don't know I'm
Outside
so
hookah.
long.
Okay, I will look behind. I could ult for info too. Do you want me to?
Fuck it, yeah. Give me info on the site. On the wall.
Cutting through. Water rising. I'll handle this.
No one.
30 seconds left.
There, two are here. Two are CT. All of them are CT.
Return the die.
Hookah and on site. Back left. Maybe not hookah. I thought I heard him though.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Good job.
Dude, good job. Give me the info. I was like, at first I was like, no, you shouldn't. I'm like, no, you're right. We should. Good call.
Yeah, they were all CT.
Yeah.
I got a gun harbor.
Yeah, I got it.
You.
Thanks, baby girl.
Oh, we have a DC kind of, I think. Fuck.
Silva disconnect or what?
That's okay. Hopefully they return. Yeah.
He's mad. He's got 4 kills.
Try not to get shot,
Dude,
okay?
Lily, we can carry these guys for sure.
Where?
Yeah. Oh,
I'll go,
I'm just chilling for now. I'm not going up.
Okay, I can't hear anything because my dogs are barking anyway. There's not 3 dogs. That's cool. I can fake clone this.
We're trying. No, we got. I think we're just looking for picks. Oh, okay, yeah.
So these two be.
I
Alright.
think teleported maybe.
Time to jump. Walls up.
Wall tight.
Shield going out.
Okay.
Spike planted. Flooding them.
Nice.
It's 34. Good luck.
Wave crashing.
Get out of my way.
Fucking deadlock on site. 132 Reina.
Headshot.
Last player standing.
God damn it,
Fuck.
Dude,
Silva!
report this freaking Silva, dude. Dog water.
God damn it, Silva!
Oh. Dude, it was so easy to win this game.
4 kills and rage quits.
It's okay. We still got it.
Care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Okay, 4v5, I guess. Let's do our best with 4v5.
I fucking should have traded that guy, but fuck, man, it's so weird before to watch my flank and play the fucking god.
So annoying. But it's
Yeah.
okay. Maybe his power went out. I can't exactly judge.
Oh my god, he's so fucking loud.
Kill confirmed.
They will cover.
Smoke heaven.
See nothing. Reloading.
Blocking fire.
Scrap metal. Ultimate ready.
Careful here.
Spike planted. Water rising.
This is the. Oh fuck! What happened? That guy's. They can stand there.
Censor, hold them to their grave. Nothing here.
120.
Fake teleport.
Last player
Fuck.
standing. One enemy
Both
remaining.
of us.
I'm so angry right now. I'm so angry.
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
Lily, take the orb, take the orb. Go back there. You need one
Maybe
kill.
try to get a pick and rotate.
Yeah.
He won't like me when I'm angry.
Grr.
Grrr.
It's cold in here. There must be some
Damn, Scarra on the rap, okay?
dogs in the atmosphere.
Whoa!
Enemy spotted B.
I'm on it.
I think we just have to keep picking them off. Like, I can ult for info too. Are you serious? I am so bad. God damn it!
Carrying spike. Water rising. Shields going up.
Last player standing.
What?
Spike down A.
This guy killed me right at. Oh my.
Right before your
Stuff came
shield
out, yeah.
worked? Damn, that is so unfortunate.
Match point.
Conflict is not my first choice.
Okay, I'm just gonna... I can ult in for info again.
Yeah, I'm
before
down.
we go on site. Okay.
But it's really hard for us to hold A. I think we have to go B.
Let's go B then.
I'm down to go B.
Let the wolf out! Hello!
Show them how we fight.
Oh.
Hello! I'm gonna ult for info, okay?
Yep.
Ooh, let me just find a good...
Cutting through.
Deadlock here.
My territory. Mine.
Shoot me out, 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 shoot me! Shoot my body!
Reloading.
I stopped because of that.
TP, 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 TP.
We're going.
Cutting the
Wave crashing. Shields going out.
One enemy remaining.
32. Link.
Where is he? Oh.
Flooding them.
I messed up. Nice. Shield doesn't die, bro.
Inside of you, there are two wolves.
Move together and overwhelm them.
One is bronze, and the other is bronze.
Ultimate ready.
Which one will you let out?
No, I'm gonna let out the gold one, baby. The gold one. I forgot to buy a gun.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. The bronze wolf came out. I'm so sorry.
Walls up.
I'm not looking for a gun. Fucking knew there's a lurk.
Nice, Scarra. Call out the diamond wolf inside you, Scarra.
Last player
No way.
standing.
Oh my god, that was
Spike
spike.
down B.
Okay,
Oh, I'm opening up League of Legends.
The soldier left.
Defenders win.
I can't believe we lost this game. There's no way. I'm fucking dying. We gotta get out of VALO. We gotta
Okay,
get
but
off
I
VALO.
had some sick Yoru plays.
Yeah, we gotta get out of VALO. We gotta get off VALO, man.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go play some ads. Oh, huge! Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. We're just playing VALO, and I need to get the fuck off because we're losing every game.
Alright, League.
Yeah, get the fuck on.
Okay, getting on.
Nope, you're not invited.
We're playing 2v2v2v2.
Well, I'll just be part of the other twos.
Yeah, queue up. Let's go.
Tell me when you queue up, and I'll queue up at the same time. And if I don't get in your game, I dodge.
Fair, okay.
Okay. Sounds good. How's Valorant, guys?
Yeah, it's okay today.
Don't lie to him.
Yeah, it's okay today.
I kind of wish I joined, but it was too late. So. Wait,
Okay.
Scar, you're Masters in League?
That's TFT rank.
Oh, is that
Don't get baited. Don't get baited.
Invite me.
But, I mean, Scar was a literal pro player, so like I wasn't even that.
Yeah, I'm actually
Yeah,
challenger.
not a lot of people know this, but Scarra used to be a professional League of Legends player back in the day. He was known for his Katarina, his Lee Sin, his missing wards.
What?
Get in the
Hey, I
game,
remember
Lily.
that clip, the one over the dragon pit, right?
Yeah, that's the legendary.
Get in the game. Get in the game, Lily. Lily, get in the game. Keep your head
What
in
do
the
you
game.
mean get in the game? Give me
I
an
literally
invite, bro.
invited you. Hello?
How do you play this mode?
3, 2, 1. We're queuing up, Saikuno. Get in queue.
Wait, you're already in queue, guys. What? I didn't even get my duo here yet.
Oh, that's just too bad, Saikuno. Looks like we're going without
I
you.
had to set up. Did you get? Did it pop? Did it pop?
No, it just popped.
Wait, I declined.
Oh, if it was the same one, then we will. Oh, we got in.
It definitely was not the same.
I'm sorry,
Damn it.
Saikuno. We could not do
duo
it.
wasn't
Lily just forced me to queue up there.
I did not.
I had nothing
didn't.
to do with it.
Yeah, you're right. Scarra can't do anything.
Yeah, well, honestly, just can't do anything.
Lily.
Wait,
As
what
long
is?
as she doesn't insta-lock Lux, I'll forgive it.
Ooh.
How the hell do you play this?
People are just gonna fight each other. Do you know bot lane where there's 2 people? Well, there's now 2 people in a bigger circle. Okay, I'll teach you some stuff. Just you're playing Lux, no problem. Okay.
Wait, am I allowed to play Lux or
Yeah,
what?
you play any character you want.
Okay. Let's light it up.
Ooh. Okay, Lily, do you believe in us?
Do you believe in magic? Let's light it up. Woohoo!
People cycle through play characters. Don't worry about it, dude.
Well, Scar, did you know?
What?
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
What is a rainbow, Lily?
A double rainbow is a phenomenon of optics that displays a spectrum of light due to the sun shining on droplets of moisture in the atmosphere.
And where would you say I'm on the spectrum?
A 2 out of 10.
Mm,
I just said the first number that came to mind. I didn't really mean
that's
that.
really fucked, Lily.
Wait, I just said the
I'm
first
gonna
number. I
lip
didn't know.
start
I didn't know what
crying.
you meant.
That is so messed up.
God fucking damn it.
All right, so we have 2 summoner spells. The first is Clash. The second one is Ghost. Okay, 2-second Ghost. That's all you need to know. Okay. So at the very beginning, you get 1,000 gold. All you have to do, okay, is you have to buy.
So what do I buy? Guardian's Orb or Guardian Shroud?
I think Guardian Horn is nice.
I'm gonna get the orb.
We're gonna lose.
What do you mean?
No, the orb is better, but it's harder to play. So
okay,
that's
so Shroud?
no, you can just get the orb. What? Just believe in yourself.
Okay, alright.
Alright, so you see, we're playing against these guys. Cassante and Yorick, okay? And you play League, so you know what each of those characters do, right?
I just flashed.
It's fine. You get it in 2 rounds. Flash is... if you flash... Do you have flash up now?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Lily,
How do you play this game again?
There's these healing orbs. Okay. It's fine. I'm going to knock him over. And I hit the healing orb when it comes up, okay? Just hit it. Just auto it. Cool. It lowers your cooldown, and then we're good. Alright, we're going to run through this plant, Lily. Get over here.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
Lily.
so sorry.
We're right here.
I'm so
running
sorry.
here. Can you flash? Oh, we'll just get over
yeah,
here. Okay,
I got
hit these. It heals you, and it lowers your cooldown, okay?
So, okay, what the fuck is
And there's
going
another
on?
plant. There's another plant.
Okay.
You hit the plant. Perfect. Now we fight normally.
Now what?
Now
Oh my god, what is this?
The plants heal you and lower cooldown, okay? Okay, we're looking for York. Okay. I'm gonna hit them away. Oh, we're burning. Run the middle, okay? I'm knocking him out. Alright, hit him, Lily! Yes!
What the heck is this?
Good shit, Lily. Good shit. You fucking own. Okay.
What?
Now.
Okay, which one do I pick?
What do you have? What's
Castle, Mind to Matter, Mountain Soul.
Hit the reroll button.
Executioner, Juice Box, Frost Wraith.
We'll just hit whatever that sounds good.
Executioner! That looked fun. Wait, this is wild.
Yeah. So we get augments. Okay, this is how it goes. We get augments, and then we get gold to buy items. Then we get augments, and then we get gold. Okay?
I didn't buy any items.
No, yeah. But we didn't get enough gold. So
oh, I understand.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So now we fight, and then we get,
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going in. I'm on Vayne. And then I'm gonna hit the plant. Okay?
Oh god,
Plant's
oh god.
Okay, no problem. And I'm gonna run. Lily, we're gonna run to this plant. Okay? Just run. And hit the plant, and it heals you, and you have cooldowns back. Okay? Now we're gonna turn, and we're gonna go again. Okay, this person. Keep on it. Keep on it.
I'm sorry. That was hard. Oh my Scarra, you're insane!
Alright, we're running. Okay, we flee, and then we get this plant.
What the fuck?
And then we get this plant, okay? Goodbye.
You're actually insane. Wait, you're so good at this.
No. Chelsea, I just played too much. Okay, now we get to buy a boots. So you can choose between Sorks or whatever. It's just your
What should I
choice.
buy?
Probably
It's a
Sorks.
ghost crawler.
That goes through walls. It's a little hard to use. So I would just
I'll
not.
just get Sorks then.
Yeah, I would just not get it right now.
Okay. This is so weird. Do I buy any juices?
Oh, so juices are for are for later. One gives you damage, one gives you HP, and one gives you CDR. And the fourth one gives you hats. You can buy infinite hats.
Hats?
Yeah, like a little hat, like on your character. It's really cute. All right, so there's the plant. Okay, so we're gonna play around this. I'm peeling them off. Hit the plant. And then flash. Yo, other plants up here. Oh, hit the plant. Oh, I'm so sorry. I might have killed you.
I'm gonna die!
Nah, don't worry about it. Okay, keep going. Now, can you CC them? Oh, yeah, all in this guy. Oh.
I can't.
Oh,
I can't.
okay. I might have messed up.
Sorry, I didn't know.
No. I'm pretty sure
it was really hard.
Pretty sure I griefed you. Don't worry about it. You can't win this, Lily?
Dude, if you win this, I'll give 10 subs to your chat. 30 actually.
So sometimes you just lose because that happens.
I understand.
But like, if you're against two melees, they're gonna just jump on you because you're the head honcho.
This is Lux doesn't feel the best. I'm not gonna lie.
She's okay. She's
also
not someone that
squishy,
kills
though.
you. Yeah, but like the best characters in the game are ADs, and they're all squishy.
Oh,
But-
okay.
so,
Is there
like, yeah,
is
there's
there a
some.
tier list for this?
Don't worry about it. The tier list is not. We don't play at the level where the tier list matters. But it's usually AD carry and support. But they're getting nerfed tomorrow, so it doesn't. Like they're nerfing stuff pretty fast. If it,
I just bought Ludens. Is that okay?
yeah, that's a good item. And then
Okay.
and then we get Augment next, and then another thing. Okay, so focus. There's two ADs. Okay, so you just slowly poke them down, and I'll be your front line. Okay.
Okay. Dude, he's just
run over here.
chasing me.
You can run over here. You can hit this. You can hit this. Hit the plant. Hit the plant. Hit the plant. All right, there's another plant down here. Hit. Wait. You can heal. You can heal. What the f? Oh, you owned. Wait.
Did I do anything?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
good
you got the
job.
other guy so low, and then I kill this guy.
Nice.
So a lot of the game is around the plants. They give you health back and they lower your cooldowns.
Okay. Okay, Boomerang. Ethereal weapon. Phenomenal evil.
The boomerang's pretty good.
Okay, Boomerang. Okay. Oh, is it a play on Okay Boomer?
Yes. I think so.
That's funny.
Should have taken advantage. I was thinking about it, guys. I should take advantage. It's fine.
So for this, you play around the plants?
Yeah, and like the plants help you a lot. Like the blast
I
plant and
understand.
the heal plant. They lower your ulti cooldown too. So you could just ulti, like just throw your combo at the beginning and then hit the plants and you get it back.
Got it.
I think I've ulti like 3 times before. Okay, there's a plant. Peeling this one. There's the person going to the other brand. Oh, I cannot peel this guy. He flashed on you.
Sorry.
That's
It's
okay.
really...
It's okay. Yo, what's up?
You know the room next to you?
Yeah. Yes, it's up here.
Damn, that was hard.
Yeah. It's a lot of like kiting. And if they don't have any cooldowns, then we win. If they can't get to you.
Should I get...
Oh, if you feel like you're getting like, you should probably get like at some point you should get Zanya's, but you can get whatever you want here.
I'll get Zanya's now.
Okay. But yeah, you get Zanya's Death Cap. No, it's good.
Death Cap. Okay, Death Cap it is.
I think Zanya's should be next.
Okay, Zanya's next. Okay.
But like a lot of these guys are really squishy. Like we're playing this team next. I'm gonna CC them and you just land and throw everything at one of them.
Got it.
Like these guys have no fucking defensive stats. Okay, I'm just gonna go on them. Get ready. Go.
What?
Good work. Oh,
Good job.
So the right says spectate. We click that and you can watch them fight.
Oh.
Oh, so this is the arena where there's just one plant in the middle.
So the plant is everything. You just play around plants?
There's also like random arenas that have like characters that damage or CC you. Like we were on a pike board, they just randomly CC us, right?
See, okay. Do I get juices anytime?
Oh, you can juice up now. Usually it's fine anytime you have the gold for it, and then you don't have an item. So if you want the juice, it's all good.
Okay.
I would say the what you call it, the haste juice and the health juice is really good actually. But I think you're good with anything here.
Okay, I'll drink the health juice.
Ooh, it gives you like, it looks like it's not that much, but it's like 450 HP or something. Yeah, I will never die. So don't worry about like, just worry about you not getting run down by these idiots, okay? That's cool, it's cool. Yeah, just throw your shit, throw your shit. No problem, hit this, no problem, no problem. No problem, and we go to the next one, no problem, no problem. Okay, hit this guy. This guy's dead. I'm ulting.
Can't move.
Hey, we can auto this. We can auto this. Oh, so this is a set, okay? It bugged out. But usually you can hit it, and then when you kill it, it goes in another direction. He's right here, by the way. We can just kill him. Hold on, I'm not even gonna bother. Bleh!
Willing sacrifice combo master from beginning to end. Ooh, that sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah, just
First strike and dark harvest.
That's okay. Not bad for you.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about runes in this game mode. You just like you see they're orange. If we're fighting whatever's orange. So do you remember
Aren't
these?
they the easy ones?
Yeah, these are the guys who got double killed in 1 second.
Got it.
I don't know about easy. Okay, but there's 3 dogs. Do not step in the dog triangle, or else they will hit you. Do you see this triangle?
Yeah, I see.
Do not hit that. Step in that. It is a painful triangle. Okay, I'm killing this guy. Oh, you stepped in the triangle.
I'm so sorry. I was like, where's my health going, bro?
I asked for one thing.
I didn't know there's so many. Uh-oh.
Wait, this guy.
That
oh,
sucks.
Wow. There's one triangle.
Damn, I called them easy too. Should I get... what do you get here now? Morello, Banshee, Horizon, Focus, Void, Demonic.
I just went Lich Bane. You can go... Horizon's fine. It's really good with you.
Okay.
But okay, so one person's died, so we're hitting these guys next. But if nothing was orange, we would not hit anyone, and it would be those 2 playing.
Oh, I see. So they're not playing next round.
Yeah, the ones on the right. We're playing these guys.
Interesting.
I'm gonna pot up. We're gonna beat the crap out of these guys, okay? Please, I think we want to kill the Sin Zhao, okay?
Okay.
But just, I will try to go on him so he doesn't go on you. Perfect, perfect. All right, appealing. Go hit the plant. Go hit the plant. Fine. Just keep hitting the plant. Go to the... Okay. Nice. Okay.
I juiced up there.
Now, you can sell your first item to buy another item now.
Morello? Or Void?
I think Void is okay because they're getting some MR.
Okay.
But now we just watch them play. Don't you have the pot? You just watch them.
Oh, I don't use... Oh, it's... Oh,
I think it saves over. So we just
I
spectate.
hope it saved.
Okay, Samira.
What's that?
It's Samira, the new skin. She's awesome with this skin. If you CC someone, she hits you. Okay.
What?
And then if someone gets CC 5 times, she ulties. This person died.
This is actually so complicated.
Oh.
Holy shit. Oh my god. They're so strong. Midnight Express, Fallen Aegis, Deft. Black Shield for 12 seconds. That seems really good. Can I get that?
Yeah, you can get that.
I accidentally pressed... Oh, no.
What did you get? Reroll?
Ice Cold Castle and Guilty Pleasure.
I don't know what those do. I don't know the names yet.
I accidentally pressed the reroll
It's
button.
okay. It's just us versus them, okay? I think it's we kill here.
Which one do I get?
I don't know what they do. I'll be honest. You have 8 seconds. 7?
Ice Cold.
Oh, that's great.
What's Castle?
Oh, you have a summoner spell where you trade places with me. Also really good.
Okay. I'm scared.
Okay, it's you and her. You and her. Okay? You can hit the plant if you want. Oh, you hit her. Perfect, perfect.
Don't do
okay.
damage to her.
No, no, that's fine. You kill her on the next thing. Oh.
I can't move. Sorry.
Oh. I forgot to use my summoner to keep you alive, so that's my bad. I always forget to use defensive
So
summoners.
that's it.
Yeah. So we lost. So we got second.
Oh.
Like
Well, okay.
All you
So
need to know is okay. Actually, you tell me. What is there anything confusing?
Why am I wood tier?
You start there.
Wait. So what's the meta for this? Who's good here?
It is in your best interest not to know that. I will say AD carries plus supports are very good, and stuff like Kennen Poppy is very good. There's also annoying stuff like Heimer and other things. But for the most part, you shouldn't worry about the meta too much because you can outplay all of it.
Okay.
I don't think it really matters until you're like up in the high elo.
Who should I ban?
Okay, stuff that's really good to ban: Tarek, Vayne, Kaisa, Kane.
That is a lot of.
Yeah, but there's a lot of bans. Like everyone gets 8 bans, right? Or we get 8 total bans. Yeah.
It seems Morgana's super banned.
Oh, I don't think she's very good, but.
Do you have any suggestions on what I can play that's not Lux?
What do you have fun with?
Lux.
Okay, what other characters? I've never seen a Nico before, so if you want to try, go for it.
Okay.
Oh, Tarek is up. Oh, that is actually Omega Giga cringe.
Wait, why is Tarek so good?
He's just really overtuned right now in the sense that in lane, Tarek is super good, but out of lane, he's pretty bad.
They're playing Tarek.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's whatever. But there's a lot of runes. Like there's runes that like let your spells crit. There's runes where you can start in a cannon and shoot yourself in like it's like ARAM. There's runes, or not ARAM, the other game modes. Bunch of random stuff. I chose a pretty good character because I was a little worried about this game.
The items don't make the fighter, but they sure do help him win.
These are so cringe. Dude. Really good con. It's good. Yeah,
I'm in.
You in? You can Pantheon ulti into their fights.
That's so funny.
But you can't do damage or anything. They just see you. Alright, we are chilling. Which one's which? Which one's which?
I thought I was like that. I thought I was like they fucked up.
Going to plant, I'm going to plant. You can go to the top plant, you can go to the top plant. Fine, just get the plant, Ignore me. Okay, not. I hit them.
So sorry, I'm missing everything. Oh my god. Oh, Scarra, I failed you.
No, it's okay. I'm going to the other plant. Don't worry, we can win this. I got 6 stacks. Okay, now we go for the other guy. Oh no, okay, it's you and her. You can hit the plant. Here.
Wait, I'm in the circle.
It's okay, that's it.
Oh, that was hard. Okay.
Yeah, it's because Tarek is it's really strong in these tight quarters.
Oh my gosh. I want Fallen Aegis. I thought I was playing Lux. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, careful. This is what I do, okay, Lily? Watch yourself. I have a castle, okay?
Bro, this is...
So, at some point, I can castle with you, alright? To save your life. We can chill. Just get the plants on top and the middle. Remember that? Hit the plant 3 times. I'll swap it with you. Hit the other plant. Okay. The plant's over here.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay. Now just hit them when you can. Kite them. Oh.
No, I
he
was so
killed you.
close.
It's alright. We're not really units till 6 anyways. No biggie.
Wall walking. Gain the ability to walk through walls for 6 seconds. I think I'll just take shoes.
Yeah, you know, everyone just takes normal shoes.
Okay.
Here. Oh, let me think what I want to get here.
I keep thinking. All I hear is hit the plant, Lily. Lily, the plant is over. It's so funny.
The plants, Lily.
We're the plant.
The plants. Alright, when they go on Kaisa, if you can hit her. Okay, wait. Nice, that's nice. Oh, I did not mean to castle you there. Go to the plant, go to the plant.
Okay. I died. Sorry. Oh, Nico's kind of hard.
Oh. I think, yeah. But it's doable. Maybe I should show somebody damage.
I think you should go into them. And then castle while I ult.
Oh, yeah. I'm wanna do that. Well, I think that's kind of scary because you kind of don't want me to do that.
Oh, come on, that'd be so funny though if we make it work.
Yeah. You're gonna die, but yeah, I'm down. All right, this is a perfect team to do it against. Okay.
Okay, yeah, we got this.
We look for kill. All right, turn into me and then just wait. Okay, start doing it. So you'll die here, right, Lily?
It worked, but kind of like, I didn't do enough damage. I don't like Nico, Scarra. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Nico.
It's okay.
The fight never ends.
Oh, wait. I think I might be approaching Zodia. Okay. I need to see Circle of Death here, right? Yeah, I think I need to do a damage unit with you, so we can just one-shot someone. That's my bad. So this is the one where we go on Senna, okay? Just try to get to Senna with your ulti. Alright, go to the plant. Just get your ulti back again.
Okay.
It's fine. Go to the other plant. Alright, I think you get your ulti on 5 hits. You have your ulti again, right?
Soon.
Yeah.
Why have it?
Go.
What? I have no damage. Okay, I want another champion.
Oh.
You're doing so much. Man, that circle is heating up. This is so fucking funny. Like, what is going on here? Why are you healing so much?
Yeah, a Wanda lost.
That is insane.
It's kind of close. Don't worry, Lily. You could just take it slow. You don't have to go in immediately.
Okay.
I also think you don't do that much damage until you get items. And
I got Zanya's.
And your solution to damage is definitely not. Can you refund this?
Oh, okay.
No, you can't. You can't.
Oh, I can't. I'm so sorry.
You hit the W. That's fine. Fine. Yeah. If you want to do more, like, it's fine. I think what happens is you just take it slow and let me damage them down, and then you wait for a good timing. Like if you hit like a good 2-man ulti, then you can come in.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. You have the Kai'Sa? You have the Kai'Sa? Oh, you're a beast. You're a fucking beast. We won.
I got him.
Actually, you run to the planet here. Or you can kill this guy. Or here. Nice.
Oh, we did it! Oh my god!
Nice.
The castle was insane.
Yeah, Castle is fucking good.
Only a death cap, I guess.
Yeah. You just wait, okay? Because I am the one who's gonna be tanking them.
Sure.
I'm gonna just run at this stupid Senna, and then you wait. I don't think she can kill me.
Okay, I'll just wait. Yeah, it's just very hard. Wow.
Yeah. It's hard. If you're playing a squishy character that doesn't have high damage, it means you have to choose your time perfectly.
Got it.
That's why the meta is like choosing the more consistent DPS, so you don't have to play perfectly to win rounds. Alright, wait till after? Okay. You can go, do not be scared, do not be scared.
Getting the plant, okay?
Yeah, we're chilling. Okay, I'm going back. We're always looking for this, okay? Perfect. Alright, Lily, get out of there. Castling? Oh. Watch the plant out here. Hit the plant. Hit the other plant. Hit the plant. Yeah, you could. And we got it. Nice work.
Oh my god.
Good work. You're,
What's evocation? Oh, erosion or midnight express? Should I reroll or pick one? I have no idea what these are.
What does the other one say?
Automatically throw a lantern. Damaging enemies adds a stacking armor magic shred for 4 seconds.
That was
or
pretty
evocation. Whatever, I'll do that.
Yep. And you can go into... We're playing these guys, okay? These guys, we want to kill the... we can kill either of them. No, we can kill either of them. If someone's low and you just have a good ulti, just go for it. But ideally, Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is... Actually, yeah, just kill Kai'Sa. Oh, so this is a set here. If we kill it, then what happens is it ultis the other side, and it does like 30% of their life. He's walking. I'm walking.
I'm getting the...
Okay, no problem. No.
Oh god, he's chasing me.
Which is a good spot. We're in a good spot. Okay, now that she's wasted everything. It's it. And then I'm gonna go up here. Oh. Careful, careful. Ooh.
Oh, what? Sorry. That's worth it? What? He's getting the plant.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
What?
It's only worth it because I get my ulti in 3 hits, so I can out sustain him.
Ooh, what should I get now? Wait?
What?
Morello?
I already have anti-heal if you want to just go damage. I don't know exactly
Horizon?
what, but yeah, like, Horizon's fine.
Okay.
Okay. We're kind of coming back.
Yeah,
We're
I'm surprised.
so bad. Okay, we have to kill Kale, okay?
Kale.
Yes, Kale. Do not get hit with the dogs. Dogs bad.
Oh, wow.
The guy tried to... Oh, sorry, I castled badly. That was my bad. Good work, good work.
Nice. Ooh, what's my final item?
I don't really know.
Oh. Can I get vitalized?
Ammas? Is it even worth it? Oh, it probably is. Wait, what'd you say?
Vitalized?
It's bad.
Void?
Void's not bad.
I'll get void. Juice too. Can I only get 1 juice?
You can get all 3 juices. But it's like kind of expensive, right? It's like 2,100 for all 3.
Oh.
And we don't fight, we don't fight. We're watching them.
Oh.
Don't worry, Lily. We're top 2 for sure.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a dirty combo. Oh my god, Kale is insane!
Yeah, if Kale can get to 16,
What?
she's pretty good in this game mode.
How are you supposed to beat that?
Wait, we could just kill Kale.
Die another day. Creates a zone where no unit can die. Vanish. And... Ooh, vanish.
Vanish just gives you stealth for 4 seconds. So you can you start the fight, press Vanish, walk up next to him, and just ulti.
Oh, I'll try my best.
We do want to beat the Kale, by the way.
Kale, okay.
She does have Zanya, so keep that in mind.
Okay.
You can chill, you can chill. Oh my. She forgot. Oh.
What?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Did you castle me?
Yeah. We won, don't worry.
Woohoo, that was fun.
Yeah, you thought we were gonna lose? No,
Wait,
we got
Vanish
the
is
scaling.
insane.
Yeah, there was a Poppy that vanished and just one-shot me every round. I'm like, all right.
Vanish was fun. I like Vanish.
Yeah. $8,000. That's nothing. I had no good. Like my augments could have been so good. There's a lot of crazy augments. Like if you ever get the move speed with ability haste augment, it's super good.
I really want to try Morgana because everyone keeps spanning her.
Oh, okay. Then let me.
Ban Tarek already. Who else do I ban?
It's like if you don't want to deal with Vayne or. I will ban Vayne. You can ban Kaisa if you want. I think you have to go full damage.
Okay. Oh my god, Morgana has some nice skins.
Swain. All right. Lily, we're not going to go for one shots. We're going to go for annoying. We are going to be the most annoying team possible.
Got it.
Oh, this skin is sick, by the way. I don't know if you've ever seen astronauts singed.
Oh, that's so cute.
All right. You the augment that makes your slow for 100. Does that work on rally slow?
So tough, so powerful, so ready to pummel each other for our entertainment.
Oh my god.
You gotta love it.
Oh well, I'm slow. This is such a pretty Morgana skin.
Yeah.
Do you want me to shield you?
No. I think you just shield yourself. I'm playing characters I can take care of myself, and it's only a problem if you die. So if you die, we don't have enough. But if you don't die, then it's all good.
What is this?
The sweet smell of science.
Okay, we're going away. Then hit the other plants over here.
What do I do?
Well, kind of sucks. Okay, well. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay, well, I'm not even a unit to level 6, man.
Fuck, I'm so dead.
Yeah, just run out. Don't give him the satisfaction.
I'm gonna die. Wait, that was so hard. Okay. Does this work on my dot? I feel like I do so little damage right now.
Oh, that will never change. You'll never do damage with that character.
What? But why do people ban her all the time?
They don't. You literally played the only games where she got banned.
Oh.
But it's fine. Low damage is okay if your ally has high damage, right? The plant's in the middle, okay? I'm chilling. By chilling, I mean I'm literally useless till 6, so it's called sandbagging, Lily. Don't worry about it. Nice bind.
What am I supposed to do?
Lily, there's sometimes we're just gonna lose games, okay? That's okay.
I don't know what to do.
We can't do anything. Just we don't even have our main abilities.
Oh my god.
I don't do damage till I get Leandries, and you don't do anything till level 6, like 7, and then like items. So it's not a big deal.
Got it. Okay.
Sometimes like the early games just suck. It doesn't really matter if you lose early. You see, Zach can live because and Olivia can live in the burn.
It's telling me I need to get lucidity, ghost crawlers, or swiftness. Can I get?
You can get swords. You just,
sword?
Yeah, you can just go for it. Okay. We control the plant. We control the plants.
Okay.
You kill it?
I'm really trying my best to.
I hate it when this happens.
Hit the plant. Hit the plant. Oh.
I thought.
That's right. Hit the plant. You're okay. Oh. It's okay.
Dead, I'm sorry. I thought he was dead.
Nah, he lived a little bit long. Dude, I'm telling you, I need one item, Lily. I don't do
Okay, yeah,
damage.
I trust you. Oh wow.
Wow, that was so.
That
close.
was so close.
Her argument to check crit damage.
Everfrost, Shirelia's, or Imperial Mandate?
You can get Everfrost. Is not bad.
Okay.
I don't think she needs the answers. I have the answers right.
Master of every weapon known to humankind. It's nearly time.
Okay.
Smaller than the diagram.
Okay, I griefed this one. Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know what to do.
Well, you see, their comp is kind of fucking good, so it's okay. We just need a couple more items. Don't worry, I need like 3 more items.
We'll be back after a quick break.
Does this work the way I think it does? Seems kind of interesting. I don't know how much healing it is though, but it's kind of interesting.
I'd lose my freaking mind.
I hear you.
Round start.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, you hit the plant. You can hit the plant when you want, really. Oh, careful, I'm not there. I'm at the plant. I hit the. Oh, never mind. Oh no, I think I hit them into you.
But I'm gonna die.
It's okay. Run to this plant. And don't. Oh.
I'm sorry. I killed you.
Oh, I didn't flip him out? That sucks. Oh, no. Oh, we're dead. No, we're not dead. No, never mind. We're good. We're good. We are not dead. We are chilling.
We get Zanya's now?
Yeah. Okay, Lily, in this situation, You cannot ulti a single target unless you know you're gonna kill them.
Okay.
For the most part. Well, oh yeah, unless they're low. Because unless you hit plants immediately, because I think we need 2 of your ultis or 2 of mine to win. All right, I'm running. Don't get hit with dog. Well, that. Oh, we win this for sure, Lily. These guys don't got anything on us. Good work, good work, good work. Kill this. Okay. Kill this guy. Good work.
Oh, we won a round!
And it's time for us to turn it all around, Lily.
Oh man, I shouldn't have gotten 2 active items. There's no way I'm gonna remember it.
Yeah, it's okay.
What do I get now? Demonic Embrace.
Do not buy that item if you care about our.
Okay, what do you think I should get?
Hold on, I don't know what to buy for my own items. Try the death cap or something. You just need damage, right? You need a lot of damage. Yeah, I'm going Atlas after this. So it'll be 4th item. Oh, it might be right, but I think it's just Atmas over right. Okay, I'm going on Senna. The altar. Oh, perfect. She's dead. Okay, we're hitting plants, Lily. We're plant killers. Oh, never mind. We killed this guy. Good work.
Woohoo! We did it!
We hate plants.
We hate plants.
We hate plants. Okay. This is the hardest guy is probably the Heimer. Okay, against the Heimer team, okay, I'm gonna jump and then flip Heimer, and we have to kill him, I think.
Just Heimer?
Yes, if you can ulti Heimer, I think it's very good.
Banner of Command, Celestial Body, Dawnbringer's Resolve.
I need critical block to win the game. But sucks. The same one ties? Yeah, this game blows. TFT solved this problem fucking years ago, man. Oh, what are we playing against? I forgot. Okay. Okay.
I pressed the wrong thing. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
God, you are so annoying to verse.
No, he stopped my auto. Okay, oh no.
Oh, we lost? Oopsies.
Yeah, I think I just play Cannon next time. It's okay. Yeah, Morgan's hard unless you're playing with a champion that's high damage or high DPS. Or I just one-shot with you. The cat is really good. Yo, Kaisa, I don't care if she's broken. We gonna play broken shit? Watch another stream. I already played Lethality Udyr. It kind of sucks. I think Lethality Poppy's way better. I played Tornado Udyr as well. It's kind of meh. Yeah, I needed. If I got critical block, I would have won the game. I'm pretty sure.
I would like to try Annie.
So good. Oh, do your Bennett. You're Bennett. This guy's a broken high DPS AD carry. That does
Why
percentage
not a
health
sex?
damage.
Why do you banner?
That's what I'm saying. It's time. Best champion back in the LCS days? I don't know. Diana, probably. Oh, okay. Let me look at the comp. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's fucking good.
Father, I have sinned. I have a confession to make.
What did you do?
I looked up a tier list and picked Annie based on that
Do
tier
you
list.
feel like you're better now that you did that?
Absolutely.
How do you feel
But-
about me telling you that she got hot fixed?
What?
Yeah, this is why you don't look up tier lists, Lily. She's still good, don't worry. She's still really good. Anyways, your point is just the ulti priority targets, okay? Get your ulti out early. So
Look how cute I am.
blip, blip, blip. This person does insane damage, okay? The Udyr.
But look how cute I am. Look at the little jelly bear.
She's gonna die. She's gonna die.
Jelly bear.
She's gonna fucking die.
It's even heavier than it looks.
Okay. By the way, T is like a vision thing. So you use it now if you haven't used it before. It's like it just gives you vision of an area.
What's T? It's my
Or
emote.
your vision button. Word button.
I was so confused.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. It's fine. I'm gonna run to the other one. Okay, now you hit the other one. Perfect.
I tried. I accidentally. Oh my god! I do nothing. I do nothing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're not very strong early. It's fine. No big deal.
Okay, but most importantly, when are we gonna watch the Barbie movie?
I think after the tournament is what people wanted. Agreed. Oh my god!
Zanya's epiphany can't touch this blade waltz.
Have you guys seen this before? You guys have not. You guys do not know what is gonna happen. You do not know what is up with this. Truly one of my 17 months.
Is can't touch this good?
I don't know what that is.
Ah! I don't even have my ultimate, so it's not gonna help me.
That is Oh, this is chauffeur, okay? Do you see them? Okay, get ready. Oh, okay. We're chilling, we're chilling. Yeah, plants. Okay, hit him into the wall. I'm gonna run to the other thing. Oh no.
I can't move.
Yeah, you got karma'd. It's okay, we're not real characters to level 6. We're prismatics are useless. I'm trying to win the lobby. Yeah, keep yapping, bro. Keep yapping. Just watch, just watch. Just a pig? Did Jin get Goliath? Oh my god! The Jin took a tank augment. He's huge. No problem. We can just go to other stuff. I'm going to plan. I'm going to plan. We chillin'. We chillin'.
Dude, I am so useless.
Oh, we need some damage items. You kind of take a prismatic that did 0 damage, and I don't have an item either, so we're no items. Okay, we have.
Okay, I got an item now.
Yeah, now we're good.
Dude, I was asking my chat which one should I get, and all of them were saying reroll, but my chat broke, so it looked like no one was saying anything.
Oh.
So I picked the worst option.
My hammer's too big.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I will show you something very funny this game.
But look how cute the skin is with the little
Look how
jelly
big
bear.
this Jin is.
Why
God.
is he so big?
He took Goliath, man. He's huge. All right, this guy. We're okay. Wait for him to go mid, and we just kill.
What? What? That what? It seems we got like a power spike.
Don't worry. Yeah, they didn't get to play the game. No.
Electrocute and phase rush. Is that good? Summon Airy and Arcane Comet.
Electrocute phase rush is better than that.
Okay.
Come on. Let's get back to the fight.
Lily, if I wallbang this person, okay? The Fiora?
I mean, to
Watch the
stun her
Fiora.
whenever. Or Jin.
Also,
Which one?
stun. Wow, I didn't hit the plant fast enough. That sucks.
I am so...
Don't worry, we're missing damage.
Oh,
We're
no.
missing some damage.
Okay,
We're missing
okay.
some damage. Okay. Oh, what are we playing next? Oh.
Shadow Flame? Death Cap?
Hell no. Just get Death Cap. We're gonna blow this guy up.
Okay.
Alright, I will flash and hit this unit into the wall, okay? The Twitch. You have to flash or follow after, okay?
Okay, so I have to kill the Twitch.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, I got this.
Know what I could use? A cart.
I have serpents, which is super good against these.
Swords. This fighter can do it all. Here she is, Samira.
Some things are too important to give up.
Okay?
Did I get him?
No.
Oh, I thought I did it!
We killed him, but I didn't hit him into the wall. That was my bad.
Oh no. Dude,
Let's try,
he's
let's try,
so
let's
strong.
I think We just insta kill him later. That one's really good for us too. I fucking just had a bad
Got
idea.
it. Shadow Flame now? Horizon Focus? Sonya's?
Sonya's not bad. Sonya's not bad.
I'll be right under the moon.
Okay, this Udyr dies, okay?
Okay.
Udyr. Oh, you need to take the stick quick now. Let's give us a shield. We could chill, we could chill. No, okay. You got what? You got her? You got her? Yeah, Lily, let's go! Alright, right team, right team. Lily, if you can buy a pot, I would recommend buying a pot now. It says I got 0 of the augments that are good for me. Like, I got... Oh, this is so lame. I could have just got augments to one-shot this guy. Oh, look mid, look mid. I'm going back mid, going back mid.
Easy!
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Are you Horizon Focus now?
Oh.
She does so much damage now. I feel like I do a lot of damage now.
Yeah, you do a ton of damage.
Who knew there were so many heroes?
Horizon's really good. But yeah, we're killing this Twitch, okay?
I have so many keystones.
It's a... Oh, we're killing this Twitch
Oh,
next round.
it's not me? Oh.
This Twitch is our only competition, by the way.
I see. I just have to go for Twitch.
Yep.
It's so hard because he's very strong. Maybe I should have gotten Zanya's then.
Oh, I mean, you could probably... How much gold do you have?
350.
I think you can get... Do we get augment next or gold? I think we get gold. You can just sell your item for thing next round.
Oh wow, he is crazy.
This is just...
That's insane. That is insane.
This is
What?
every support, whatever, man.
What is going on? I'm so scared. I got Zanya's.
What's the anti?
Can I get 2 juices of vitality?
So what's it called? No. You only get 1.
Okay. I'm
Esther-
gonna just get 2 juice.
He has Zanya and a Maw. Interesting.
That is so hard.
No, trust me. You can just kill him. It's not even difficult. You look first.
Not.
Very difficult. Wow.
That's insane. Okay, gain 60 ability haste, gain hugely increased health regen, massively increased damage and omni-vent while your partner is dead.
Don't take that. If I'm dead, we
okay.
lost the game.
Got it. So should I reroll or?
Yeah. Use anything that gives you damage. Does not matter what it is.
Okay, I have all the keystones.
Oh my god. Do you have flash here?
I don't have flash, unfortunately.
Okay, no problem. This one sucks for us. What the hell? Oh, too bad. How could she move with chauffeur? What? That's illegal. All right, hold on. Let me heal up. Let me heal up, Lily. Give me a little bit, and I'll just kill her later.
Woohoo! We did it! Wow, Annie's awesome.
Oh yeah, Annie's pretty good.
I had so many keystones. Oh my god.
Yo, yeah.
Kind of reminds me of like TFT, but League.
Yeah.
The reroll aspect of it, at least. It's pretty fun.
Dude, I can't. Some of my chats said the Twitch wins. Like, don't fucking talk to me if you don't play the game. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's play another one.
Okay.
Imagine daddy me playing fucking poppers. When you play Poppy, I'm telling you, lethality Poppy in this game mode is so fucking crazy.
Okay.
As long as you get certain augments that make her fucking nuts. Yellow juices at once? Yes. Except for I had 700 gold. So what do you want me to do? I had 1,400 gold on one buy and 700 gold on the other. I'm not going to buy 2 juices for 1 round because I want 700 gold for another one.
Why Soraka broken? Janna?
Huh?
Syndra?
Oh, Syndra's not bad. That league, the one, yeah. Oh. Pretty sure I said one of each. And even if I didn't, doesn't really matter. I'm pretty sure I said one of each. How? Okay. All the mid lane control mages are hard. That's it. You can play them, but they're just difficult. So
Janna?
I don't know. I think you need the damage unit.
Damage unit.
Well, I mean, no, you can play Janna with what I'm playing, but it's up to you. I was kind of kidding. I can't believe you fucking locked in. You fucking.
Okay, I changed my mind.
Okay. These guys are really playing fucking Nami Lucian. Okay, Lex Warrior. All right.
Oh, I wanted to play Teemo.
Look at all these fights. So tough, so powerful, so ready to pummel each other for our entertainment.
God, Ari has so many skins.
Attack speed is nothing, right? It's this. Oh, you already know. It's so popular. Oh, that's a new one, right? That's good.
So pretty.
You probably need to go Leandry, by the way.
Leandry?
I think
Okay.
you need a little bit. It's probably fine. I do enough damage. Don't even worry about it. All right. Just hit the charm. And if not, we can just hit this.
I'm so sorry.
Lily, there's one thing I asked of you.
I'm so sorry.
All right, we're gonna go down for a little bit.
So sorry. Wait, next charm I'm gonna hit it. Scarra.
Okay, we have to kill this plant really. Oh! Watch Nami, watch Nami. Watch the Nami, watch.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You said watch the Nami.
That's great. Oh, good job. Let's go. You're a beast.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I did not listen.
No, that's okay. Oh.
Wait. Your dash, leap, blink, or teleport abilities gain 200 ability
I rolled
haste.
this right. This is
Is
not
that good?
what you guys think.
Your abilities can critically strike. Gain a shield. Chat, please help. Oh my god, please help. What do I do? One? I don't know. One seems good. Jewel Gauntlet is good. And TFT it's good.
This is so bad. I can only proc it one way, man. Oh, that sucks, man. I didn't get any good ones. Maybe Wisdom allowed me to spam E. It's okay. No, it just hurts. I'm just gonna walk to the bottom plant. hold on. You can poke them if you hit them. Oh, you got this charm. Okay, Lily. Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh. Oh, kill this T-Bug. Okay.
The Yorick!
Yeah, he's so annoying. Nice kiting. That's your whole character in this mode. You just kite.
Okay. Oh my god, he drops little dumplings. I'm hungry. Are you hungry? I'm hungry.
I'm so hungry. I ate for like my first meal, and then I didn't eat again.
I had an egg and a granola bar. So I'm pretty hungry.
Oh, you have JG. Oh, wait. Change the plan. I didn't know you had the fucking best damage item in the thing. Hold on, hon.
What are you talking about?
Alright, oh. Alright, Lily, we're hitting.
What? You...
Did you ulti?
Yeah, I did, but I died, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Also, I only have Guardian's Orb. I feel kind of weak still.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this allows your abilities to crit. It's really strong, okay?
Oh, that's what you said, JG.
Yeah. Sorry, it's
Like,
a
what are you
TFT
talking
term,
about?
TFT term. Okay,
Oh
which
my
means
God.
after you get your Leandries or whatever item, you want to buy the item called Rite of Ruin.
So before?
Nah, you probably don't want to buy it next.
So buy Leandries next.
Yeah, is Leandries better? Let me think. I actually don't know. I feel like you almost want Everfrost. Are you?
Let's be honest.
Ludens?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
I think Ludens is good as well. I think you do
Yeah,
enough
I'll get
damage.
Ludens.
Okay,
I'll get Ludens.
do Ludens, and then you have to search for a new item called. It's really stupid. It's
Rite of Ruin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now-
Rite of Ruin.
And then now you want to look for an augment that gives you crit plus block. I think it's called Tank It or Leave It.
Crit plus what?
Crit plus block, or the augment that gives you just crit. It's really
Okay.
good.
Okay. Crit. Okay. Oh my god! I tried to go for the
messed
team
up. Oh my god, no, I missed.
my bad.
Okay, so I'm gonna be like annoying, and then you just play, or you just run around, do whatever you want. Don't worry about me.
Okay.
It's just I messed up. No, it's not you problem.
Witchful Thinking, Executioner, Tormentor. Do I reroll?
Executioner is really good. Also, anything that gives you, yeah, Executioner not bad. You don't need to
Okay,
reroll here.
Well, my chat said 1.
I don't know what one is, so maybe.
It gave me 70 AP for free.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's so good. Sorry, that's way better. Your chat was right.
Literally every single person said 1.
Yeah,
I've
that's
never
way
seen
better.
such unanimous.
All right, so you want Rite of Ruin into Death Cap, I think. I don't know exactly what's better. I think that's right.
Wait, I have a hat. I could not move. Sorry.
Lily, we fought these guys before, okay? And when we fought them before, they ultied us twice. And then you ran into the middle.
I
like,
couldn't move.
Yo, he's gonna ulti you.
I'm hungry.
This guy's 40 less base. Oh, really? That World Cup is gonna win? Hell no, it's not gonna win. Just let me cook, bro. I fucking got this. Okay, I don't really have this because I have no fucking Heartsteel stacks, but let me cook. Let me fucking cook.
Okay.
All right.
I got Rite of Ruins now.
Yeah. So that's, and then you get Death Cap. You do a lot of damage now. All you do is damage. So as soon as you charm someone, I'll be watching and I'll just go in on them. Okay.
Okay.
Jet, we're playing you want to go for Charm Lucian ideally. If you get Charm Lucian, I think we just one-shot him.
Damn it, I missed.
Okay. Let's go.
My God.
I see what you're going for. You target swap.
But it's okay. It's okay. 大丈夫だよ.
Yeah, that joke. Oh.
I get a death cap now.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man, one combo does 2k damage.
You will do so much damage. Okay, now you don't really need to worry about who you hit. Let me see. Who are we hitting next? Okay, remember...
okay.
No. Just kill Warwick. We will one-shot Warwick, okay?
Okay. He's gonna jump on me, though, so I'm gonna just
just wait. Just stand behind me, and then we'll kill Warwick, okay?
Okay.
You can literally kill Warwick in one combo by yourself. That guy is full glass.
Got it, but what if he jumps on me first?
Don't
I'll
stand
do my best.
too far in front. Whoa.
Oh, I'm behind you, dude.
Okay, I'm getting him in.
Dude! I did charm him.
Oh.
I didn't do enough damage though.
Oh.
That's weird. Did I not? I'm so confused.
Don't worry about it. You working her? Yeah, but you can just dodge. You just dodge it, you know? There's no way else. Whatever, man. Oh, we are dead. Are we dead? I think we're dead.
No!
That's kind of embarrassing. No, we're live!
We're live!
Ah, baited your ass. Okay, what is this?
Holy shit, you gain permanent red and blue buff. That's so fun. You can critically defend using your crit chance.
Is this good or bad? Someone please
Spawn
tell
a
me.
battle sled. Tank it or leave it. Okay.
You have take it or leave it? Oh my.
Huh?
Oh my god. You have like Exodia.
Okay, but like I'm not. We're losing.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, I got this. I can do this.
You can charm anyone and they will die.
So.
How did that feel, Lily?
I feel great.
Did that feel balanced? I don't think you even hit him with the second.
What?
Yeah, you're like.
What was that damage?
I'm telling you, you have fucking like Exodia.
That's actually crazy. Okay, what do I get now?
Hold on 1 sec. I am
Banshee Veil? Can I get Banshee Veil?
yeah. Banshee is really good actually, because you don't want to get hit with like the Warwick stuff, right? Okay.
I got some juice.
You can go on anyone. The Yorick is literally you kill in one hit.
Okay, if I can get him, if I can reach. Oh my
Damage is
god.
kinda good.
Okay, now what do I get?
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what to buy here.
Okay, I'll ask my chat.
Yeah. Thornmail. Yeah, I'm fucking down.
Zanya's or Horizon?
Zanya's fine. I'll be honest, I don't know if you need more damage. I'm telling you, if you just hit, you're gonna kill them.
Alright. Who is this?
It's the team that keeps one-shotting us.
Okay. Oh.
Wow, it looks like he died. He died instantly. Huh.
Holy shit.
Starting to think we have some broken things.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, man.
If I had to choose between 3 equally game-changing abilities, I'd lose my freaking mind.
Lily, the Warwick has black shield, but it's fine.
It's okay, I have 100% crit chance, Scarra.
Oh, you can break the black shield with one auto attack or like one thing.
Ah! Oh.
Let's go.
My damage was crazy.
You hit the nuts.
I hit every crit thing.
Good Zanyas, good Zanyas. Oh, Giga, welcome back for 27 months. Thanks for your service. Sorry I missed
That was
you. What
so
the fuck?
fun. Winning's fun. Wow, why don't we play League more often? I can actually win in this game.
It's tomorrow, welcome back for 27. Oh, okay. Let's keep going.
I'm still wood.
Frisco Adams takes us on the stream. Yeah, don't worry. I was there for like a couple days. But your last augment was items can also crit, but like, is that good?
Do you see my all my crit augments?
Yeah, you had the
last
nuts.
one was also crit too.
You like.
I had so much crit. I had 100%. It was awesome.
I'm pretty sure one of your abilities does like 2,000 damage.
Okay, back to my tier list. Oh, I wanted to try Teemo.
Really fun, but usually when the like, I don't know, it's really fun. It's like you control the middle and then you're just a dick.
Got it.
Dude, I keep whiffing my augments, guys. Man, this kind of sucks. Oh, I banned Kane. I keep banning Kane here. That's be Braum. Oh. There was a funny build that I was trying before. What was I playing? Oh, we can play. Oh my god. Okay. Lily.
What?
How? You want to play Teemo?
Oh, you can tell me what to play.
No, you can play Teemo. We're playing the most annoying comp, okay?
Captain Team. Oh shit, Space Groove Teemo.
Okay, Lily, our job is to be annoying. Like a dick. We beat like every Melee, but we might struggle against any Urgots.
Got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The whole world is watching, fighters. You ready to show 'em what you're made of?
Guardian's Blade?
Oh, usually this is gonna be Vitality first.
Is that better than Guardian's Orb?
You're not buying Blade. You're a AP character.
Oh, so I buy Orb.
Yeah. PBS to kill Mundo? Oh, yeah, probably.
Wow, this skin is wild. Is he twerking? Skin is wild.
Alright, we kind of suck until level 6, Lily.
Hi!
Yours is an easy grave to dig.
Lily, the reason why your character is good is when they go for the plant, you can blind
Oh, I
them.
blinded. Yeah. I
So they
just finished
can,
it. Okay, I can do it. I can do it.
Alright, we can kill. We can kill. Oh, you're owning him. Let's go.
Wait, that's so easy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just so easy. Like, every game is easy when we play like that.
This is such a cute skin. Wow.
Yeah, Team has some great skins. This is so much ability case. Oh my god. So it doesn't look like that much, but 60 pushes you straight to 46% at level 4. It's not that valuable super late when you get a lot more CDR items, but like it's so fucking good, man. Recursion is really good too. That's why I was having trouble, but it's like a no-brainer, man. All right, we control like up here. Go. We want to control like this area. When you play our comp, we're gonna stream up and like box up like the middle, you know? It's fine. We're just chill. You can just poke them. You can just poke them. Oh. Hit the plant. Yeah, you're good.
Sorry.
You're good. No, you're good. You're good. Oh.
Where do I go now?
Oh, good dodge. Great dodge. Great dodge? Are you a beast? You're the fucking...
I don't
you
even
dodged
know.
2 ability. You're fucking the best. Don't let
Yeah, I
anyone
did
say
that
otherwise.
on purpose. Sorcerer's Shoes?
Yeah. You're crazy. Okay, so now that we have shrooms, remember, hitting the plant gives you CDR. So put the put the shrooms and then hit the plant, and then
Got
you'll
it.
get your stuff back. All right, where are your shrooms? We fucking won. Just hit him. Just hit him. Yeah, beat him up. Blah.
Oh my god, you guys are actually playing shit.
Blah.
This is so fun.
You guys are
Yeah,
toxic.
for us. You should not the other
It's
people.
toxic. Are you guys just standing in the middle planting bombs everywhere?
Yeah, we're the best.
Wait, Scar, I also got a scope, which lets me attack from afar.
That's annoying. You're annoying.
I know.
Are we
Wait,
both
what do I get,
Leandries?
Ludens?
Yeah, we both get Leandries, I
Leandries?
think. Yeah. Now we've spiked. We've officially peaked, Lily.
Okay. Where's the plant?
We just set up here.
Middle?
Set up here.
Okay.
Yeah, we set up here. Oh.
What just happened? How did I die?
You got CC'd.
Aww. I'm sorry.
Okay. I killed someone, so I guess I win.
Oh.
Oh, I don't win. This guy hurts, man. I got owned. My bad. Oh, what is this? Don't like these. Is that what you should, right? Oh, can't even tell.
Go. Take what you will. It's fighting time. Guns and swords. This fighter can do it all. Here she is.
Alright, just don't die instantly at level 1.
Huh?
Wow, where did the kill go?
Huh? Oh, wow. Nice, okay.
I use Shake on R tether. I know in theory how it works, but I can't do it. Just the LTT, right?
Oh my god. Can he do it? Nah, he's way too tanky. There's no way.
What did he get for his augment? I actually think he wins. Oh?
Wait, why is he healing so much?
Because he didn't have vision before. Oh, never mind. Moon to hit the plant. Wow, that's well played.
Wow, that was such a good
Well
ult.
played, well played.
What do I get now? Death cap?
If you want to just do damage, if you're worried about getting run over, you can get like Zanya's. There's a bunch of options here. I don't even know what I want here. What do I want? I'm pretty sure I just get Zanya's.
My chat says Nashers.
Oh, demonic works? Oh, never mind. I'm getting this shit. Alright, oh, yeah, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, you should get that. You should get that.
Okay.
I forgot you're playing Teemo. My bad. What use like all items, all tab items in store? I don't know, because the fucking game sucks and doesn't do it automatically. Mag did she get? Can't
Where's
touch
the
this?
plant? my god. That Mundo hurts. This is just kill the plant. Oh my god, you're a god!
Woo! Watch this guy move. Watch him Dougie. Hold on. I'm just gonna avoid early. Look at these guys have what are these item builds, man? These guys have double MR on the third item? We just put stuff here. Yeah, you can hit the thing now. Alright, I'm at the one down there instead of stealing mine, Lily.
Coming! What?
My augments are not fair.
What did you get? What augments do you have right now?
I have every burn decreases my cooldowns, and it's the most. I've never seen something so unfair. Look at this thing. Oh, yeah, effect name. It means I get the Spellblade. It probably has E-Passive too. Oh, that's so good.
The joke's on you.
This is so bad. I'm not here with you, Lily. Oh, I'm here with you now? You should try to run as much as you can.
Wow! He's so annoying.
Don't worry, Lily. If we're gonna talk about annoying, I am the most annoying. Ain't no one more annoying than me.
Need Morelos or?
Oh, we might. I can't buy it.
Yeah, I'll get Morelos then.
Sorry. Thank you for buying. Oh, we're not fighting anyone, so we're just watching.
Okay.
What does that augment say now? I don't know. I did 4,000 damage.
I'm so freaking hungry.
Oh my god, they killed me.
Oh, they're kind of good.
No.
Ari's kind of scary.
I think I 3-hit her last round.
Should I get Lich Bane or Void?
Void. You need Void. This team has... Do you see this?
Yeah,
What are you doing to them, damage-wise?
got it. Okay, alright. I'm double juiced up, okay?
Oh, I got 2 hats.
What does that mean?
I got
What
hats.
is... Why do you have hats? What is this game?
Careful, Lily. Just don't die.
I can't move. I'm sorry. What? Scarra, you're a god! You're actually a god!
I'm bullying this guy so hard!
I had no idea. That didn't even seem like League of Legends.
Oh, it wasn't. It was just a fucking, like, I put this guy in a children's pen and started hitting him with my fucking fist.
You're so good at this. Like, actually, so good.
Lily, I lost most of my games before. Don't.
But we're winning so much right now.
Yeah, it's all you.
No, it's really not. It's the S tier, tier list meta thing. What else is really good? What's broken? I want to play broken stuff.
I'll
play one more. Hold on.
Poppy, Alistar, Kennen. Vayne, Kaisa.
LG for
Mundo,
me.
Trundle, Urgot. Any of those are really good. And then there's like
Poppy, Alistar, Kennen. Kennen's cool.
Kennen's super good.
I'm down. I'll play Kennen.
Plays a Veigar. Oh, whoa, bang.
Oh my god.
I will play something that kills you.
Cassiopeia is also really good, apparently.
Oh, yes, but how fast can you... Like, she's hard. If you want to play her, I'm down. I will play something to help you.
No, I'll play Kennen. Kennen seems fun.
Okay. Heimer's up. I don't know if I really want to play Heimer. What do you think? You know, we should just win this one. I'll play top tier. We'll just win this one. Oh wow, that was an Annie Ivern.
Wait, isn't that broken?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we're playing a fucking great comp. I was told one of the days before, like one of the rank 1 in Europe played this comp.
Annie Ivern?
Oh, Annie Poppy. You thought I was Ivern with the hair? That's funny.
Well, I'm Kennen. I'm not Annie.
Well, yeah, it's Kennen. Kennen Poppy is top tier, and they're
Really?
Yes, super fucking top tier.
Okay, I haven't played Kennen in a really long time. Pikachu! Oh, the skin is so cool. What the hell? Oh my god. That's such a cute Poppy skin too. Oh my god, we match!
What the fuck is all items? Stop giving me this dumbass recommendation, dude. Oh my god. I fucking clicked all items 3 times.
Oh wow. Okay, alright. Okay, if I miss, I'm kind of
No,
screwed.
it's fine,
I
fine. No,
realize.
it's fine. Like fight with me. Like, your auto attacks are like half of our team's combined damage right now. Annie stunned. Hit her. Okay, I'm out. We're kiting, or I'm kiting. You can keep hitting. I'm going mid. Oh, and you did it. Nice stun, Lily. Now beat the crap out of this dumb guy.
I'm getting used to it, okay?
Lily, hit the plant. Oh, nice.
Oh my god, okay.
Nope. These are awful. Oh, this is so good. Yeah, search bar open? Bro, this is... Is it this?
Here goes everything.
I think this is so fucking stupid, man. Alright, do you see the misfortune? Actually, we can kill either of them. Taking the plants. Not bad. A little 1 for 1. Work.
It's the plant. Oh no.
You get out of the plant. Oh, it's fine.
I just said W. God
yeah,
damn it.
No, you had no life. It's like pretty much impossible.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I vote now. That's good.
Yeah. Now we're a real character. I'm playing one-shot Poppy, by the way, so...
If you're waiting for me to give up, you might be here a while. You
Okay. I think this Udyr
Just a plant? Oh, can I get this?
Yeah, sure, but you want to ulti first and get it, right? Or else...
Sorry.
Okay, hold on. Alright, hold on. This is kind of weird. We're killing the Udyr. Okay.
Okay. Is there a plant anywhere?
Go down. Go down. Now we can fight afterwards. Nice.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just kill the plant.
Yeah, the plants are really important. Plant. Nice, yeah. This game was fucking fun. Heck yeah. My extra way, my season.
Hextech rocket belt
hoodie. Yeah, that's where she's your fucking
what? Night harvester.
Do you want to use an item? Rocket belt is better, but if you don't want to use an item, just play.
I'll do. If it's rocket belt's better, I'll get it.
Yes.
But this is just to like close the gap, right?
No, because you can proc this like so much. Yeah. Also, it does like insane damage. Hold on. I'm looking for this. Okay, now get the plants, and you're good. Get the plant up there. I fucking missed. Whoops.
Nice.
Good ulti.
Even the bike, yeah, I meant to do that. Damn, I'm fucking owning. This guy didn't get.
Freaking basketball over here.
Oh my god, he's losing the fucking Ivern. Oh, Kale Pre, whatever. It's not a very good unit. Oh my god. Oh my, okay. If you don't know what Earthquake does, it leaves behind the thing. Watch, Aetus, it leaves this. It does 1200 damage right now. And it procs some plants, yeah. We have to kill Annie first, ideally before she ulties. Or Annie or Ivern. Oh my god.
Why does she have two timbers?
That's remember when you were playing and your chat told you to reroll? That's what they wanted you to reroll to. Oh, are you here? Are you here?
Yeah.
Nice job.
She has two timbers?
That's what. Yes, you can get 2 ultis. Prowlers and serpents.
Wait, was that Ivern's thing or whatever?
It was 2
Sonya's?
timbers. Oh, you know, honestly, are you dying? Are they focusing you at all? You can go Zonya's if you want. It's not bad. You're gonna want one eventually. You got True Shot?
I don't know.
Oh, so
Is that bad?
your character doesn't have anything that's over 700 range aside from your Q. So if you
If I hit
don't,
my Q,
yeah,
that's
if you
good,
hit
right?
Q, it's good. But from 700, oh, works
at
on that
that.
unit. Okay, I'm gonna go off the map. Hold up. Lily, are you gonna come in yet? Oh, okay. Oh, I should have actually
Wait,
come in.
what?
Well, I mean, what are we doing?
Wait, I'm so confused. Sorry.
In that situation, we have to control the middle. So the point isn't to be 700 range away. As they walk through this.
I know, but I wanted to see the true shot barrage.
Oh yeah. I was just waiting for you to walk up the whole time. Yeah. Also, that's a really bad map for me. I agree. Oh my god, this Trundle is so. He has tap dancer. Okay.
I'm getting a death cap.
Okay. How much damage does this do? 1805. Does more damage than my fucking full rotation, by the way. And it does physical damage. I can scale it with armor pen and lethality. Oh god. Say less. I'm gonna one-shot this guy, okay?
Where's he? Wow! That was wild.
Oh, this game was so funny. Oh, I'm down. It's 10% more damage, right? Oh, actually, it's not really, because a lot of times I get hit before. Alright, let me explain what we have to do, Lily. You have to flash ulti and one-shot the kill, or I have to do some weird shit with my ulti to push him away.
Okay, Kale?
Yes, Kale.
Okay.
Do you have flash?
Yeah, I do. Okay,
Okay,
I'll go for it. I'll go for it.
So you want to ult, start the animation, and then flash. Or else it comes out a little late. But yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm going to kill the Kale immediately.
Like
okay.
that?
Yeah, yeah. Like yeah. Oh, you might need to get a thing, Lily. Plants up here, plants up here, plants up here.
It worked. Ah!
I didn't know he had scoped, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, you're running, you're running.
Aww, I thought
was-
I got the plant.
That was super my bad. Serious?
What should I get now? I'll get void. Should I be buying juice every round, or does money save over?
No, money does save over, but
Oh.
juice is worth it, especially when we're this close.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, we're not doing anything. These fights are so stupid. I love it.
I hope the hero likes me.
Special Store Poppy, that's actually pretty good. But like, I feel like it's hard to replace my items right now. Buy as many pots as you can, Lily. This is gonna be a mess.
Okay,
Buy a
okay,
hat.
okay.
All right, we gotta go at them. We gotta run at them.
Oh my god. He's so strong.
I didn't
don't-
kill him?
I don't understand how to
we
kill
got
him.
third. No way.
We lost.
Damn,
We're
we
losers.
suck.
We're losers.
Yeah, we suck.
That was hard.
Yeah, it was a little rough. You had to go, right?
No.
You said this was your last game.
Okay, one more and we end on a win. Go.
Dalmar Shalafi, 1 for 35
Last
bucks.
one for sure though, because I'm
Okay,
really
yeah,
hungry.
yeah.
Last LG for real, for real. We only play meta.
To run him when we went the long way, I was looking. Oh, it's because the pathing was weird with my Ghost Walkers. Oh, I'm not playing meta. I'm playing Rammus or something stupid. He plays a lot. We didn't play that well. Could play a lot better. I think every time I've tried to build a super tank so far, I've lost, and it's so sad because like they're so fun. We can get them all the way going, but I'm just bleh, you know, just bleh.
I'm trying hybriding.
Okay. Great pick. It requires you to be able to run around in circles like a madman.
I'm good at that. I'm good at
Yeah,
that.
you like. Oh, they banned it.
What?
Yeah, that's a very common pick.
I'm fine. I wasn't gonna play him anyway.
Okay. What are you thinking of now? What are you cooking over there?
Give me a champion.
Lux.
Cassiopeia, let's go. I locked
Okay,
it in.
yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's great.
I heard she's OP too.
She requires. She's just hard to play. That's all.
Lucky for you. I'm really good at League. Can you pick something that synergizes with her?
Oh yeah, say less.
Oh wow, we are squishy though.
Well, I mean, it synergizes. So you can E off my poison as well. So if I auto attack, you automatically get E.
Okay.
I feel like I should have chose Singed instead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't he be better?
Well, there's a lot of things that would have been better, but I'm just trying to figure out which one I should have picked. Well, I didn't want to just play like Alistair or Minda. It's fucking boring.
Where's the thing? Here? Here. Okay, now what?
Now it's normal.
Okay.
Now we play League of Legends, Lily.
Scar, so what do I do when I'm out of mana?
Hit the plant. Here we go, Lily. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, you own. What?
Oh
of course you're gonna win.
My mana ran out so fast.
Oh yeah. You need like one item. What do I? Let's eat that, right? Will I even go damage-wise? I've never played Twitch. Like, I don't play attack damage carries.
Are you gonna finish that?
I probably go AD. Alright, I'm definitely not going Bork into crit. That seems bad. Okay, I'm gonna go get the plants. Oh, we won. You might want to hit the plant, Lily, because I think you need mana.
Oh, I thought I got it. Sorry.
No, there's another plant. Alright, you know what?
Dude, I'm running out of mana. This sucks.
Plant.
Go get it, okay? Okay, I'm good. I'm ready.
You can. Yeah,
what's going on?
You can just eat her. I don't know. She has no fucking damage. I don't know what she's doing, man. Wasting our time. Pew pew pew.
It's just freaking plant, man. Plant.
Yeah.
The Yandries, right?
Yeah. You're probably going Leandry's this game. Yep.
I can't afford it. Oh. I can't get boots.
You get another guardian item, I think. Like you get the mana.
Shroud?
No, like you get the shroud, yeah.
Oh.
Those items are giga stat efficient, by the way.
What the heck?
They're really good.
Man, chasing them so.
These guys are playing Tour de France and not the actual game, man.
Please, dear God, please, dear God, they're just running around. What the hell was that? Oh my God.
Ooh, close. Alright, what do I buy?
Mythic. IE, Infinity Edge? Wait, is it really Bork? I feel like it's not. This? I should just went to crit, man. Why did I listen to you guys? Oh, it's so bad. Oh, shit. Look at the lobby, bro. It's not worth it. No tanks. It was not fucking worth it, man.
Fuck. He ulted me. Sorry.
No, that's why a card comp is kind of hard.
He just ults me. Should I get Zanya's next then?
Yeah, I think you need to play Rylai's in kites.
Ryla.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think if you go, you're gonna get Zanya's at the very end, but your job is never to be in a position where, like, that's possible. Because I think if you use Zanya's, we already lost. Well, that's not true, but maybe. Pork damage? I don't know why I even took pork damage. 900? Is that a lot?
My chat said Roa.
I mean,
Or Cosmic.
alright. No, tell your chat to shut up.
No!
What's the right one I'm looking for? It's not this, right? This is obviously good. Fuck, this is actually so good. I can't really say no to this, damn it. The thing is, I can't re-roll individual augments. Oh, that one is insane, Lily.
Okay. Yeah, they spammed one.
Oh, I'm dead. I should not have been hitting that. Whoops.
Oh my god, what do I do here? What? It's so hard.
Oh, Bark does do a lot. That's not really that much. Dude, this Spar team is just playing for fun.
I'll get Rylai's then?
Your man 151 for 15 months. Yeah, I think Rylai's is really good.
Okay.
And then, oh god. Yep, I think your job is just to kite.
Oof, it's hard.
Oh, raid! Thanks for the raid!
Two after.
Oh, is this over raid? I don't know, someone fucking said IE. Alright, I need vision, Lily.
They're just touring, man.
Oh. Well, no, we're dead.
What? I'm so sorry.
Anyways, welcome to stream, Raiders. I am playing Twitch Casio in 2v2. Yeah, I'm kind of griefing. What are we playing against? You can go Zanya's here. You probably will want it at some point.
Alright, you need to stand in the front for me, Lily, because I think I'm dead if I ever get... I'm fucking bad. I accidentally attacked with Jin. Oh. It's okay. That was my bad. I was actually completely my bad. Damage over time. Man, this doesn't really scale right. Castle's actually OP, I think. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm not gonna grief Lily then. Fine.
I can't even taste the air up here.
Working crit? Oh, interesting. Alright, Lily. For here, we need to go on Wukong, okay? And I cannot get on, like, initiate on first.
Okay.
So I will be playing really far back.
God, this team is so hard. They just go in.
I mean, that's easy. Just kite them.
I'll be right under their noses.
Okay.
What's sharing?
You can... Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead. GG. Wait, yo, you got this, Lily. You got this.
They can't do anything. They just go in.
Yeah. You know what? We're there for that.
Oh, wow. That was fun.
Yeah, that's okay. I can't believe we lost that one. I can't believe we lost that.
I can't believe we lost that too.
That comp fucking sucked. Mainly because you have to be the tank in that comp, Lily.
You had to pick a tank.
No, and that's just
you played Twitch.
Lily, you have to frontline for me.
Are we done?
I mean, do you want to play again or?
I just hate ending on losses, dude.
Oh right, yeah. That sucks.
Can we just play one more and win?
We'll see.
Last one, for real, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to play Heimerdinger this time.
Okay. What to play with Heimer? Did not ban Kale.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's OP.
Why can't I play Heimerdinger?
Yeah, he's OP.
Who else is OP?
Kane. Kaisa. Tarek.
Kaisa? Kaisa?
You will win, right? Okay, that's fine. Well, we will win this one.
I don't even play Kaisa. I'm a dirty meta slave. I'm one of those people. I'm not. Oh my god, her makeup is so pretty. I wish I looked like a video game character.
Wow, you really turned that around real quick.
I'm a dirty meta slave.
Yeah, you are.
But I really want to end on a win so I can eat dinner.
I'm purposely gonna go AP so we lose.
Please. Wait, do I go AP or AD?
You always go AP with that character.
AP? Okay.
Yes.
Oh my god, her makeup is so pretty. There's like glitter in her inner eye corner. Fuck, I love that shit. I fucking love it when girls do that. So pretty. Oh my god. I would go to a music festival with Kaisa and dance with her.
Yeah, me too. In fact, I'd probably just marry her. I just pop out the ring right there.
Your Valorant interviews today were wild.
Huh? Oh, you shouldn't have watched this.
That was wild. Scarra, are you okay?
What? Yeah, I think I'm doing great.
Okay. Wild, you're wild.
Yeah, I think I'm popping off.
Okay, I go AP, right? So Guardian Orb? Guardian Shroud? Guardian Orb, okay.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what to do here.
Doesn't it bother you? Kaisa was supposed to be like this fearsome warrior from the void sort of thing, but they made her into a very uwu girl.
No, I don't care about that at all.
Okay. How do you play her, by the way?
Well,
Q is missile, E is what? Yeah, I'll just do it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it, yeah.
Just whatever happens, so just don't die.
I'm so sad.
Oh, don't worry, the cooldown's only 20 seconds.
Holy shit, this cooldown's insane.
I would recommend you not walking up like that if you value your life. Okay, go get the plants, Lily.
I got the plant.
Okay, there's 2 flashes. Okay, I'll just kite back.
Fuck! I'm not fine, I'm not fine. Sorry, I don't know how to help you here. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to help you.
Get the plant, Lily. What do we always talk about? Nice work, nice work.
Where was the plant again?
It was right next to you. You got it on the first time. Okay, my bad.
I'm joking.
You fucker. Do I just soul siphon and pray to God get Joe Gauntlet? If I don't, I just lose the game. Can my W crit? Anyone know? I mean, it's the last game. I might as well play for something fun. If I don't get Joe Gauntlet, I will cry.
Come on, let's get back to the fight.
Alright, here we go, Lily. Alright, what did we discuss last game?
Get plant.
Yes.
I tried.
Okay, I'm gonna go up. We're gonna go up. We're gonna go up. We're gonna go up for the other plants.
Plants. Okay. Yes.
Give me a hit. Give me a hit. Okay, perfect.
Okay, planted.
And now we.
Okay, now what?
Now we go kill them. Oh, you hit it. Nice, nice. Now we get this plant. Okay. Okay. This Nyla looks kind of juicy. This Nyla looks kind of juicy. Good. Oh,
oh my god. Oh my god. When do I start becoming super strong?
2
What's
items.
my first item?
I think you get Nasher's Rage Blade. And then, yeah.
Do I get a Berserker's Greaves or?
Does anyone know? I think it's Zerkers. I don't. This is the one I'm a little not sure on.
Zerkers?
Zerkers.
Is it Zerkers?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Arigato.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. We're chilling, okay.
Where's the plant? Where's the plant?
I killed it. I got it, I got it. He killed he hit Gragas, he hit Gragas, he hit Gragas, he hit Gragas. Perfect.
Now what?
Now we wait for this plant.
Oh no.
And he hit the plant like we talked about, and we hit the other plant like we talked about.
Where's the other plant? Okay, I'm going.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh my god. Just plants. It's just always plants.
Yeah.
But should I be maxing W? I don't. Am I AP?
Yes, you're AP on hit. I think you max Q into W.
Okay.
Someone double check. Ask your chat.
What should my first item be? Ludens?
Nashers.
Nashers?
You're going. Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you're doing Nashers Rage Blade.
Nashers into Rage Blade. Okay.
Okay. Don't get hit with dogs, of course. Okay, go get this plants.
Should I go in? I'll go in. Nah, I'm not going in. I wish these dogs would leave. They're so annoying.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, where did she go?
Killed.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
No, it's fine.
So, here's the thing.
Yep.
I'm a dirty meta slave, right?
Yeah.
I don't play Kaisa.
Oh, I know.
Do you really? Okay.
I don't do vengeance. Yep, I save all the rerolls for Prismatic. Hope to God I hit the one. What did you end up taking? Oh, okay. You know what's better here? I think the shield amount is so... I guess the
God,
shield
I
is
wish
better.
I looked like Kaisa. Damn it. Oh, this is hard. Okay, I don't know what to do here.
This is where we're running. Yep, plants. You didn't get the other plant. You ran toward me.
Wait,
It's
I thought we
okay.
were going together.
There's 2 plants.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Scarra, I'm failing you. I
No.
feel like I'm disappointing a dad
It's-
right now.
It's okay. It's okay. It's no big deal. Usually, what we go for separate plants because that's the most efficient.
God, yeah. Lich Bane? Oh no, you
No.
said Ginsu?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem. This is it, I believe.
Did you evolve your E?
What is evolving?
When they comes up purple, there's a bar above your abilities. Is that 100%?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool. It makes you go invisible.
Oh.
Once you hit certain stat points, you can make your spell stronger.
Understandable. Yes, I got it.
I should have went vengeance. We're just kiting. We're just kiting. Okay.
Plant. I don't get it. Oh, it was in the middle. Scarra. Scarra, can we talk?
What am I talking about? Lily, how did you die to Gragas?
I don't feel like I'm doing damage.
Are you auto attacking them? I mean this in the nicest way possible. Are you?
What do I get next?
Is this Shiv, guys? I think I heard Shiv is amazing. It's Krakenborg.
Shiv?
Wait, Krakenborg.
Kraken?
Okay, you need to auto attack a lot because it's your whole character.
See, I thought I was AP Kaisa, so I wasn't on. Okay, now I get it. Now I understand.
You're on hit AP Kaisa.
On hit, got it. Don't worry, I won't let you down.
Lily, what did you just do?
Wait. Scarra.
Oh, okay. I see you did a move that you've seen in professional play before. That I would call that not optimal. Oh my god! I got critical block. Yes. I must know. I have 80% already. Lily, do you want to play another game? Like, is that it?
Scarra, it took me a few rounds.
You are not allowed to use your ulti in ever, okay?
How do you use her ult?
Just use it to dodge abilities and get it. It gives you a shield.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So what do I do when he one-shots me like that?
You know, that's a good fucking question. Well, I would recommend spacing. So with 80 carries, you have to really kite out.
Wait, we won?
Yeah, well,
woohoo, we did it! Am I maxing W or E?
You're Q into W.
And what do I get now?
I don't know. Crack it into whatchamacallit. I fucking forgot. Bork.
Not Ludens?
Bork.
Wait, what's Bork?
Blade of the Ruin King.
Oh, it didn't show up. I was confused. Okay, I'm good. Don't worry, I double potted. There's no way I fuck up this time.
Right. All right, Lily, I'm away from you right now. Oh, you're good. You're good.
I killed him.
Nice kill.
I'm sorry. It's probably hard now.
No, I think I won.
Wait, we won again?
Yeah.
Okay, now what do I get?
It's really good. I have a 80% crit chance. It's really shit right now. Oh, hold on. I don't know. Sonya's, I think? That's probably this. Dude, it's probably Hullbreaker, man. Alright, remember the dogs. No dogs.
Dog hurts, dog hurts, dog hurts.
Okay, they're at the bottom.
Ow.
We go around, we go around.
Dude!
Oh, that's
Scarra, I
unfortunate.
can explain.
Yep. Lily?
Honestly, they say Kaiser's meta, but I just don't see it.
In China, there's a word for people who can't play AD carries. Do you know what the phrase is?
What is it?
That you don't have fucking hands. But it is hard without a CC tank. So I should have picked something CC.
Honestly, this is on you, man.
Yeah, you're banned from every AD carry now.
Okay. One more?
Yeah.
Okay, last one for real. But I am starving.
Same. Oh, Ori?
So, what else is meta?
Stop asking what's meta. Just play the characters you want. You want to play Ori? Lux?
Ori?
You can play them all.
Yeah, but I only want to play champions that are good.
Lily, we had an S tier champion last game and we went third.
Okay, she's definitely not that good.
She is, I think, the best carry DPS unit in the game.
Well, clearly not good enough because we lost with her.
Oh, there's a caveat with some of these characters.
Is Vex good?
Don't ask, just pick the character.
No, I'm picking Heimerdinger, finally.
Okay.
Indeed, a wise choice.
I still have not hit like the best tank augments. I'm so sad. Do I try it one last time?
Indeed, a wise choice. When you use Heimer and use his ultimate, which one do you go for? Is it situational? I usually go for the big robot.
Oh, the big, it's always situational, but the big robot's really good here.
Hi.
Tank, hell no. Lily, you're gonna have to learn how to kite.
Scarra. Kiting's my middle name.
You're gonna have to learn how to kite real hard.
I play a lot of Killjoy. I think it carries over the Heimerdinger.
Oh, okay.
Ikimashou! Yatta! Heimer!
There's 2 Heimers.
Yeah.
Now before we begin, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Poro Cakes, the only cakes guaranteed to give your pet Poro a good night's sleep and
Honto?
keep to a minute.
Maji! Alright. Head in the game!
Here we go. The Heimer
Alright.
Stinger.
I'm so freaking hungry for a win.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Okay, the other plants so we can't heal?
Ah, this is scary.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Oh, Lily, you kite away from plants.
I'm dying. What do I do here?
Oh no.
Scarra, I'm hungry.
Well, then you should kite. Hit the plants.
I don't have enough brain juice for this anymore. I should have just played Annie where I can just press my R button and win.
I think I re-roll this. This is actually okay. Oh, fine.
Oh, okay. I got the best one, honey. I got the best one.
What did you get? Oh, yeah, you did.
Just hold on. Wait till the next round.
Okay. You have to go demonic and Leandries then. Because it works. Wait. What did you get? Oh, you got this. Oh, this is fine.
Right? This is a good one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all I have to do is kite, right? I'm just gonna stay far behind. You're doing a great job!
Lily, when you play Heimer, you have to control the plants, right?
All right.
Where's the plant in this map?
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay.
Okay, Heimer flashed.
Kill Heimer, kill Heimer.
I'm dead.
I won. Nice job,
Is
nice job.
Pike meta?
Lily, your words like meta and non-meta, they don't mean anything.
Yes, they do. Don't lie to me.
They don't mean anything.
I
okay?
only play meta. I only play meta champions.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why we keep losing, Lily. Just play your Lux so we can win.
Kaisa was not meta. I'm just saying it right now.
Giga metas.
She is not meta.
Literally best 80 of the game.
Well, we lost, so she wasn't the best. So you know.
Don't think it was Kaisa's fault. Ooh. Oh, Lucidity's so good. Fuck, you're right. I forgot about Lucidity.
Okay, where's the plan here? Okay.
There's 3 plants. This is a 3-plant map. Okay.
Dude, I got some massive damage. Oh man.
Oh, we're gonna go for plants. We're gonna go for plants.
Okay, I'm gonna go for plants. I'm going for
plants. Top left, top left, top left, top left.
I'm going. I tried.
No, we're good. We're good. I missed. I'm so sad.
Plant. You want the last hit? Okay,
No,
I get.
All right, now he's over here.
He's so dead. Oh, I did a big giant turret.
The big turret's so good. All right, now you get your Leandries and we win.
Okay.
Good work.
Wait, do I max? What do I max?
Your Q into your
W, right?
Yes. You needed to, yeah, no shit. Okay, I played this character before. I was off by a little
Does
bit.
Heimer have big win rate? What about Pike? Does Pike have over a 50% win rate?
These words you're saying, Lily.
I only want to play champions with over 51% win rate.
Kaisa has a 50% plus win
Again,
rate.
you're lying. That's lies.
Pike, I'm pretty sure does not have a 50%
Lies.
win rate.
I'm protecting the plant.
Good work, good work, good work. You not remember kiting? We were talking about kiting.
Hey, he's almost dead, right?
What?
What? Oh, he killed me right. Oh, whoa.
Wow.
You're like toying with your food.
Oh no, this is kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, never mind.
No, you were like toying with your food.
I can't believe I keep missing my ulti, man. So bad. Oh. I guess it's fine if I go collector. It's usually like amazing, but my character really can't really itemize crits. Does this work with my thing? Our reasons call that? Oh, 6. Alright, I can't believe I fucked up so much. It's okay, this time.
It's smaller than the diagram.
He flashed it? No way.
Oh, you okay?
Oh, careful.
It's smaller than the diagram.
You just stood still, dude. Heimer is broken.
Heimer's pretty good. Oh, use the coin in your thing.
I can't right now.
Oh yeah, do it when you get in the lobby.
Okay, what should I get now?
This shit, demonic embrace. It's. Oh wait! Do not buy it. Do not buy it. I'm so sorry.
What?
I think
What?
you just get Rylai's is pretty good.
Rylai's?
Yeah, Rylai's pretty good.
Okay. Oh, now I.
Can you use it?
Oh, now
Yeah,
I can
perfect,
use it.
perfect.
Okay. What do I get now? What
You'll
the?
probably get Zhonya's death cap next.
Gonna get some juice in the meantime.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, sorry.
That's 5. Wow, he healed
Oh, I
off.
messed up. I messed up. I
I'm
messed up.
so sad he healed right there. What the fuck?
Death cap or?
Yeah, death cap or Zhonya's. Who are we playing next? This guy? What do I actually get?
It's smaller than the diagram.
Actually, Arc is terrible with this.
Okay, I'm juiced.
I might get Scarra. I think it's just good.
All this talk about juice makes me want juice.
Actually, this item doesn't work as SQ. This is the worst item, biggest paid item again.
The sweet smell of science.
turret, big turret, big turret.
Oh, nice turret, nice turret.
Woohoo!
Say goodbye to Team Scuttle.
Sure. It increases ult damage, doesn't work on execute. Pretty sure. It did 10,000? Sheesh. His ability there, I know what it does, and I'm telling you, it does not fucking work the way you think it does. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Quantum was really good. Oh my god. Okay, this hack girl, do you see this hack girl? Oh my god.
This is crazy.
What does he have?
What's going on?
Oh, he does have vengeance. Quick.
Should I go void or demonic?
Faces everywhere. All screaming.
You should go void. And your job is not to get fucking hit, okay? Don't get Mal's ulti, please.
Okay.
I should switch boots, yeah. Morella, we don't need healing reduction. Wow, I fucking died.
What?
Oh, that's fine.
That was so hard. Huh, I have full build now, so do I just chill?
Yeah, you just chill by pots. You're good to go.
Okay. 2 juice, right?
Yep.
Wait, Hecarim is insane.
That guy had flash around, that's fine. But, like, we have to kite, right? That's all we're doing. Just set up your stuff and we're just kiting. Don't, like, the... Oh.
What? I thought we killed him.
Oh, I didn't realize he got GA that round.
Oh, I can't believe we lost so many. Well, if you're done, I guess I'm done.
Well, I'm still going.
Just one more, okay? Just one more.
Okay.
I'm actually done after this. I just want first place, Scarra. I just want first place.
I'm taking 0 meta characters.
Scarra!
I'm refusing to give you first.
Why?
You won it too easily. I don't like that you're looking at tier lists. I think we should play only Z tier characters. I'm picking Rammus.
I'm banning him. I don't know verse that.
Oh, I think... Isn't even bad now, Rammus is shit. Maybe if he gets double melee ADs, it's okay.
Pick me a champion, Scarra.
Yasuo.
Please pick me a champion that I like, Scarra. Yasuo is also very bottom tier. I looked it up.
I mean, but they consider that was your Yasuo. Lily, you could pick whatever.
I hear Zyra's good.
Yeah, that sounds bomb. Oh, there's a Kog'Maw Lulu.
Scarra, I don't know how much more I got in me, man. I'm
like,
so hungry.
Lily, I'm gonna tell you right now, we can just quit. Because we're not winning this one.
Are you serious?
Lily,
Why can't we be like that?
Can you play Lulu for me?
I can play Lulu. I like Lulu.
Then we could be like that.
Yep, that tasted purple.
But like this comp, like their comp directly hard counters our comp. So
Okay, so what's the play here?
I'll just play better.
Okay. What the heck? What the heck? What I can't.
What are you doing, Lily? What are you doing?
I can't move. I can't
Lily,
move.
what are you doing, Lily? What?
I'm trying.
Okay, there's another plant. Lily, go to the other plant.
I'm really trying my best here to get to the other plant. He flashed for this. I got it.
Okay.
Stuck here. I'm stuck here and I'm gonna die here.
Oh, just move. There's another plant.
I'm going. No! No! Oh, Jesus Christ. There's another
You can auto
plant
the
over
plant. You can auto the that
I
plant.
can't. I'm gonna die here. He jumped on me.
Oh.
Where's the surrender button? How do you surrender?
Well, you can't in this game mode.
I'm so hungry. Okay, no,
Lily, you're gonna need a kite. You're gonna need a kite. Kite. I want to reroll this, man. Maybe just see this is fine. Is that good? I don't know about that. Let's see. No, I think the first one, the phase rush was okay. I blitz hook every 12 seconds. Do not be alarmed when I shoot a hook at them, okay?
got it.
Okay, Lily, what did we talk about?
What just happened?
Well, they hit the plant more than we hit the plant.
What do you want me to do here? What do I do here, huh? What do I do here, huh?
Well, you know, sometimes you just let loose.
What do you do? What are you supposed to do there? Okay, what do you do there?
You're supposed to wait till we get items. The name's like Kagalulu, yeah, but I'm trying not to draw attention to it. CC. Oh my god, I guess I just.
Okay, I got my boots. I got.
Lily, we're gonna lose to someone with those names. Are you okay with that?
What do you mean?
Are you
That's
okay
adorable.
with,
Wait,
are you
that's
okay
so
with that?
cute. Come on, that's adorable.
Are
Come
you,
on.
Michael would never do that.
Scarra, I hope you find his sage. I don't think.
Okay, good work, Lily. Lily, hit the plant. Lily, hit the plant.
Oh, I thought I was gonna die. Sorry. You're doing a great job, Scarra. Look at you go. Wow, look at you go. 2v1ing. It's times like these I'm proud to be your friend. I am so sorry.
Hit the plants!
Okay!
You full damages, there's no other way to place them. You just go rally.
I don't know why you're starting to remind me of Toast.
Oh god, he's been gone for too long, man.
Oh no.
Oh, we have Leandry finally. We can
Oh,
play the game.
I'm juiced now.
Yeah,
I'm
we can play the
juiced.
game. We can play the game. It's like Toast is still with us.
This angry spirit.
Does this work on COG W? No way, right? Does that? Cause if so, I auto lost. Oh, he will literally two shit me. No, I mean, does it work on every auto attack? Good work, Lily.
Wait, did I die?
Good work. I hooked
Oh,
him straight into us. And you CC'd them. Good work. That's how we beat that matchup. Surrender good is really bad. 4% of my health for
What's a battle sled? Never mind. I didn't take it.
Oh, it's funny. It's you have a sled, you right click, and everyone goes in it, and you crash into them.
That's so funny.
It is probably the worst augment in the game, but it's hilarious. Okay, you just space it out and don't let Fizz run on you. Look at Fizz. Don't get... Okay, great.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, we're killing Fizz right now. We hate fish. Fish bad. Fish dead. Fish dead.
I'm also really low key.
Okay. Nice. Kill
Oh,
Lily.
I hit the plant. I hit the plant.
You hit the plant. That's what we talked about. You got your ulti.
I'm gonna go to bed and just hear, hit the fucking plant, Lily. Over and over in my head.
Oh, yeah.
Hit the plant.
I wonder, does this guy win? He has to win. Oh. I think he wins. The Mumu?
I'm actually rooting for
Wow, he does not. He has the other
a
one.
couple.
Do not say that, Lily. They have disgusting augments.
Death count? Or demonic?
You never buy demonic. Yeah, Death Count's
Okay.
not bad. You don't need to buy Rallies. I will buy Rallies. Eight. Like, what are these, man? Based on Singe is insane. Never think it was.
Oh my
ever
god.
insane. Here we go.
Oh shit, I missed my ult. That's sad.
Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling.
I tried to hit the plant. I really did. I really did try to hit the plant. But I missed my ultimate. That was my bad. Do you know when your Blitzcrank hook is up?
No, I have no idea. Oh, I killed both of them
Oh,
too.
you killed both of
But
them.
it's
Okay, now what? Zanya's?
Yeah, Zanya's not bad. Really get the mod fuck or whatever, man. This is gonna be the only characters along with Lily that can actually buy this item. I hope the next augment is good because I need a bailout. I need a bailout so bad, like IRS bailout, please.
They jumped on me so fast. I didn't know what to do.
When you play this, you just can't get hit.
Oh my god, you flung him into the laser! That was really well played.
Wow, they won.
Oh wow, they are not immortal.
Who will win? Who will die? Stay tuned.
I almost think Feel the Bird is better. Because I need the exhaust, right? Oh, I'll buy Rider Ruin after, I guess. Both are good. I hate that we're against Cogcall. Okay, we're gonna try to hook him, okay? And we're gonna do that thing to him, okay?
Okay.
Oh, okay, he killed me in 6 autos.
What the fuck?
Cool. That's why I said we shouldn't have played out the game. Well, I'm just happy with my second place.
What the fudge?
This double procs Cogma W. Okay.
That's a wrap for Team Poro.
What am I even fucking buying here, man? Death Cap? Oh, it's right. What am I saying? Yep.
Do I get demonic?
No.
Okay.
You can get Void over Demonic.
Void, okay.
Alright, break's over. It's fighting time. Zet has joined the fight.
Okay, okay. We got this. Oh my god, I fun
You
him out.
did that like 3 times.
Oh my god. Okay, are you okay with just Jax? The answer is no, you are not okay. This is so stupid. We died because my hook hooked him to me. Oh. Sorry, I keep flinging him out. Yeah, there's no way we're getting first there. Huh. Huh.
Okay, I can't rest until I get first. One more. Last one, okay?
Okay.
Last one,
Should ult
okay?
in the beginning for the extra shots? Yep. Mm-hmm. Try Veigar is really fun. Veigar is only good with someone with CC. And Lily is playing only squishy characters because her champ pool has 0
0 frontliner tanks, which is why it is hard if I don't play something that either one-shots or the tank. Oh, what is this?
You're not banning?
Oh, I was thinking about the ban.
Oh.
It's not like a bad item. I mean, it's generally really bad. The AP doesn't scale. You're buying it because you like the idea of one burn plus another burn, right? But you'll get more damage with Death Cap or Void Staff. It's just generally a shit item. Unless you really need all the stats or you scale with it. Whether you play it. You know what? Fuck it. I got you. Whatever, man. I'll play frontline CC character.
Oh, you do that?
That can also do damage.
How's Vex?
It's fine.
Oof. I don't like how you said that. You didn't say it.
Lily, I much prefer Vex than your Kaisa, so don't worry about it.
Dude, you are right. You are absolutely right.
Yep.
I will probably never touch Kaisa ever again.
Hard roll for crit defend? Nope. You hard re-roll for the AP augment, and you can go, and then you can just kill everyone.
The whole world is watching, fighters. You ready to show them what you're made of?
It sucks because I forgot to ban Vayne over Yi, and I'm playing Alistar, and there's a Vayne in the lobby. And it's absolutely okay.
Scarra, I just wanted to get first place though.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We'll probably get first place.
Yeah, we'll probably do. We can do it. We can do it.
Vayne, Jarvan, Muckus? Nah, it seems whatever. Vayne is not the character you want with Jarvan.
Oh my god, that's so loud.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Now I'm angry.
Ow. Ow.
Lily, you can auto attack that, by the way.
Oh. Okay. Ow.
Oh, it's 2 autos for range. It gets kind of bad.
I'm going that one.
Okay. Now we play for real. Okay.
You must follow.
We're chill. Oh, yeah, turn on this, turn on this, turn on this. Okay, hit this. Lily, you went to right. Lily, oh, you're good, you're good. All right, so you can auto attack. Oh, never mind.
I know the way.
Can you vision this? Is it you?
Up to you!
Oh, no, I got it.
Boom! Woohoo!
It's a wall. Yeah, no, that's not important. Oh, God, do I want to just pray for GG, man? Sure.
It's that time of the tourney when fighters unlock their true power, also known as my union mandated.
You sleep every round? Yeah, but I know. I just don't want to, or I just forget. Like, me winning the round and then me also having flee, like, does it matter? No, it's fine. When did you want me to flee that round? Like, actually. At no point would it have mattered, right? Because the Alistar that was the biggest important thing on the kill was next to me. We're going to kill Vayne, okay?
Okay.
But we can poke people down.
What the heck?
Remember plant, remember plant, remember plant.
Oh, I need to go. I need to go.
There's a plant next to you, there's a plant next to you.
I tried.
Okay. Wow, that was really good by Vayne.
I don't. Oh man.
the plant.
I'm gonna fucking get nightmares about the plant.
It's the plant, Lily. The
I
plant.
get it. I get it. I have to hit the plant. I hit the plant. Okay. Hit the plant. Hit the plant. Hit plant. Plant. Hit. Hitting plant.
Hit the plant.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What are you gonna eat for dinner?
I don't know. I have not decided. I wasn't even gonna order until I finished this. Let's work at Ludens, realistically. Let me sort. Yeah, you can kill stuff this game. Is that chicken? Dave's got so much worse, man. I'm not even kidding. Oh, Machibuka, thanks for sub of the stream. Fight!
Ow.
I know the way.
Oh.
Dude!
This Soda has the AP on haste augment? Oh, she got a broken one. Oh, my. I probably should have ulted it with it earlier.
I'm hungry.
Judgment's coming.
Who will win? Who will die? Stay tuned to find out.
Oh, thank God. Okay, we have our first item.
Ludens or
You're
yeah?
playing,
Yeah, Ludens.
yeah, it should be fine. We are playing Vayne Jarvan. Is the Jarvan tanky or yeah, he is. We're looking to kill Vayne.
Yeah, if I can go on Vayne, I'm just gonna fear her.
Mm-hmm.
I know the way.
Vayne got scopes. Like, this is so broken. What? I'm hoping for JG so I can one-shot these guys. It's just gonna be good. Alright, Lily, watch.
No! It's over. It's all over.
Nope. Plant, top plant.
Where's the plant? I'm going.
No, it's fine.
Is there any other plants?
Yep, the bottom one's probably next. Good job.
You're so, oh my God.
Good job. We did it, Lily. We've scaled. I should roll for critical block, but I'm saving for Jewel Gauntlet. Lily, if I can get Jewel Gauntlet on the next crit roll, I think we're okay. If not,
is Jewel Gauntlet like super
it's
OP?
only prismatic. Well, I got something that works with Jewel Gauntlet. And if I don't get it, I have a dead augment. Like, I chose something that doesn't work. Let's do this enough damage. Yep.
Which one should I go first? Misfortune?
I think we should kill Soda here, actually. I think we have to go ABF here.
I missed him! It's over. It's all over. I'm so sorry. I missed my ult. That was my bad.
We're dead.
Lily, I CC'd them so they can't move.
I know, right? I should have waited. Oh my god, that's the thing about patience. I have none.
Oh. Oh, you know.
That's crazy.
Oh, we're alive. I lied. Haha.
Death Cat?
Yeah, I think we need to one-shot people.
Don't worry. That's the last time I'm missing.
Just don't lie to me, okay?
Is Death Cat better than Horizon?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, this game mode, maybe not. Maybe Horizon's
I got
better
Horizon, I
first.
got Horizon.
But you have to land your stuff.
Don't worry. Last time I'm missing.
Do you see look bot.
Ah,
shoot.
yeah,
One
I'm looking.
Zyra, one Zyra.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm looking for Zarya. I'm going for Zarya. Yeah. Got her.
There's a plant. It's my plant. And there's another plant.
Nice.
Oh, our damage is pretty good.
Wait, yeah, your combo with my combo is like really good. I just have to not miss and wait for you to knock them up, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Stick to the plan. It's more like stick to the plant. Should I get Death Cap now?
Yes. We are about to go ham. You should buy whatever you can here because if you get pot, do it. We are like last life, I think.
AP or
AP,
health?
yeah.
Okay, got it.
You must follow.
Crit on them? It doesn't fucking matter, man. It doesn't make my spells crit. Oh, never mind. 12 left. Never mind. Holy, I'm thinking of the wrong person. Hold on, no. Just wait. I'm just chilling.
Okay, oh, this is so scary.
Well, I'm stuck.
The ring is closing.
You must follow.
You're so funny. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
Okay. I think I got this.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah,
wow,
was so
you were
many Lex Waves, dude.
insane.
Okay. Whew. We lost. Oh, fuck, man. This could proc glitch me with E. Oh, I need some magic. I might just get magic pen. This is good.
Why did you say we lost?
Wait, what?
Well, you said we lost. Why?
Oh. I just say that.
Oh, okay.
Just hype us up, you know?
Okay. She's so fucking fast. I don't know how to...
Kill her. Hold on, I'm not with you. Oh, I cannot go with you.
Okay.
Sorry, we're
Okay,
chilling.
she got all of it. Really long, really long, really... Oh my god.
Oh my god. Are we dead?
I think we're dead.
No, we're 6 life.
That Sona zooms so fast.
Yeah,
and
she has the most broken augment in the game.
That's insane. Why is she so fast?
She has an augment that gives her a move speed based on ability haze. It's stupid and should probably be nerfed ASAP. You have to catch her though.
What should I get now?
I just got Void.
Now I'm angry.
Remember, we only have one target.
The vein.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lily, you had the one job. just wait for me. Oh my god. Oh, we're fucking dead. Oh, maybe you can do it. Maybe do it. She's going for this.
No, we're... Oh, no. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I missed my ult! Scarra. Scarra, can't do this anymore. Can't do this anymore.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm set to 155 months. I'm gonna play some ads while we wait.
Okay, alright, invite.
You're already invited, I think. Oh, I will re-invite. Okay, we're going again.
Yeah, one more.
Okay. Okay. Official Lily raid. Wait, Lily, you turn off your stream?
Yeah, I need to concentrate.
Okay. I love having to ban every fucking tank killer. Welcome, guys, from Lily's stream. Okay.
Scarra, we're gonna win this one, okay?
I'm surely not gonna run into me playing frontline and then me having to deal with a tank killer. What are you playing?
Well, I think I'm going to play Annie. Wait, what? You're playing Yumi?
Huh? What?
You're playing Yumi?
Yeah, you said you could carry me, right?
No, I can't. I'm tired. I need food so bad.
Do we play to win?
You play whatever you want.
Alright, let's play to win.
playing.
I don't want to keep you hostage.
No. We're gonna win no matter what.
No, I don't want to keep you hostage.
No. Yumi's
a meme pick. Yumi is only good if you get the augment that AoEs and hits people.
No.
Now stick to the rules, fighters, or you'll be disqualified. Who am I kidding? Break them. We can use the ratings boost.
Okay, I need to like stand up and play this because I think I'm gonna get blood clots in my leg otherwise. How many times have I said one more game?
That's how you know it's good. We just want we need dub. The sweet juice of victory.
In order to win, we must first defeat them.
Yeah. We want to kill Reluctant here, by the way.
Hi. I'm coming. I'm not on this.
Whether we. I'll come down right now.
Are there any other?
Let's play right here, Lily.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I sent them away. We're good. We're good. Nice.
Dude, I think Annie's my favorite.
She is very strong.
She's very straightforward.
I should play Ivern with you sometime. That is a funny comp.
I heard Annie Ivern is really good.
I think it's more. It's like good, but like kind of in the meme way, where you just summon 4. Like you hope you get prismatic and you both get double ulti, so you get 2 of them. XXX Moonfall, XXX thanks for subbing this stream.
Oh no, I can't ask Chad anymore what augments to get.
Oh, don't worry, you got a good one. I think Executioner is never bad.
Okay.
Daisy near unwinnable, that's not true.
Just in case they come.
What the heck is this?
Oh, it's the meta Heimer comp. Okay, I'm gonna leave and get.
Okay.
Lily, why are you running to me? Yeah, that one. Good job. Right.
Dude, this is what am I supposed to do?
Well.
I think maybe.
I'm gonna go back for another plant. Nice stun, LilyPichu. That's fine. We got 1 kill.
Sorry. Oh
No,
my
that was
God.
great. We were gonna lose that for sure. Like, there's no way that winning that is like.
Well, I finally have ult. Okay.
Is really fucking hard.
Does my flea spell reset after every round?
You can use it multiple times to fight.
Wait, what the fuck? I should be using that more.
Yeah, it's like a mini ghost. And when you're running away from them, it moves faster.
Oh, okay, got it.
Guess I'm going this way now.
Alright, I'm gonna hit this. We're gonna go to the top left one, probably. Oh no, Lily. Oh. Oh, I hope you're okay. Killed one. Stun him. Nice.
Oh, I hit the plant.
Great job, and good kiting.
What is Annie? Leandries or Ludens again? I forgot.
Ooh, you can get Leandry, yeah.
Holy shit, Scarra. I'm like so hungry right now. I I might just get McDonald's or some shit. I'm like, I'm like drooling.
Who knew there were so many heroes?
We nice double stun.
I want chicken.
Pain Castle. I will protect you, me lady. Woo!
Annie's great. I love Annie.
How does Castle work? We'll figure it out. Alright, we're gonna kill only Renekton, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, no, that's fine. It's fine. We get the plan. We get the plan. Okay, the other one on the top left too. Let me hit it once, I think. Okay. And then we go kill them. We go down here. We go down here.
Fire's closing in. Watch out.
Little plants.
Woohoo!
Okay. Wait, what are we playing against next?
Remember what we practiced on. Hammer Gracious benefactor put a lot of money on these fights. So make it worth his while.
Wow, these guys are so... I think we kill Swain, but you... It has to be fast. I think we kill Swain, but he is like really tanky, he's like super tanky. Oh my god, he took Battle Sled. Wait, these guys are literally gonna just watch Sled?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Don't get hit with the sled?
Oh no! Battle Sled? Oh my god.
That guy is full tank, or man. Yeah, Poppy's kind of good.
No Morelos?
Oh, we probably need one eventually.
Should I get it now?
Yeah,
Or Void?
if you want. I think
it now.
you can just get Void, honestly. Oh, do I want? I need one anyways, man. We.
He loves fighting almost as much as he loves his mom. And he sure does love his mom. It's that.
We own. We
Wow,
own.
this is great.
We own. What did we roll this?
It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Collect Immortal.
Guns and swords. This fighter can do it all. Here she is,
Swain.
Samira.
All right, sneakies. I know you're out there.
Perfect round win. Team Minion is no more.
What do I get now?
We've streamlined
What did you get for your augment? Oh, you got. Okay.
I'm just going full damage.
Mm.
So I'm trying to. I'm gonna try to flash.
Okay,
One shot them, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I got one shot.
Oh!
No, I fucking lost vision.
What?
I didn't fucking use my thing. I messed up. That was really bad of me.
Come on, full build.
Crits. Is there anything I really want?
Well, I don't have flash anywhere. That sucks.
Maybe it's probably just edge.
What do you mean my hammer's too big?
It's a dog. It's a knife. It's a knife dog. That's right. Neferi is joining the fray.
Are there that banshees on both of them? I'm not there.
Oh.
Oh, my god.
Oh. Okay. How do I do this? All right, Lily, we have flash now, right?
Yeah, but
Can
they
you
have
pop
banshees.
banshees before? Fucking just fucking nuke them. It does not matter. This is kind of weird.
I gotta see this through.
Oh, I did not mean to do that. It's kind of funny though. Oh, it's fine. We can wait.
It's a lot of shit there, man.
Okay, one more. Oh,
I can't.
ATT.
Oh, that was so hard.
Pretty close. No, where's this? Oh, I could have won if I had vision on the other guy. Yeah?
I can't do this anymore.
Oh, you're still queuing up.
Yeah, cue it up. Okay, one more, okay? And I'm done, okay?
Yeah,
I'm done.
one more.
Like, I'm actually done, though.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna just go look at to see what... Huh. Behind her? Nah, that's fine. We could have won. We just played bad, right? I would have won the one round where I would have just done the thing, right? If I just hit the thing before he got banshees. It's fine. I made a mistake.
I cannot first time reading her again. I refuse.
Okay.
I just can't do it. Just can't do it, you know?
Okay.
Pretty solid dance. Okay, what do you want to play?
I will play top tier here so that we can win.
Ooh, Urgot.
That sucks? Nah, that's fine. I don't think that sucks. I generally think people suck. Makes Urgot
I like
good.
Annie.
Super good
She's fun.
augments. Oh. Really
So
good at
many
killing
cute
plants. Really good at
skins.
killing any kind of people who play pet classes. Yeah, it's really fucking good. Oh, we had tap dancer? Oh, I hope I get tap dancer too. That would be sick. For a shot magic one as OP, it's not that good. It does 150 magic damage every 4 hits. Bro, there are so many better augments to that. It's like not even close. Alright, winnable.
It's a beautiful day for a series of increasingly intense 2v2 battles.
Honestly, I got that 1k heart supply. The only way that's possible is if he gets Apex Predator first augment. Do you ever feel like it's actually Guardian Horn? Because it's actually a pretty good item. Nah, fuck it. You do damage.
This is it. This is the one. I can feel it.
I agree.
Oh. Amumu and...
How do you hear with
what?
80 Lulu at when they jump in the game? Ken and Poppy can probably beat every comp in the game if you play it well.
I am so sorry.
That's fine. You're chilling.
Oh, so fast. You took it so fast.
Oh, we did some damage. The plants. Good auto, Lily. Good shit. Oh, no, you don't. Where are you going?
God damn it, the plant.
Where are you going?
Hit the plant. Hit the plant.
No, you hit that perfectly, Lily.
Okay, but this skin is so cute. It's now blue, Jelly Bear.
Oh,
So
I like your streams. Thank you.
Oh my god. She has a little flower in her hair. It almost makes you forget that she's like a psychopathic little pyromaniac, you know?
Does this do what I think it does? It does not. We went over this, right? It does not. This does not double
Is
proc
gaining
her
60
W.
ability haste good?
Yeah, it's what character are you?
Well, too late now.
It's honestly really good if you get it early. It's equivalent of getting about 40% CDR for one early augment, and it may fall off later, but it's a lot of power. Abilities on proc, it works for Cogmon W. Don't ask me why. I'm peeling, Lily. Oh my god, she's doing it! Okay, I'm going to the other plant. Oh no. Wait, I messed up. LilyPichu!
I hit the plant!
You hit the plant!
Plant's so tanky. It makes you so tanky.
Yeah.
So when I shield, right? Does it only affect you?
What do you mean?
Annie's shield. Just you?
You lost me. Her E?
Yeah.
It gives you a shield.
It says Annie grants an ally champion a shield.
Oh, I mean, can you click on me with it?
Oh, I see what it is. I see. Is this single target then?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had no idea you could apply it to other people, by the way.
Okay.
That must have been like something that happened when I was not playing.
I remember them changing her shield. Like, here you go.
Okay, I see plants. I see plants. I miss. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna die here.
Lily, you know what's up though, right?
Oh no, I was trying to get it.
You think I lose this, Lily?
Oh, the plant! Oh my god.
Fuck, you did it!
Wait, what the hell is ERCOT S tier?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I should shield you. Okay, I got it.
No, you just try to stay alive. Like, if I die before you, it's... I mean, if they're both focusing me, it's good, but it's really hard to kill me, I think.
Let's get back to the fight. He loves fighting almost as much as he loves his mom. And he sure does love his mom. It's that.
Wow, what just happened?
You need to be careful about getting absolutely one shot there. Oh! It's game's over. Lily, how do you feel about dancers?
I like dancers.
Oh, you like dancers? Okay. Lily, I have a need for speed.
Dancer?
Yeah, remember how they used to call me the Flash, Lily?
No one called it. No one ever called you that.
Lily,
But okay.
Lily, you literally watch me. This is why.
Understandable. Have a good day.
We are killing the Aatrox.
Ah! I tried to hit the plant.
Lily, I've got a need for speed. I've got a need for speed, Lily!
Oh my god, you're crazy! What the heck? Why is Ergot so strong?
I have an augment that every time I hit something, I get 5 move speed with my auto. It stacks infinitely, so I can go to like infinite attack speed. Or move
Yeah, well, I get 2 tibbers.
speed. Okay, that's actually really good though. It's like one of the best things you can get. RC broken, man. whatever. Scope is really good on this character though. Boom, boom.
Fucking, this is so stupid.
Wow, you did
I
a lot
love
of damage.
double tippers is so funny. Oh my god, it's so cute. It has a little mustache. Aww, I want to like eat it. I bet it tastes like the blue Gatorade.
Oh. Is Cleaver actually good here? I have a feeling Cleaver sucks ass. Any thoughts? Cleaver's
I'm
good.
feeling pretty good about this one.
Oh yeah. You guys get you're right.
Do you have a favorite Gatorade flavor?
I like the blue.
Yeah, the blue,
The orange
right?
is overrated. I don't know if anyone's rating it, but it's overrated.
I like the pink one too. God damn. What the fuck, Scar? What? Okay. Oh, my bears died. Oh!
Ooh.
You took both? Dude, you're insane.
Does it actually give me stack free? I guess. $20 times. Oh, that's interesting. All right, Lily, just let me walk on them. Wait. Wait.
I let you walk on them.
Oh, I didn't have any MR and I thought it was okay?
What?
I was not okay. Wait, they killed me instantly.
What?
Wait, okay, my bad. I should went backwards. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get Maul next round, and we can win. Alright, just as long as you don't get one shot Lily here, we'll be great.
Okay.
Great work, Lily. Good double tibbers. Let's go.
Dude, I love double tippers. I'm full build. Fuck.
On the Rings of Wrath, we've streamlined the shopping experience.
Same.
They don't really have MR, do they? Well, kinda, I guess.
I need to sell DD after this, yeah, for I don't fucking know, any kind of fucking unit, doesn't really matter. Oh, we got at least 2 rounds in us.
Which that seems kind of bad. Wow.
It's like almost too easy.
Yeah, it's kind of too easy. I agree.
Oh, perfect.
I got an augment that gives me damage the faster I move than them.
Oh, I think it's over, man.
Oh, yeah. Wait, Lily, we're not gonna lose. Can I 1v2 this?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm watching.
I miss. Okay, I lost. Fuck. Oh my god, is Lily doing the plants?
I did the
Let's go, Lily!
You lost the 1v2.
Yeah, that guy's broken.
We finally did it. We got
fucking
first place.
did it. All because
Oh my god.
we hit the plants.
Oh, and why am I still wood?
Oh, that just happens.
Is that right?
Yeah, you got with it like 1500.
Holy shit, that's so... Okay, well, that was really fun. Thank you for playing. That was super fun.
Oh.
Had a really good time. Thank you for
Yeah,
playing.
GG's. We got...
GG.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, right. Valorant tomorrow. Bye.
Goodbye. Yeah, it's fun. And like I really don't like playing too much meta because it's like kind of bleh. Oh, Celine's streaming? Well, I gotta support her. I feel bad that I lost on Celine's team because I got owned, and I don't think I can play Harbor on Haven. It's so hard, man. I didn't realize that I just am ass at that map. I'm out, guys. Have a great night. Give Celine some love. Peace.